the 2026 Toyota AFL Premiership season.
What a fly! An unbelievable mark from Elliott. And it's one of the best he has ever taken.
That is wizardry at its finest.
Holmes to go all the way home.
The superstars rise when the occasion comes.
Every game, every week.
Short to Dacos from 50 on the arc. It's a thumping drop punt. And as if written by the gods.
Oh, there's a bit on in the aftermath too.
Watson front and centre from impossible angle. Watson! Unbelievable!
Runs in, kick on goal, Jackson!
It rolls, it tumbles, it skids, it is over! It is over!
The Lions go back to back, and it stands to be admired as one of the greatest premierships ever won, enshrining the legacy of Chris Fagan.
Welcome to AFL Nation.
Yes, this is AFL Nation, the Bunnings build-up on AFL Nation for Bunnings Warehouse. Tom Morris alongside Adelaide royalty tonight. Chad Corns, Ken Hinkley and Mark Bickley for the pre-match with Adam White calling the game. A little bit later on, Adelaide CEO Tim Silvers and Western Bulldogs EGM of football Matt Egan will join us on what is a jam-packed pre-game. It's Adelaide versus the Western Bulldogs, and it's going to be an absolute ripper. Let's get straight into it. Chad Corns is Adelaide royalty. He's a Port Adelaide great. He's a two-time All-Australian. He's a premiership player. Chad, I've never worked with you before. I'm very excited for tonight. Welcome.
Great to be on with you, Tommy. Thanks for having me.
And Ken Hinkley, well, you would have been coached by Ken Hinkley for a while, I'd imagine, as well. He's a very big part of the Sports Day team and the SEN team this year, and he's also a big part of AFL Nation. Kenny, good to have you back.
Thanks, Tom. It's going to be an exciting night here at the Adelaide Oval for the first time as a spectator almost, and watching a great game of footy. Looking forward to it. Yeah, that's a really good point. We'll get to that a little bit later on. And two-time Adelaide premiership captain, 270-odd games. Mark Bickley. Bix, the last time I sat with you at Adelaide Oval, you were sitting behind me in Gather Around, and you just told me exactly what was going on the whole night, the strategies, the tactics, the ins and outs, the nuances. Hoping for the same tonight in the pre-game. Good evening to you.
Yeah, good day, Tommy. How are you? And I can say that the ground looks absolutely spectacular. We had a Ed Sheeran concert about a week and a half ago, maybe 2 weeks ago, and I was worried how it would come up, but it is an absolute picture and perfect conditions here tonight for two attacking sides, so it should be great.
Kenny, how does it feel walking into the ground to work on a game that you're not coaching at Adelaide Oval?
Mate, it was really unfamiliar, even driving in, to be honest, because I drove into a different gate and parked out the back in the north car park, where I've been lucky enough to park underneath, which I could have probably got in and used Chad's ticket.
You don't do the north.
I could have used Chad's ticket, which is just, he points to his face and says, "Don't you know who I am?" but no, it was unusual. I walked through the Crows people, which was, I got a bit, it's almost like, I might have had shingles or something. I
come on,
tingles
mate.
and all
Head
sorts of
down
things.
and sunglasses on.
Yeah, I had the hat on too. But no, I made it in okay, and I'm looking forward to it.
Chad, what about you tonight? Massive game for the Crows, of course. I've noticed the Western Bulldogs are a slight favourites. What's the feeling around the town?
Yeah, the feeling is great. There's been a really exciting build-up, especially throughout the day. Like, we walked across with Bix from the SEN studio. Luckily, I had Bix with me because it's the first time I've walked through a Crows crowd for a while, Tommy, but they're all very polite. The weather is absolutely perfect. The ground looks amazing, and I think it's going to be a great contest, Tommy. I've gone for the Bulldogs by 8 or so points. I think it's going to be a great contest. The only concerns with this Bulldogs team, I know they stood up so well over the last few weeks, but their backline, can they handle Phil Thorpe, Walker, Rankin back there, Rochelle and Fogarty? That would be my only question mark over the Bulldogs team.
We'll get into an in-depth preview of tonight's game a little bit later on, but AFL Nation understands that Hugh Bond is out and Chase Jones is in, so a late change for the Crows. We'll get the full teams in a few minutes' time. Last night was a belter, gents, at the MCG. Hawthorn by 17 points. Gunston kicked 4, Moore kicked 3. There was a bit of controversy as well with a Sydney Swans fan, throwing a Coke bottle at Nick Watson late in the game. We'll get to that in a few moments' time. But start with you, Chad. What did you make of what we saw last night at the G? Two teams going at it hard early, weren't they?
Yeah, Tommy, I missed the most exciting quarter of the first because I had footy training. But from the second quarter onwards, I thought it was a great game of football. Hawks had the ascendancy for most of the game, but then in the third, Sydney at their best, I think, are one of the best attacking teams that come through the corridor and light it up and put real speed on the game. But Jack Gunston, he did it once again. Kicked 4 goals for, I think. And I think Mitch Lewis was important late. He had a very quiet game, but I thought his intent to get the ball to ground in some crucial contests late in that fourth quarter set a real tone, and in the end, an amazing win for the Hawks.
I think he had a couple of moments he'd love to relive, and I think that maybe spurred him on in that last little bit. But I guess with Hawthorn, when I watch it, when it clicks for them, they look really attacking, don't they? And they're able to move the ball quickly, and they do have some weapons. Look, I've been sceptical about Chol and whether you can build
Almost,
a forward line, around him. But just the last couple of years, he's just built that consistency into his game that had been missing for probably the 5 years previous to that. So well done to him, and he's a really important piece in that machine.
Yeah, he could have had 2 Mark of the Year contenders and probably 5 or 6 goals, but one guy I want to highlight, Barras, that was the best game I've ever seen him play. I'm not sure who does the best on ground awards over there, Tommy, but I'm sure he'd be right up there. And to control Kerno like he did in the second half, I thought that was an outstanding performance.
Ken, the nature of football last night was it was helter-skelter, F1 sort of footy in the first quarter. The question was posed this morning, is it sustainable? I hope it is. I mean, even for a quarter at a time, it's incredible to watch. Is that the new style of footy we're going to see this year, where teams are going as hard as they can, as quick as they can?
Yeah, I think we always fall into this trap, Tom, I'll be honest. We fall into this trap every year in rounds 1 to 3, 4, and we go, yeah, it's the fastest footy we've ever seen, it's attacking footy, it's this and it's everything else. But the reality is it will settle down and it will calm down. I think the last 3 quarters of last night's game showed that it did calm down. I mean, the scoring was all done in the first. There were 6 goals, I think 6 goals to 5 or something in the first quarter, and then it became 7 goals to 8 for 3 quarters. So was it really fast and really attacking, or was it just the first quarter and it's an appetizer for us that we go, that's the way we want footy to be played? But I'm not sure we're going to get that. Footy will always slow down. Football will always come back to the pace that the players can withstand. And sometimes, round 1, round 2, round 3, you're pretty fresh, you got your legs, and then it becomes a grind.
And that's why tonight is so appetising, I guess, is because you've got the number 1 and 2 offensive teams from last year. The Bulldogs were the most attacking or the highest scoring team last year, just shaded Adelaide. So it'll be an interesting insight. And one of the things I'm looking out for is that the midfield, which we mentioned, we talked to Matt Egan about, and I'm keen to ask him a question about the midfield because they're no longer just reliant on Bontempelli, but they've got other big bodies in there. Kennedy's a bigger body, Fraser's a bigger body, Richards is a star now of the competition. So when you look at Adelaide's midfield, they're much smaller. You've got blokes like Rochelle and Rankin and Berry, they're all under 6 foot. So it's going to be interesting. Can Adelaide get the ball on the outside and maybe see if they can get some run going away from some of those bigger sort of inside players that potentially the Bulldogs have? What
do you do with Bont, Bix, from a Crows point of view?
I think what we've seen, and if you take Nick Dacos as a bit of an example last week, someone will be assigned to him around stoppage. I think probably, physically, it's probably got to be Jordan Dawson, and that's not a bad one for the skipper to actually line up against, I think the best player in the competition. So they'll have some responsibility, but I think around the ground, they're not going to assign just one player to him, and different guys will go to him and make sure that he's just not on his own and doing what he wants. But I just don't think they'll assign one player and say we're going to have a real heavy lockdown tag.
Just on last night, Kenny and Chad and Bix, the Sydney Swans had a 5-day break, and Callum Mills didn't even want to engage last night when Mitch Cleary asked him about it on the ground. How significant was that in the end result, do you think?
I don't think it's that significant. I don't like Goulden and Heaney are far more significant.
Exactly.
With late in the third quarter, they put a gap of 20 points on them. So it wasn't as if they weren't going well enough. I think Hawthorn were able to lift, Tom, if I'm being really honest. I think Callum Mills handled that the way you'd want your captain to handle it. Don't give me an excuse. Just get on with it. We didn't win the game. Let's push on to the next opportunity. Heaney and Goulden were the reasons that they didn't win the game. They were outside their control.
Yeah. What about
sometimes often later in the year as well, when you're 16 or 18 rounds in, sometimes that extra day is important for players that are carrying injuries, but generally at this time of the year, the players rebound pretty quickly.
Charlie Curnow is going to be a source of much conjecture throughout the year, and I think before, Chad, you mentioned how good Tom Barras was. Well, he was on Charlie Curnow, and Curnow kicked 2. Not his best game. How fair is it, the criticism that's going to come his way this week?
Well, I was listening in this morning to Sammy Edmund, and even Carlton supporters are ringing in
I noticed
saying,
that.
be careful what you wish for. So he sounds like he's copping a fair bit already, Tommy. I thought he competed well early, but then Barras, like I said, as good as I've ever seen Barras play, he just was able to get an arm into everything, spoil, then followed up really well on the ground, took a couple of intercept marks as well. So it's going to take Charlie a couple of weeks or maybe even longer to get used to his new midfield and the new guys kicking him the footy and where his leading pattern should be. But I'm still really positive that he will have a really good year.
Yeah, I think what gets lost in that to start with as well, he played on Josh Battle. Now, Battle's an All-Australian defender and he actually got him moved off him in the first quarter. The only thing you'd be a little bit disappointed with, and the delivery wasn't great. There's lots of long entries. I just would have liked to see him do something different, you know. So start a little bit behind or get in front, take him up the ground. Can you race him? I just felt like a lot of sameness about the way he continued to play for the whole night.
Charlie's like that. Charlie will play football that way until he's finished. He just won't. He'll use his athletic profile when he's feeling really good, I reckon. He'll use his strength when he feels really good. But you're right. He had Battle moved off him. And he had Barasco on him. Well, Barras is an elite defender. What annoys me about this game already so early in this side of the fence is we run from story to story just because of one performance wasn't quite exactly where it needs to be. Hey, Charlie Curnow, give us a break, people. He'll be more than okay at Sydney. Carlton fans, move on. You had your chance with him. He left. Stop sooking up.
Kenny, the weekly storylines, I tell you what, I mean, I agree with you, but it's not going to change. We live on a weekly
but stop
cycle.
Sooking up if you're a Carlton supporter. He's not your player now. Move on. He's a Sydney Swans player.
Question on the Hawks. Have we learnt anything about them this year? And if so, what have we learnt? So losing to the Giants by 27 points away from home, then smashing Essendon at home, and then beating Sydney in a tight one at home. What have we learnt?
Well, Tommy, I was speaking to Kane this morning, and he had the privilege, I guess, of being down in the rooms seeing Sammy's address to the boys pre-game. And Kane said it was one of the better pre-game addresses he's ever seen, and that Sam Mitchell is an absolute gun. So I think we already knew that, but Kane couldn't have been more complimentary of what he saw down in those rooms.
I'm sorry, Tom, you go.
No, I was just going to say, I know Hawthorn believe that their list is somewhere between sort of a 4 to 8 list, maybe a 6 to 9, 6 to 10 list, but they believe they've got one of the best 2 or 3 coaches in the AFL, which has elevated them in recent years. So they know they've got work to do in their list, but because they've got the coach that can take them the whole way, there's an extreme confidence in that I think is actually quite authentic. It's not just manufactured for outside PR reasons.
Yeah, well, you'd hope so. You'd hope your club is really right behind your coach. You know,
not every club's like that.
No, not every club is. But you know, I think if you talk to most CEOs, they'd all say they're really comfortable with their coach. But I think the discussion is always going to be about their midfield, because Newcombe was quiet early in the first quarter and he really got busy, and his drive is super important. They've got some emerging players through the midfield as well, in McDonald and Ward and a couple of others, but I still feel when they will come up against elite sides, they're going to come up. Let's use the Western Bulldogs for example. Bontempelli, Kennedy, Richards, Liberatore, Fraser through there. If others come back in as well, I'm just not sure if they bat deep enough in there, and they've got, Nash is a solid player as well, and he gives you a bit of size, but I just feel like there's some others that have stronger midfields.
All right, question for Kenny then. If you're going to rank the coaches, where does Sam Mitchell sit on the list?
This is a list coming.
Here we go.
This is Ken's 10. That happens on Tuesday or Wednesday.
Don't rank them all. Just tell me where Sam Mitchell is.
No, Sam's in the... this is what I simply think. Every AFL coach is really capable and very, very good at it. But I'll tell you the facts. You give me a good list, I'll show you the best coach. At the moment, Sam's got a top-end list. He's a very good coach. I can't make any comparisons to what he does or doesn't do Monday to Friday, because I don't see what he or other coaches do. All I know is that when you have to play against Hawthorn, you've got a hard day in front of you, and you have a hard day because they're a very talented team, and Sam uses his pieces incredibly well. Yeah. His challenge will be, how much can he get out of this group before, if we think about it, before Barras, Gunston, Sicily, Impey, Amon, who are all 30 north, how much longer have they actually got if they believe internally they're a 6 to whatever you said, 9 to 6, or if they think that's where they are, and these players are only here for 1-2 more years, they want to get tracking then. If Sam's going to be the greatest coach, he's going to have to get it done pretty quick. Yeah. Otherwise, they've got to find the replacements, because some of their players are a little bit, I would say, a little bit, I'm not confident they're going to be there every week. Like Chol, I'm not absolutely confident he's going to be there every week. So I just feel like their midfield's short. They've got a very good coach, but they haven't actually got, I'm a bit with Bix. Crows and Bulldogs were playing the Hawks next week, I'll be picking the Crows and the Bulldogs.
Yeah, they missed on Radigalea a couple of years ago. It probably worked in their favour, to be fair. They missed on Ben Mackay as well. It probably works in their favour because then they go and get Battle and Barras. And then last year they were unable to bring in Merritt. So this year they're looking at Bailey Humphrey. They're looking at Ben King. They're looking at Zach Butters. How can they find that big fish to extend that window, Ken, that you're talking about? Is there a more unexpected career arc than Jack Gunston? He looked, I think by his own admission, cooked 3 years ago. Now Gary Lyons telling us on SEN this week he might kick 100 goals, Bix. Make sense of it for us.
I tell you what, I think the Hawks are winning the flag if Jack kicks 100. But look,
on track for 92.
Yeah, I just feel like there's still a bit of work to be done, isn't there? Look, he's such an opportunist, he's so professional. He literally needs a half a chance. There was one last night that he snapped where he didn't even look at the goals. He just knows where they are. The final he played against Adelaide last year, he played on Keane, and Keane had been in really good form, but just his craft, the way he leads, the timing of his leads, where he gets the ball, he just... the longer you play, obviously you just better your craft. And physically, while he's holding up, which he is, that you don't lose any of that experience and nous. And so, he has been outstanding. But like you said, probably when he was coming back from Brisbane, you wouldn't have given 20 cents for him. I wondered why were they going to take him back after he'd sort of left the year before, but it's been an inspired move.
Yeah, and it's probably easy to forget. Some of the young kids who watch the game probably don't realise he played for Adelaide as well at the very start. Adelaide, Hawthorn, Brisbane, Hawthorn.
I'll tell you a story. Jack, when he left Adelaide, I was actually the interim coach at that stage because Neil Craig had
so you run him out of town?
Well, no, actually, we were very happy with him. The thought was that both Jack and Taylor Walker, two young players, couldn't play on the same side, so Craigie didn't want to play them. But so that was one of my moves. I said, let's play them both in the same side, and they both went really well. But Jack was just really homesick, and he came in and sat at my desk, and I was the first person that found out. So we were very disappointed with that, but he's gone on to bigger and better things.
Sliding doors moments. Some unsavoury news last night as well. So police are helping the MCC and the AFL find the person who threw the Coke bottle at Nick Watson towards the end of the game. This was something that could actually have seriously injured Nick Watson. He spoke about it on Nova this morning. The AFL's released a statement. The MCC has done the investigation, so they're trying to find that person. And if they do, the AFL has said they will ban that person for life. So that's something that will play out over the next few weeks.
Just on that, Tommy, is it good enough that we have to wait for a player to talk on radio to find out that someone threw a Coke bottle? What about the 15,000 security people that are standing around the Oval? How are they missing that?
Well, they're watching the players.
Sorry?
They're watching the players, not the thrower.
Oh, but just there's a photo of it missing him by about a metre. I would have thought if you were doing your job and watching what's going on and you're sort of watching where the players are, you might pick that up a little bit earlier rather than waiting, for the player to say on radio that this is what happened, and then an investigation starts from there.
Yeah, the MCC was unaware of it till this morning when he went on radio. And in fairness, he was also on radio last night, Nick Watson, I think on ABC, and he didn't mention it then. So I'm with you. A full Coke bottle's not hard to miss. I reckon it's certainly something that we don't want to see in the game. And if history's anything to go by, that person will be banned for life from going to AFL footy and certainly at the MCG. Plenty more to come. Tim Silvers isn't far away. Matt Egan's going to join us as well, the footy boss and the CEO of both clubs who are playing tonight. Ken Hinkley, Chad Corns and Mark Bickley with us. It's genuine Adelaide royalty. The Bunnings build-up on AFL Nation.
You're listening to the Bunnings Build-Up on AFL Nation for Bunnings Trade, helping tradies and builders get the job done.
On the Monash Freeway, we do have a breakdown outbound at Warrigal Road. It's in the left-hand lane. There's reports of an incident on the Calder Freeway just outbound after Green Gully Road. The Westgate Freeway's heavy citybound from the Balti into the Burnley Tunnel. Need a new bed? Don't wait. Harvey Norman bedding floor stock clearance is on now. Mattresses, adjustable bases, bedroom furniture and more. Price to clear. More in store at Harvey Norman today. And you won't miss a minute of this year's AFL season with every game live on SEN and streaming on the SEN app.
Why do you need a Sleeping Duck sleep system? Well, that's easy. Your sleep is important to you, and you want to have energy the next day.
You demand the best possible materials for back and body support, including an anti-sag bed frame made from structural steel.
Try it at sleepingduck.com.
Don't miss the world's best netballers every Saturday and Sunday in Suncorp Super Netball. Melbourne's Mavericks and Vixens are on the road this weekend as they head to Sydney for a huge New South Wales versus Victoria doubleheader. Catch Melbourne Vixens versus Giants netball at 3 p.m. and Melbourne Mavericks versus Sydney Swifts at 5 p.m. this Sunday. Expect fast-paced action with elite athletes going head-to-head. All tickets are on sale now via Ticketek or watch every game live and on demand on KO Sports, Foxtel and Binge.
Iveco Daily Run Out. Score a 5K factory bonus on daily van and cab chassis, plus 5 years free scheduled servicing and 5 years extended warranty. Euro 6 engines, class-leading capacity and payloads. Daily is built to perform. Ends May 31. T's and C's apply.
Got a leg in your same-game multi that's lacking heat? This AFL season, keep the fire alive and try PointsBet's new pull-on feature and remove a leg from your multi before the start of the third quarter. Terms and conditions apply. PointsBet, it's like hot sauce but for sport. Chances are you're about to lose.
Good health is contagious. And at Bupa, we're helping it spread around Australia by helping our almost 4 million members live healthier. Search Bupa Health Insurance today. Proud member partner of Carlton Football Club.
At Officeworks, we've dropped prices on hundreds of must-haves across stationery, tech, ink, craft and more. Whatever you're looking for, you'll find it all at low prices every day and here to stay. Officeworks. Big ideas, low prices.
Had an accident? Get your car fixed now and pay for it later. Sheen Panel Service are now offering Afterpay with 27 locations across Victoria, a range of over 600 accident replacement vehicles, a lifetime guarantee on repairs, plus Sheen can even pick up and drop off your vehicle. Fix now, pay later at Sheen Panel Service. Find your closest location at sheengroup.com.au.
T's and C's apply.
Business owners, it's time to stop paying your suppliers. Just pay.com.au it instead and get points. With pay.com.au, you can finally get rewarded for the bills you're already paying. Simply link your payment details through pay.com.au and every business transaction made through the platform earns reward points. From straightforward bank transfers to leveraging your existing credit card facilities, even those suppliers who traditionally only accept direct debits. You can use your points on almost anything: flights, hotels, shopping, and more. Discover the surprisingly rewarding side of managing your business finances. Visit pay.com.au today and get your business flying.
According to the latest government data, Australian mining paid $74 billion in taxes and royalties in 1 year. That's more tax than any other industry. It's enough to fund Medicare, helping fund the services Australians rely on. That's the difference Australian mining makes. To find out more, go to thatsmining.com.au. Authorised by T Constable Canberra. Sourced from ATO 2223 and EY 25 data.
You're listening to the Bunnings Build-Up on AFL Nation for Bunnings Trade, helping tradies and builders get the job done.
This is the Bunnings Build-Up on AFL Nation. Spec-Right pre-oiled Marabou decking available at Bunnings Warehouse. Tom Morris alongside Chad Corns, Ken Hinkley and Mark Bickley. And it's our pleasure to welcome Tim Silvers into the commentary box for the first time this season on AFL Nation. Tim, thanks for your time.
Thanks, Tom. It's great to be here. Friday night footy, 2026 season. Can't wait.
Now, as Adelaide's CEO, I'd imagine you look forward to these home games more than most, but it's been a weird start to the year, hasn't it, with opening round? You played one game away from home. I know there was a CEO's meeting on Wednesday. What is the club's position on the way the season is currently structured?
It's a good question. Look, my sister works for AFL Queensland. She's worked there for a number of years. I lived in Queensland when I was a kid, so I see a lot of the benefits around the investment into the northern states, and I was actually up on the Gold Coast for one of the games, so I see the benefits that the AFL get out of providing a game like that, and I see the focus is there. But it does feel like my personal view is that we don't start with a bang. The competition, like starts, there's 4 or 5 games, and then we get to round 1, and then we just saw the crowds were a little bit down last week. So I think that was disappointing. We lost a bit of momentum, and there's just this imbalance between teams. I see that Hawthorn now have an 18-day break until Easter Monday, and over the next 18 days we play 3 games. So it's just... I struggle with some of the consistency, but if there is opening round to go again next year, I'll put my hand up as a footy club that we'd love to host an opening round game next year with the MCG unavailable, but that's just me taking opportunity rather than convinced opening round is the right strategy.
Do you think that there's some things that the AFL listens to clubs on, there's some things that they just put it in the top drawer? Do you think the league is actually listening to clubs on the opening round concerns?
I think they are listening. Like under Andrew Dillon's leadership and Tom Harley coming in, like we're actually having monthly meetings now. It's more collaborative. They are listening, and I think they would also get a sense that the crowds were down for round 1 in Victoria last week. So I think we need to work together, and we still need to challenge ourselves to be innovative, but what's best for the game and best for our fans.
The big selection news tonight is, of course, Isaac Rankin back in the team after his ban for a homophobic slur has elapsed. Can you take us through what he's done behind the scenes, both at the club and away from the club over the past few months?
It's been a journey for Isaac, that's for sure, and it was a really tough time. And he when it happened, he obviously knew he did the wrong thing, came clean, and he didn't stand for that, and neither did the footy club. But since he came back from Italy, it's all about himself trying to get better as a person. He's invested a lot of time into himself. He's met with different stakeholders and different groups, and he's just improved himself as a person. And what I'm most proud is that he's taken the feedback on board, and he's gone to work, and his investment in himself and listening and learning from others has been really good. And I think his fitness, bar the hamstring injury, he should be in really tip-top shape. He's had a great pre-season.
Tim, minor premiers last year, poor finish with the finals. You went down in straight sets. In actual fact, didn't win a quarter. Sometimes that sort of devastating loss like that can crush a group, and they lack enthusiasm when they come back, or it can be the making of them and drive them forward to get back there again and atone for it. It looks on last week's form and the pre-season form that it's a driving force.
It certainly has been. In the moment, you're worried about the group, and when we lost the second final, like how are we going to respond from this? But I suppose it just hurt in the gut, and it hurt an array of players, staff, coaches, and we're a young group, and we look back and maybe we weren't quite ready to take that next step. And the entire group has got to work. We're still building our leaders, but I'm proud of the way they've come back. They've got the grit in the teeth, and they want to make amends for last year, but we can't look too far forward. We need to. What was successful last year, 18 home and away wins. That's the most wins we've ever had. But we're a week-to-week focus. We'll continue that, but we've got to. When we get closer to finals, we might just change our focus when we get to that August month.
Tim, you mix with the players and the coaches fairly regularly. Has there been any feedback just in the early stages of the year about how the game and the changing of the rules is affecting everyone?
I suppose that the first note is, especially in the first week in the opening round, was just how quick everything seemed, and it just, apart from the Collingwood St Kilda game, it just seemed to explode. So that there was pace on the game, and it seemed very offensive. And we've come to the party, and we think we can play both modes. It's a defence first with Nixie, but we think we can score quickly, and if we can sort of have an equal battle in the inside 50s, we think we've got a forward line that can kick a lot of goals. So, but the ruck rule is probably a big one for our footy club, because we've had Riley O'Brien in that number 1 ruck role for about 5 or 6 years, and he's been out-jumped literally by Lockie McAndrew. But the rest of the rules we see are really positive and can be speed up the game and looks more attractive.
Tim, I'll take you away from the grass, because I'll let you be the CEO this time. New facilities progress, and how's it looking?
It's been a bit of a journey to get to where we are, and we tried a variety of different sites, but now we're at Thebarton Oval, an old footy heartland. It's coming along really well. We're well ahead of schedule, which never happens if anyone's done a house renovation. It's never early. So we're tracking 4 months early. So we're hoping to move the entire club by the end of October. It'll be home for our AFLW. It'll be home for our men's and women's. It'll be home for our members and fans. And we toured someone around this week. It's and I think you've been driving past South Road. It's a monster. It's 150 metres long on one side, so it's going to be cutting edge and the best in show.
It's established your identity again, isn't it? Number one in the town with the size of the building just by looking at it. Yeah. And I'm not feeling that comfortable about saying that, is it?
He's got the corner office too, I heard, on the top
has he got
floor?
The big office? One other question for me that's I'm perhaps a little bit edgy, I don't know, but Matthew Nix, you extend him for one more year. I was really interested in why one more year with the progress that he's made with your team and your list. From being an ex-coach now, I would have thought that perhaps that seemed a little light, but I'm interested in the planning behind that and why.
Yeah, the planning was probably more direct between Nixie and I, and like we spoke about it as soon as the season finished. What did we want to do? And I'm a people first leader. I've worked with Nixie the whole way. I think he's established a wonderful culture of the footy club, and you can see this group playing for him. And we thought, let's mutually agree to extend to, in a way, take the sting out of it, because I believe in him. The board believes in him. We just wanted to get an extension done really quickly, pre-Christmas, and then not worry about anything else and just get to work.
So, Tim, yourself and the footy club recently presented to the AFL Commission about how successful your rebuild has been. Can you talk us through that?
It's interesting that got out. That was probably about 6 months ago. We did get
nothing like the AFL to league, Tim.
Yeah, we did get invited. When we were minor premiers, and then by the time we got in, we'd gone out in straight sets. So but I suppose they do, under Andrew Dillon's leadership, they are asking clubs to come in and present. So we weren't one out. We spoke a little bit about Theberton and just the rebuild and how we went about it, because there was definitely a narrative, especially from Gil. Rebuilds are done. Like, you don't do it. Your fans can't stick with you.
I think they are, personally.
Yeah. And you've got to do a reset, and we committed to a rebuild, and we stuck with it, and we stuck with our coach, and they wanted to know the reasons why. And I suppose who we brought, we went to the draft. I think we got 13 picks in the top 30 over a 3 or 4 year period, but how we decided on the types of players that we brought in. So it was just interesting to hear a different analogy, but most clubs now is a reset on the run.
What advice would you have to clubs in that position now that you guys were all those years ago?
Yeah, it's a solid question. I think the nucleus definitely for an interstate club is to get a core drafted kids that are talented, and you take that group through together, and how quickly you can do that. I look at Richmond to get 2 years worth of that many picks. I think that looks like a great strategy, and that'll pay off in years to come. It probably took us potentially too many years to get that many draft picks. So that's the nucleus. If we're going to be premiership, if we're going to be successful and win a flag, it's going to be that group, that Thilthorpe, the Michael Annie, the Rochellis, the Saligos. That's going to be the group that takes us.
I think Richmond is a really interesting one, because people thought that Richmond just cleared the decks and they brought in all these young kids, which they did. But if you look at their best and fairest last year, 8 of their top 10 were were premiership players. So you're talking Nankervis and Hopper and the other Taranto and Vlosten and there was Broad. There's a whole heap of them that was still, but Prestia was in there as well, I think. So you can't just clear the decks like some teams have done and get rid of all your older players. And maybe if you reflect, maybe Adelaide with Tom Lynch and a couple of other players, you may have cleared them a little bit early and left yourself a little bit susceptible when you finished Wooden Spoon.
Yeah, you can see experience to help bring the young kids through is definitely a part of it. To I suppose, just that lacking of leadership in those first couple of years. Like, you had Sloan and Walker, and then there wasn't too much else. But it's fast-tracked people like Dawson, etc. And we probably struggled to have a core nucleus of leaders. So 3-4 years ago, and now we've got 7 in our leadership group, and there's a number of others knocking on the door. So I think we're building that slowly but well.
Yeah, and with this sample program as well, how much help has that been for you? You've been really successful at sample without obviously winning, but you've been right there the whole way through. I think personally that the development programs, the best teams have a really strong feeder club when you're in that real rebuild mode. So you get your young players coming through and you get to teach them the right way. How important has the sample program been?
It's been important, no end. Like, it's just so obvious that we needed the right development coaches. When you've got that many young kids playing for you. They're not all going to be playing in the AFL team. How are we going to help them and get them to progress? And there's also the element that they need leaders within that sample program. So getting some good marquee players to support them in the sample has been great. And squads win premierships, and we think we're going to need 30 players this year, and we think our depth's in the best position it's been in for a number of years, but that's been built on sample success to an extent.
And you got a visitor tonight.
Yes, it looks like the PM might be in town to support the Crows. He is a Hawthorn
I
supporter.
spoke to him. He's a Port man, he told me.
Yeah,
Did you get any federal funding for that new building you built?
We did. We have got a number, and we're still asking for a little bit more.
Yeah.
We need some support around some broadcast lights.
Make sure it's a nice state.
What kind of reception will he get when he gets shown on the big screen?
Oh, let's hope it's positive. If I get a Crow scarf around him, I think that might help. But no, it's good to. I think he's in town for the state election, and it's good to have him at our chairman's event.
Well, but this time last week, Tim, he was actually on the ground at an NRL game. So let's just hope he stays off the ground tonight at Adelaide Oval. Appreciate your time. Good luck, and we'll speak to you later on the season.
Thanks, gents. Appreciate your support.
Tim Silver's joining us on AFL Nation for the Bunnings build-up for Bunnings Warehouse.
You're listening to the Bunnings Build-Up on AFL Nation for Bunnings Trade, helping tradies and builders get the job done.
On the Monash Freeway, we do have a breakdown outbound at Warrigal Road. It's in the left-hand lane. There's reports of an incident on the Calder Freeway just outbound after Green Gully Road. The Westgate Freeway's heavy citybound from the Balti into the Burnley Tunnel. Need a new bed? Don't wait. Harvey Norman bedding floor stock clearance is on now. Mattresses, adjustable bases, bedroom furniture and more. Price to clear. More in store at Harvey Norman today. And you won't miss a minute of this year's AFL season with every game live on SEN and streaming on the SEN app.
And they're off. Mate Internet jumps clean out of the gates and surges to the front with $25 off per month for the first 6 months. That's $150 in savings as Mate hits the home straight with momentum. Back a better internet deal today at letsbemates.com.au. Offer available to new services on eligible internet plans. $25 discount per month for 6 months, then reverts to standard pricing. $150 total saving. T's and C's apply. Visit letsbemates.com.au for full details. Got a leg in your same-game multi that's lacking heat? This AFL season, keep the fire alive and try PointsBet's new Pull-'em feature and remove a leg from your multi before the start of the third quarter. Terms and conditions apply. PointsBet, it's like hot sauce but for sport. Chances are you're about to lose.
Razorback 4x4 seat covers, the perfect protection, comfort and style for your four-wheel drive interior. They're perfectly tailored to fit like a glove, keeping your seats safe from spills, mud and everyday mess. They're easy to clean, super comfy to sit on, and they look the part too. With a range of materials and colours to choose from, free shipping across Australia and thousands of 5-star reviews, it's no wonder four-wheel drive owners everywhere are choosing Razorback. Protect your pride and joy. Check out razorback4x4.com.au today.
Most of us are taught to push through discomfort when we're active. One more rep, one more lap, one more pass. But some pain isn't meant to be pushed through. A hernia can start as a soft lump in the groin or abdomen, easy to ignore during sport or exercise, but it can worsen over time. And the key thing to know, a hernia won't fix itself. So, if you notice something that doesn't feel right while exercising or playing sport, don't ignore it. Visit herniawon'tfixitself.com or see your GP to get it checked today.
Metricon turns 50 and we're celebrating big. Right now, during our birthday sale, we're giving you up to $70,000 in savings and bonus upgrades across our Freedom and Designer homes. That includes refrigerated cooling, a fully rendered home, a roof made from Colorbond steel, plus energy-saving battery and solar. It's our 50th birthday celebration, but the bonuses and savings are all yours. Search Metricon. Conditions apply. Select build region. CDBU 52967 NSW 174699C.
Thinking about joining the gym? Well, Revo Fitness has you covered. From just $9.69 per week, you can get 24/7 access to all Revo Fitness gyms across Australia. And there are no lock-in contracts or pesky hidden fees. Packed with all the best equipment. Plus, for just $3 extra, you can enjoy unlimited access to Reformer Pilates, massage chairs, 360 body scans, and more. Join Revo Fitness today. Search REVO Fitness now to find your nearest club.
Life's too short for coffee that doesn't give you a goal-kicking, winning feeling. So grind with the Bean Cartel. It's award-winning coffee in Australia and overseas. Roasted fresh in Melbourne and delivered to you, Australia-wide. Dangerously good coffee. TheBeanCartel.com.au.
You know what makes sense? Netball at the 2032 Brisbane Olympics.
And SEN's backing the bid for it to be added to the sports program.
Netball's a world-class athletic sport played by over 13 million players globally.
In fact, it's Australia's most popular team sport among women. Our Diamonds are #1 in the world, Andy.
Australia wants to share this great sport with the world and inspire little girls and boys everywhere to take to the court.
Help SEN back the bid to get netball into the Olympics. Sign the pledge at netball.com.au.
You're listening to the Bunnings Build-Up on AFL Nation for Bunnings Trade, helping tradies and builders get the job done.
This is the Bunnings Build-Up on AFL Nation, thanks to Bunnings Warehouse. Tom Morris alongside Adelaide Royalty, Mark Bickley, Ken Hinkley and Chad Corns as we prepare for tonight's game, Adelaide versus the Western Bulldogs at Adelaide Oval. Some really concerning news coming out now. Jonathan Brown has posted this on his personal Instagram account. Brownie said, "After undergoing a routine scan, I was recently made aware of a shadow on my brain that turned out to be a low-grade brain tumour." He went on to say, "I underwent surgery Wednesday with a positive outcome. I understand a surgery of this nature creates interest, and once I've recuperated, I'll share my experience. But for now, I need to take time to rest and recover." Needless to say, gents, our thoughts are with Brownie and his family at this time, and just gives us some good perspective, doesn't it, how serious life can be sometimes.
Change, if that's me working.
Yep.
It doesn't take long for things in life to be tipped upside down, does it? And, for Brownie and all the best to him and his family. Speedy recovery, which sounds like he's had a pretty good outcome at this stage. So it is a moment in time where you sit back and reflect.
Yeah, indeed. And, everyone's thoughts are with him. He's one of the big characters in our game. And, let's hope we see him back on deck when he's ready to go.
Universally loved, I reckon, Brownie. My toughest ever opponent. And a great, great man. So sending him lots of love.
All that's echoed from everyone here at AFL Nation to Jonathan Brown and his family. There are some footy issues to delve into. It's as Eddie Maguire used to say on the footy show, every week is a big week in football. This week is no different. It started off with Matthew Pavlich making an error of judgment and then not telling the entire truth at the Sydney Swans, which caused a bit of a stir off the field. But on the field, the biggest story of the week, I think, probably was related to Essendon, and that is their contract offer to Zach Merritt. What do you make of this, Bix, from your vantage point? I guess there's two schools of thought. One, it's they really want to keep Zach Merritt. They love him. The other is putting him under the pump and making him make a choice. Does he want to be there or not?
Yeah, look, it's such a difficult one, particularly coming from, outside the four walls. Probably we haven't seen what the application's been like, for the pre-season. I take it he's come back and knuckled down, but just not sure you'd be doing it at this stage. Or I certainly wouldn't be. I think I would be just waiting to see how the year unfolds, because let's say Essendon's season does get a bit tough, and there's every chance that it might head that way. You want to see what it's like when you're going to be in the trenches, and it's going to be really tough, and you want to see who's prepared to stand up and move forward and go through these really tough times. And I think you'll get a bit of an indication of, if Zach's really in this, or if he's got a little bit of a foot in the, or an eye for the future about where he could be. And I'd be inclined to see how that goes first before I start tabling offers to him.
Bix, I was fascinated to see the whole story come out. And I'm going, how can this story have come about after 6 months ago with already a longish term contract, 2 years remaining, to want to be re-signed, or the club want to re-sign it? I'm really interested in who wanted to do what in this story. It's more about that for me than anything else, because I'm sitting there going, if I'm the club, I've got a 2-year contract already for a player who just 6 months ago did everything he possibly could to leave the club. Yes, he's come back and then put himself back into the club, and he's played his heart out again the other night.
But it really wasn't his choice to come back, was it?
It wasn't his choice.
It
wasn't at all his choice. He didn't get a choice in the matter. And then, but if I'm the club, I'm going, why would I risk this same scenario happening with a longer term contract? Or maybe it makes the opposition can think about having to pay up a bigger price to get him. So I was a bit fascinated by the whole story, and I just didn't see. I couldn't for the life of me try and figure out who was wanting to do what.
Yeah.
And it was a little because if I'm the club, I'm going, no, why would I do that? Because you've already had a long-term contract and you tried to get out on us. We know exactly where we are. We're at rebuild, probably ground zero, and we're trying to go up the ladder, but it's going to be a slow burn. Zach, are you going to want to be a part of that slow burn? And you're telling me today you do? I was just... Tom, I was lost.
Tom, do you think he's willing to go through... It's going to be 2 or 3 years of pain, I would think, at Essendon. Do you think he's willing to sit through 2 or 3 more years down the bottom?
I think the answer to that 6 months ago is clearly no. I think he's more willing to do that than he is to go through the pain of what happened in the trade period and miss out again. I think that was traumatic from a football perspective for him and his family, having to want to get to another club, not getting there, and then the blowback that followed. So I'm not saying that he desperately wants to re-sign, but he's certainly open to the conversation. And I just wonder whether part of it from Essendon as well is they know that they are a more attractive club to bring players in if they lock Merritt in long term. Like they've got...
Why?
I think it shows stability. I think it shows, no, we've turned it around. Look at us go. We've got Welsh. We've got Scott. We've got a new head of fitness, Matt Innes, as well. And they were a mess last year. And if they can lock Merritt in long term, I think from a PR and optics perspective, it makes a degree of difference. To who, how much difference, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I sense that Essendon thought they were going to be a little bit better this year than where they are. And I think you nailed it, Ken, when you said they're at ground zero. I think last year they thought we've had so many injuries and all the stuff's going on. And
it was a terrible year for them. Yeah. Injury year.
Yeah, and it's probably difficult for them to get a read on it. But now you get some players back and you look at it and you're saying, well, maybe we are a year or so further back than what we think. And so now it might make sense if you can get some draft capital for him to actually make that decision. So to your point, Tom, around I don't want to put myself through this again, it's too traumatic. Well, I think maybe it could be facilitated a bit better if Essendon say, well, you know what, we have to actually move pretty quick here because before Tassie takes all the picks, we probably want to try and cash in some chips to get some more talent. They've got Caddy and Kako and they had some draft players drafted last year. I'd be staggered if they weren't trying to accumulate some more talent at that footy club in the next 18 months.
Tommy, do you agree with what my brother had said, that Sam Mitchell feels like he's dodged a bit of a bullet in not getting Zach there?
It was an unbelievable opinion.
He didn't say that.
He did. He said Hawthorn are breathing a sigh of relief, Ken, because they don't need Merritt in that midfield. They need a bigger-bodied midfielder, and they would have had to give up draft picks. I disagree with Kane on this point, and I've told Kane that on and off air. Merritt clearly makes Hawthorn better. I think that's objectively true.
I'm looking at that going, well, yeah, but they're all into Zach Butters, aren't they, Hawthorn?
Yeah, they are.
I'm looking at Zach Butters and Merritt, the two Zachs, and saying they're not much different. I mean, Zach Butters is very much an inside tough player when he needs to be. And Merritt can also do a bit of that, but Zach probably more. But they've got Will Day, they've got Newcomb, who are more than okay at that. They're bringing along
Nash is another
big body. I don't think they do need a big body. I think they need a bit of outside class, probably, more than anything. So that's a strange call.
Yeah, Jack Gunston would have liked him at the footy club, I bet. Another bloke kicking it to him.
Yeah, I think at the end of this year, I wouldn't rule out other clubs as well. I know the Hawks were keen. Jared Ruffhead was a big part of that. He's now left the Hawks to go to Adelaide. I wouldn't rule out Collingwood. I wouldn't rule out the Western Bulldogs. I wouldn't even rule out some interstate clubs as well. I think all the chips are on the table again if Merritt hasn't re-signed by then.
He's 31, 32 for the next 2 years, isn't he? Like when you think about his contract situation where he's got 2 more years to go.
Yeah.
So you're going to be talking about a bloke who's 33, 34. And I get it. Players can play for a lot longer. The pros can play for a lot longer. And having just lost Boakey at 36, you do know that. But they're different types of players. Buyer beware, owner beware. Sometimes you got to patch up your house too when it starts to crumble.
Yeah, well, he becomes an unrestricted free agent at the end of next season. And the easy option for him is just to wait until then and do whatever you want. But is he willing to go through another 2 years of not winning finals?
And who wants him in 2 more years?
Well, someone would, given that he can play small forward and half back, you'd imagine someone would take him as a free agent, Ken.
But his performance will be he'll win 2 more medals.
Yep. So he'll be an 8-timer. He'll be an 8-timer by then.
8-timer. So he'll have. But I don't know. There's not many clubs. I don't think that are going to look at a 33-year-old unless you're right there and you think that absolutely this is the only piece missing. Otherwise, you've got to go younger.
Yes or no, Tommy? Will he re-sign?
Well, I don't know for sure. I would be surprised if he did anytime soon. Put it that way. Is that
it's a yes if it's from Zach. It's a yes if it's from Essendon because it's a win-win for Zach.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you get paid a lot more money as well because
he's got guaranteed income.
That's right, and he's got a young family, so that makes a difference as well. The other club under the pump this week was St Kilda. Geez, I enjoyed Ross Lyon's media conference this week. I'm not sure if you heard him talking about algorithms. It was bizarre, Chad. Is it fair that we're hot on St Kilda at the moment, given their two performances so far against Collingwood and also Melbourne?
How have your friends in the media reacted to that press conference? Because it was quite condescending and even rude, I thought.
I love how Ross acts in press conferences because he's always that way. You got to go in armed because he'll ask questions back at you. I've got no issue with his media conferences at all. But the truth is with St Kilda, they are in this window now where they are expected to perform at a higher level than what they have in previous years because of the players they've brought in and the money they've spent. And if they lose this week against the Giants, they'll be 0-3 and questions will need to be asked. And questions are already being asked.
Yeah, the money they spent, that's an interesting question for me because everyone's got a salary cap and they've got to spend it. So they're just choosing to spend it differently to everyone else. They're spending the same money, but it just means there's probably 8 or 10 guys that aren't getting paid very much at St Kilda at the moment. And I don't mind that. If it works out that you can afford to pay Nasiah and De Koning and others, Flanders, and that gets you the result, that's fine. So I think that's immaterial how they manage that.
Yeah, so pick 7 for Flanders is the key really though, isn't it? That's a big price to pay, a top 10 pick. And it's also trading out your captain, Jack Steele, for a third rounder who is culturally very important in that team.
Yeah, look, culturally important, but I think they were moving on. I didn't mind Flanders, and people have gone off him a little bit, but it was only till last year when he got moved out of the midfield. I think he was averaging 28 or 29 disposals the year before at the Suns when he was a permanent midfielder. So I think it's still too early to tell. The big thing is for me is you can't change 5, 6, 7 players in your team and also play a slightly different way where Ross is trying to be more attacking and expect to be able to snap your fingers and have it round one turnkey ready to go. So I think the cohesion factor for me is the big thing. So as they play more together, I think we'll start to see back half of the year they'll be a much better outfit.
So if they go into the Giants game and they go 0-3
yes.
at the start of the year playing Collingwood at the G and the Giants away from home and Melbourne, what did we expect them to be?
1 and 2 probably.
1 and 2. So they're a point off.
Yeah.
They're a point off what everyone's going to blow up about.
And I reckon Ross will probably say that, Ken.
Because they spent some money.
Yeah.
They spent some money. The AFL make you spend your salary cap. You're not allowed to hang on to it. You can't put it in the bank.
Yeah, and draft capital. And draft capital.
And draft capital. Yeah, they gave it, but they've draft capital. Have a look at the ones that they've drafted in the last few years too.
Yeah.
I've got Wilson, you've got Filippo, you've got plenty that they've brought into the program. Owens, Windhager, the blokes that they brought out of their academy. Nasiah, Flanders was also a high pick when he got drafted. So they gave up 7 to get pretty much a 7-pick player back. So they've done pretty well with kids. I don't think they've been terrible with their kids. I just think, because they spent 1.7 or 8 on TDK and Silvani for, apparently 9 and Flanders for around 9, everyone says, well, that instantly says you're going to be better. That's not true. That is just not the facts. They're on their way and they'll win enough games by the end of the year. I think that they'll be okay.
And maybe even make the top 10. And, of course, that's a final spot in 2026, Kenny.
It's hard not to make the finals this year. I would have only missed the finals once in 13 years.
It's all about timing, Kenny.
The AFL's got a problem, and Jake Nile has written about it in The Age this evening. They've got a problem with First Nations representation in the league. So he's written that by 2030, they want just under 10% of AFL players to be Indigenous. That's 81 men and 29 AFLW. So they've got less than that now at the moment. There's 62 men and 22 AFLW. As coach, Ken, did you recognise this issue across the years? And what do you think the league can do to increase that representation? Because it's not necessarily players being drafted. It's retaining First Nations players in the system once they get drafted.
Yeah, it's a lack of understanding. It's a complete lack of understanding of what it takes to look after a First Nations player. Absolutely, a real passionate piece of mine, and I know we're going to touch on it tomorrow morning with Crunch Time with Jared and the boys, so it'll be something that I'll have a bit more time, having just seen a bit of the Jake's article, but I'm really passionate. I had a player, Willie Rioli, who in the last couple of years, 2 or 3 years, who's caused himself some problems, but some of the treatment that he used to get and some of the understanding that people don't have around cultural and the pieces that they come with, that they need care and they need protection, and you need to overdo it with them to make sure that they don't feel like they're on their own and lost. That is the biggest problem. They feel like they, unfortunately, are treated different still in our game. And that is so, so sad when we look at it like that.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And I think the most stark example for me was when Tyson Stengel was at Adelaide and was just battling and floundering a little bit in terms of everything, trying to make it all work. When he went to Geelong and Eddie Betts was involved and was much closer to him, was doing lots of work for him. It just, you saw the results that they were able to get. Now, once again, I'm very far away from it, so I'm not sure what has happened more recently with Tyson, but that's just a stark contrast where someone feels like they've got the environment that they can really flourish. And to your point, sometimes that's not always the case.
Yeah, it's an issue that the AFL's been aware of for a while, but it's at the lowest ebb now in 2 decades, the amount of Indigenous players in the AFL. And as Jake wrote, research shows that careers for First Nations players on average last for 1 year less than non-Indigenous players. And that's something that I think everyone's been aware of for a while. It's just how you fix that. Ken, I look forward to listening to and being with you on Crunch Time tomorrow morning. Matt Egan, the Western Bulldogs head of footy, is up next.
You're listening to the Bunnings Build-Up on AFL Nation for Bunnings Trade, helping tradies and builders get the job done.
We've got a breakdown on the Monash Freeway heading outbound at Warrigal Road with one lane closed, and the Melbourne Storm is back at Amy Park tonight from 8 o'clock. Expect busy traffic around the ground. If you see anything on the roads, 1300 595 937. Looking for great value insurance? You haven't shopped around until you've tried Yui. You insured. Visit yui.com.au today or call 13-YUI, and you won't miss a minute of this year's AFL season with every game live on SEN and streaming on the SEN app.
Got a leg in your same-game multi that's lacking heat? This AFL season, keep the fire alive and try PointsBet's new Pull-'em feature and remove a leg from your multi before the start of the third quarter. Terms and conditions apply. PointsBet, it's like hot sauce but for sport. Chances are you're about to lose.
At CommBank, we'll help you get your business in shape, no doubt. Whether you need capital, cash flow or payment solutions, talk to one of our local specialists today. Search CommBank Business. Eligibility criteria, T's and C's apply.
Melbourne, rugby league is built for everyone. It's multicultural round and nothing hits harder than watching a Melbourne Storm game at Amy Park. And tonight, your Melbourne Storm take on the reigning premiers, the Brisbane Broncos. It's sure to be an epic grand final rematch. So get down to Amy Park tonight to watch Storm take on the Broncos, kick off 8 p.m. Multicultural round is built for everyone, so don't miss out. Tickets selling fast at Ticketek.
Hi, Francesco from Floridia Cheese. This little slice of Sicily is considered the best artisan cheese in Australia. Our highly awarded Italian-style cheese is available at independent retailers. Visit floridiacheese.com.au. Floridia Cheese. Traditionally Italian, proudly Australian.
Crown Racket Club, served by Grey Goose, has landed on the Yarra, featuring 2 state-of-the-art panoramic paddle courts by the river where you can watch, play and experience the waterfront atmosphere. Take the experience off court with expansive seating designed for long afternoons and electric nights. And food curated in collaboration with Marmont, Jing Tai and Bistro Guillaume. Serve it up at Racket Club with Crown. Visit crownmelbourne.com.au.
Crown practices the responsible serving of alcohol.
Take a break at Metro Petroleum and enjoy a Mr. Whippy ice cream cup. Try the limited edition bubblegum flavour. It's creamy, colourful and fun. Available only for a limited time. Kick off your footy season with wings. Stay recharged and grab your resealable wings with 330ml Red Bulls at 2 for $8.50. Or grab the 473ml Red Bull range at 2 for $9.50. Available now at all participating Metro Petroleum locations from March 1st through to March 31st.
Real luxury is having the freedom to drive the way you want. From intelligent hybrids that charge as you go and versatile plug-in hybrids that fit seamlessly around your life to pure performance vehicles that make every drive feel alive. Every Lexus is built with precision, comfort and care. It's more than a car. It's a true driving experience. Discover the luxury of choice at Lexus of Brighton today. LMCT 9897.
Here's another tyre safety message from Tyre Power. If you're serious about safety on the road for you and your family, then you need a free tyre safety check from Tyre Power. There's so much more to it than just wear and tear and correct tyre pressure. If in doubt, give the experts a shout at Tyre Power and get a free tyre safety check. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
At Bunnings Trade, we can help keep your job site secure over the Easter break. From temporary fencing to security cameras and locks, we've got your site security sorted. Get in and grab what you need to keep your site safe over the long weekend. Bunnings Trade. Helping business is our trade.
You're listening to AFL Nation for Tyre Power. Get the power with your trusted tyre experts. And for 4 and 20 pies. You can't have footy without a 4 and 20 pie.
At 40 minutes away from the first bounce. Welcome back to AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies and for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts. This is the pre-game show, Adelaide versus the Dogs, for Before You Dig. Before every job, search Before You Dig online every time. Let's get an odds update thanks to PointsBet.
An odds update brought to you by PointsBet. It's like hot sauce, but for footy.
Jules to Soup here with an odds update for PointsBet. Adelaide, $1.90, take on the Western Bulldogs, $1.90, in a genuine coin flip on Friday night footy. This match certainly shapes as one of the tighter contests of the round, with both midfields set to go head-to-head. Now, before the same game multi, a reminder about PointsBet's Pull 'em. If you build a multi with at least 4 legs and a $4 total price, you can pull a leg that's lacking heat before the start of the third quarter. It's a great way to stay in control. So let's build our multi. First leg, Tommy Liberatore for 25-plus disposals. He's the Bulldogs' engine room and thrives in these matchups, recording 25-plus in 5 of his last 6 against the Crows, averaging nearly 28 disposals a game. Next up, Aaron Norton for 2-plus goals. He is in cracking form right now, 42 goals in his last 10 games and hitting 2-plus in every one of them. He's a serious presence up forward and just too hard to ignore. For leg 3, Luke Pedlar to hit the scoreboard. He's not always a lock in the Crows forward line, but when he plays, he impacts, kicking goal in 9 of his last 10 matches. He's a nice value inclusion for this one. Then the final leg, Marcus Bontempelli for 25-plus disposals. The Dogs skipper always finds a way to get involved, and in a game like this, expect him to be right around the action. So the pull of multi with PointsBet is Tom Liberatore, 25-plus disposals, Norton 2-plus goals, Luke Pedlar a goal, and Marcus Bontempelli, 25-plus disposals. Total price, $4.75. And remember, with PointsBet's Pull 'em, you can remove a leg before the start of the third quarter. So just keep a close eye on Luke Pedlar's role early in this game. Should be a cracking contest, this one. Dogs never beaten the Crows at Adelaide Oval. That run will continue. The Crows in a close one by 5 points. For all your AFL markets, get onto the PointsBet app.
Brought to you by PointsBet. It's like hot sauce, but for footy. PointsBet, built different. Imagine what you could be buying instead. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au.
Both teams are warming up. We're not far away from the first bounce. Tom Morris with you tonight alongside Chad Corns, Ken Hinkley, Mark Bickley, and Adam White isn't too far away as well. He'll be commentating the game. Both teams are out on the ground for their warm-up. For Ream Manufacturing in Australia for 80 years, the Adelaide Crows have confirmed AFL Nation story from a bit earlier on. Chase Jones has come in. He replaces Hugh Bond, who is out with illness. The Western Bulldogs as selected, so Jordan Croft replacing Will Lewis, who was omitted. Matt Egan is the Western Bulldogs EGM of football. He joins us now. Matt, welcome to AFL Nation.
G'day, Tom. G'day, guys. How are you?
How close to your best footy are you playing at the moment, Matt, at 2 and 0?
Yeah, it's a good start. As you just said then, Tom, obviously playing the reigning premiers round 1 away. When you're looking at the fixture early in the season, if you can get a win there, it's a great start. And then obviously we rate GWS really highly. So good start, but you can't get ahead of yourself in this game. It's every week it feels like you're up against someone who's just as challenging.
It feels like last year, given your struggles against top 8 teams, the last 2 weeks have been really significant. But Crows away from home is never easy, particularly the last couple of years. What's your biggest challenge?
Yeah, we haven't we've had some close games against the Crows the last few years where they got us twice, and both similar ways. Obviously here at Adelaide Oval, their big guys have got us each time. Last year, Phil Thorpe at Marble kicked 6, and Fogarty seems to play really well against us. So that's probably been the issue the last few times, but they're a really experienced side. You go through each line now, and even someone like Worrell, he plays like a 200-game player. I know he's only about 53 games, but I feel like they're really well balanced, big bodies, and bringing someone like Rankin in this week, they're a pretty stacked side. So obviously really challenging, but like I said earlier, it feels like every week it's something similar.
Is there some sort of theme or different philosophy from Luke Beveridge this week? I know he's been a master at these sort of things over the journey. What's his message been over the last few days?
The theme is slightly different each week, but this year it's just been about building week on week. So it's pretty boring stuff. But over the last sort of 3 years, 3 years ago, we had 7 games where it was a bit of a surprise for us, where a quarter got out of hand and we lost 7 or 8 goals in a quarter. So we feel like we fixed that up a few years ago. And then last year it was 9 games, 21 points or under. So over pre-season, worked really hard on just the little things and the big moments, the highest pressure games, being ready for those moments. And it feels like the first 2 weeks has been a good start. So Bevo's got a new theme. I haven't seen it yet. He usually brings it out in our pre-game meeting, but it's been pretty consistent week in, week out.
Matty, Chad Corns here, mate. Thanks for coming on.
G'day, Chad.
You just touched on the Crows forward line, and I thought one of your defenders in Rory Lobb played one of the better games I've seen him play last week. Will he get the Thilthorpe matchup?
Yeah, I think it will depend on where they start on the ground, Chad. Obviously, they've got the 3 big guys that sort of rotate, and seeing Thilthorpe play over the last few years with his elite tank, if he does get up the ground, it is probably the matchup for Lobby, and James O'Donnell usually stays in the middle layer, and someone like Buku, who's had a really strong start to the season, has been deeper. So, all those guys are, I'm guessing, 105 kilo plus, so we're going to have to rotate a little bit. But, yeah, you're right, Lobby's had a great start to the season. He's finding the balance of when to mark and when to spoil, and he's only played 1 season down back, and he had 9 spoils last week, and he's worked really hard with Daniel Pratt, our backline coach, this year on just finding that balance, because he's a big boy and he can get in the way, and when he's in a really good spot, take your mark. But when you're on someone like Phil Thorpe and it's a bit of a risk, just spoil it and reset it and get a stoppage. That's probably where he's found the balance this year.
There you go, Kenny. How are you, mate?
Hey, Ken. How are you?
Good, thank you. Team defence. I mean, the change over team defence. How would you describe it to our listeners if there was one thing you're looking for in team defence to show that the Dogs are on?
Yeah, well, again, it's pretty relevant against this team, to be honest, because last year against them, our pressure up the ground was really poor, and someone like Lobby on Phil Thorpe just didn't have a chance. He's a big boy. If he's kicks out in front, he's so strong, and they're really hard to beat. Whereas if you can get some pressure on, create a high ball, guys like Lobby, James O'Donnell, Buku, they do read the ball really well in the air and can back themselves and take a mark. So if the ball's kicked out in front with no pressure and our layers in defence are just getting through us too easily, it's going to be a really tough day for us down back, but that's due to our team defence. So pressured game is good for us, and that's what our mids have been doing so well the first 2 weeks to make the whole ground look really safe.
Matt, just one quick one. It's Mark Bickley. Just wanted to see if this is fair. Like a lot of people would look at the Bulldogs and say, well, it's Marcus Bontempelli or bust through the middle of the ground, but the continued development of Richards, Matt Kennedy's had a great start to the year. Joel Frazier is another one who's emerging. You look so much more well-rounded, which gives you the flexibility of using Bont up forward if needed.
Yeah, spot on, Bix. Obviously, the Brisbane game was, on the line, 26 points down at three-quarter time. We moved Marcus forward. So the mids, you sort of back them, and Ed Richards had an outstanding game, so he has to step up. But then you're spot on. Someone like Matt Kennedy, who's a big body, has had a really good start in the Western Bulldogs colours, and you need to rely on these young guys. We do have a lot of young guys in our team. I think it's 11 under 50 games. And you've got to rely on them to stand up in the big moments. And guys like Riley Sanders and Joel Frazier, who have invested heavily in the draft and getting games into them, they need to stand up for us. So the game where Marcus goes forward, you think it's a risk moving him out of the midfield, but he kicks a goal in the first 5 minutes and then intercepts another one and helps to score another goal. So his ability to play anywhere on the ground as the years go on is pretty significant for us.
Matty, just a quick one from me. One of my favourites is Adam Treloar. How's his calf tracking?
Yeah, he's obviously had a pretty rough pre-season. He started really well his first month back after the break was sensational, and he's just had a few niggles. So last week he played about 60%. So you're just trying to build him up, get him some confidence back in his body where he feels he can play, because he is one that Bevo's shown over the journey. As soon as he's ready, he plays, and his touch and his ability to win in tight and be clean and help us score is unbelievable. So just trying to build his body, get some confidence, but you got to do that in the VFL just for a few weeks until your body feels confident, and then I'm sure he'll get his opportunity.
Matty, Luke Beveridge got you off the hook this week. He spoke about Zach Butters, so you don't need to, which means we don't need to ask, and I'm sure we'll chat
my God,
later on in the year, and maybe that issue becomes more pressing. Appreciate your time. Good luck tonight, and we'll chat to you later on.
All right, guys. Thanks.
That's Matt Egan, the EGM of football at the Western Bulldogs. We'll deep dive into the game next with Chad Corns, Mark Bickley, and also Ken Hinkley. But on the way to the break, let's get a Trots update.
Head to thetrots.com.au for expert harness racing tips and in-depth analysis from all major Victorian meetings.
Tim O'Connor from Harness Racing Victoria joins us. This Sunday is the Victorian Harness Racing Awards function. Tim, who's in line for the state's top honours from season 2025?
Yeah, thanks for having me, Tom. Yeah, it's going to be a great night. Probably the 5 key horses in the running. I'll go through them. Tracy the Jet, RC Phoenix, Kiang Zahara, Bay of Biscay, and the Old Marvel, Bulletproof Boy, probably Victoria's favourite horse. They're the 5 key horses vying for the state's big honour, the 2025 Victorian Horse of the Year, of course, taken at the last 2 years by the now retired champion Just Believe. So that's the headline act. We've also got a stack of other awards, Tom, throughout the course of the night. The Gordon Rothicker Medal, that's harness racing in Victoria's highest individual honour. That'll go to a worthy recipient. The Pearl Kelly Award, the highest individual honour for a female. I'm told there's 2 of those being awarded on Sunday night. The Living Legend, every year we induct a living legend into the Caduceus Club Living Legend Hall of Fame, and there'll be a stack of other awards categories for 2, 3, 4 and aged horses and a few other bits and pieces as well. It's going to be a great night. That's Sunday at Melton Entertainment Park, and I need to go buy a suit, boys, because they've thrown me the keys to host the night.
Oh, that's fantastic. Good luck for that. Speaking of Melton, tonight and also Saturday night, you got some best bets for us?
Yeah, there's a few I like. So 7 races tonight, fellas, and 10 on Saturday. Tonight, I reckon we can play late. So race 6, number 7, a horse called What's the Tea, I think can be winning. And race 7, number 3, Shine Like the Sun, all one word, race 7, number 3. I think they can both go really close tonight. That'll give us a bit of money for Saturday night. I'll give you 4 bets. You can multi them up. I'll do what you want. Race 6, number 7, Bulletproof Boy. He's in the running for the Victorian Horse of the Year Award. I think he can be winning on Saturday night. Race 7, number 2, Follow the Ace, should be leading and winning. Race 8, number 8, Jillaby Nitro. He won the Geelong Pacing Cup last Friday night. I reckon he can double down and win again on Saturday. And the one that I'm not saying it's a moral, but it's close to it, race 9, number 7, Rockin' with Attitude. So they're the 4 best bets on Saturday, fellas.
Tim, good luck for the weekend and enjoy the hosting gig.
Thanks, mate. And I reckon the Crows tonight if you want to add a 5th leg to that multi.
Not the only one. Tim O'Connor joining us from Harness Racing Victoria. Head to thetrots.com.au for expert harness racing tips and in-depth analysis from all major Victorian meetings. This is AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies and Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts.
You're listening to AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food.
Do you like beer? Do you like golf? Then you'll probably like the Cooper's Mild Ale inaugural Cooper Pedy Classic. Win at Cooper Pedy, the world's roughest course, and you and a mate will score a trip to play at some of the world's finest in Scotland, the birthplace of golf. To enter, just buy any Cooper's Mild Ale. You don't have to be a pro, you just have to buy a beer. T's and C's apply. Visit coopers.com.au.
The footy, it's here, it's happening, and the footy's back sale is on now at Tyre Power. When it comes to tyres, place your family in safe hands and go with the Premiership team, Tyre Power. During the footy's back sale, buy 3, get 1 free on Pirelli Cinturato tyres, exclusive and only at Tyre Power. Don't forget about the Tyre Power tipping comp. You can enter anytime during the season at sentipping.com.au and play for over $25,000 worth of cash and prizes, including $5,000 cash from Tyre Power.
This season, kick those DIY project goals with Trojan. From the garage to the garden and everywhere in between, Trojan has the tools to help you get the job done. No fuss, just a broad range of trusted tools, all at DIY prices and backed by a match-winning lifetime warranty. Whatever the task, Trojan tools are up for the job this season. Trojan, tools built tough. Available in store or online at Bunnings Warehouse.
According to the latest government data, Australian mining paid $74 billion in taxes and royalties in 1 year. That's more tax than any other industry. It's enough to fund Medicare, helping fund the services Australians rely on. That's the difference Australian mining makes. To find out more, go to thatsmining.com.au. Authorised by T Constable Canberra. Sourced from ATO 2223 and EY25 data.
Each moment has led us here.
This is always going up.
Stream every game of the NBL Finals live with ESPN on Disney+. Dreams will be tested and legacies will be born.
This is terrific.
This is what champions are made for.
That is spectacular.
The biggest stage in the NBL roars louder than ever.
Time for something remarkable.
NBL Finals, streaming live with ESPN on Disney+.
Good health is contagious. And at Bupa, we're helping it spread around Australia by helping our almost 4 million members live healthier. Search Bupa Health Insurance today. Proud member partner of Carlton Football Club.
Does your local tick all the boxes? Monday steaks, Tuesday Palmers, Wednesday trivia, Thursday oysters and Prosecco, Friday discounted schooners during the footy, and a Sunday roast. Sounds like the Flying Duck, where Gastropub meets the neighbourhood local favourite. 67 Bendigo Street, Paran.
Real luxury is having the freedom to drive the way you want. From intelligent hybrids that charge as you go and versatile plug-in hybrids that fit seamlessly around your life to pure performance vehicles that make every drive feel alive. Every Lexus is built with precision, comfort and care. It's more than a car. It's a true driving experience. Discover the luxury of choice at Lexus of Brighton today. LMCT 9897.
You know what makes sense? Netball at the 2032 Brisbane Olympics.
And SEN's backing the bid for it to be added to the sports program.
Netball's a world-class athletic sport played by over 13 million players globally.
In fact, it's Australia's most popular team sport among women. Our Diamonds are #1 in the world, Andy.
Australia wants to share this great sport with the world and inspire little girls and boys everywhere to take to the court.
Help SEN back the bid to get netball into the Olympics. Sign the pledge at netball.com.au.
You're listening to AFL Nation for Tyre Power. Get the power with your trusted tyre experts. And for 4 and 20 pies. You can't have footy without a 4 and 20 pie.
Ready to go. I've been ready to go for a few months actually. So watching the boys play, had a hamstring niggle, but I'm all good to go now. So keen as being away from the game, trying not to be too involved. Definitely made that hunger a bit stronger, and the excitement to be back and be around the boys, coming up good against good opposition is extremely exciting. So just keen as to get out there.
That's the returning Isaac Rankin talking to Channel 7 just a few moments ago. Ken, take us inside the club. Or a club when someone misses a significant amount of football for essentially what is an off-field issue, even though it did happen on the field. The support that would have been given to Rankin, the education that would have been given to him as well, but also the hard conversations that would have happened behind closed doors to culminate in this moment tonight when he returns to play.
Yeah, there's a lot that goes into that question. I'm sorry, Tom. It's not as simple as a 2-minute answer because there's just so much that goes on from the initial incident happening to the AFL dealing with it, to the penalty being handed down, to the start of I suppose the word redemption maybe is maybe not the right word, but how do you make your way back? How do you turn back up to your footy club? Because we deal with lots of people in our communities of our footy club that are affected by comments like that. We had Jeremy Finlayson.
Yep. At
Port Adelaide, who was he the first player that went for that?
Yeah, in recent times.
Gold Coast. In recent times, Gold Coast. Young Powell, I think, might have.
Yeah.
Was it Powell?
Yeah, I think it was Finlayson, then Powell. But there's been a few across the journey the last couple of years.
Certainly don't want to put anyone in any of those situations if they weren't. But I'm just trying to remember the names. And
no,
Jeremy
definitely was Will Powell. Yep.
Jeremy was one who we dealt with at Port Chat, and there's a lot of work that goes into it because instant remorse comes over the person, the player, and then they've got to deal with a lot of media attention and brought on themselves. So you don't excuse the behaviour by any means, but as a coach, you've got to go into the mode of how do I help this player? How do I educate this player? How do I get this player to understand the significance of what he's done? How do I make sure his teammates also understand that this is a bigger moment than just his moment, because we all have to learn from these situations and get better at these situations. It was a tough time, wasn't it, at Port with that?
It's always really tough, but from afar watching Isaac just speak over the last couple of weeks, it looks like he's really grown, matured and learnt from it, and that's all you can ask in that situation.
Yeah, and you're right, and given that he got such a suspension that meant that he missed the finals last year, he's missed the first couple of games of the first game of this season, he'll be looking to play well tonight, and it's a fine balance, isn't it? You don't want to necessarily celebrate his return because he was missing for the wrong reasons, but yet from a football perspective, it is significant. Like, he is arguably their most exciting and best player.
I'm sure the Crows supporters will celebrate it when he gets his first touch and no doubt kicks his first goal, because I'm assuming he spends the majority time forward. We spoke to Scott Burns today on our SEN show, and he thought it would be about 50-50, but I'd be surprised if he's in the midfield, sort of more than 40% first up.
How big is tonight for the Crows, gents? It's at home. They're coming off the result last week against the Pies. How much does it mean to them beyond just the 4 points?
Look, in this competition, it means a lot every week, not just because it's your first home game and the first time in Adelaide, to be honest, to have football in our state since the season started. It's a big night for the Crows, a big night for for all their supporters here. There'll be 50,000 plus here that will be expecting big things from them and wanting them to show some improvements from last year. It's a good test for them after the two finals that they missed out on. They've come up against one of the teams everyone's now spruiking a bit more than they were this time last year. At the end of last year. So the Bulldogs are appearing to look like one of them potential top four sides who the Crows will need to make sure they're ready to play at their best. The challenge is their offensive team. Crows are really, really good in that place themselves. Defensive team, the Crows are better and have been better with Mark Keane in the team, with Curtin in the team, who's out of the team. We forget about that. He's a 195 sliding defender who can get back from the wing and help out. It means a lot to the Crows. I mean, I know we had Tim on early and we talked around, eyes down, one game at a time. And look, they can say that all year to me, but I'm not going to believe it. I ain't going to believe it because they're going to just talk around. They can't prove another thing until round 25.
Yeah. And they're going to have
silly.
They're going to have a hard.
Silly, doesn't it? Round 2, and I'm saying round 25. Show me then.
Show me the wing in a final.
Yeah, don't show me now. And I get it. I expect you to win lots of footy. I expect you to be in the finals, and I expect you to be a dominant team for large parts of the season. Chad, I don't know how you feel.
No, but so much was made of, firstly, the injuries that happened over pre-season, and then secondly, the toughest start to a season in terms of draw in recent memory. So if they can walk away 2-0, the confidence and belief that creates, the buzz around just the Crows crowd, if they win tonight, will be amazing.
Well, mate, they're like that every week. If they win in this town, they will be flying, and they'll be expected to be, in Adelaide, they'll be premiership favourites.
Yep,
that's what
absolutely
happens. That's just the way it goes over here. But, their challenge is Collingwood at the G was a great win, a big win, but I'm not sure it's going to prove to be a significant win. But Nixie, I thought, explained it very well. When this moment comes, when the Collingwood chant gets going in front of 70,000 people, we need to be able to beat these teams. And this is a team they hadn't been able to beat. So tick for that box. Hopefully first game at home, tick for that box. But as I keep saying, it's going to come back and keep coming back all year. It's going to be one of those repeating stories where we're going to continually wait to see what happens at the end of the season.
I know in round 18 last year, the Dogs lost by 11 points to Adelaide at Marvel Stadium. Bond had 37, Norton kicked 5. So what's the Crows' plan for them tonight? Let them go and expect to win again, or are they going to clamp down, particularly on Bont?
Well, there's two schools of thought. I'd love just to see a head-to-head old-school matchup, Bont v Dawson. I know that probably won't happen. I spoke to Mark Bickley before. He thinks Dawson will take care of Bont, especially around the stoppages, but it won't just be Dawson. It'll be more of a team focus. And Norton, I don't know. Is it Murray? Is it Butts? Who goes to Darcy?
No, Butts you'd think will take the tallest, which will be Darcy.
Think so.
And he'll blow him up. Darcy will blow him up. So that's what will probably happen in that space.
So without Keane, who I rate very, very highly, I think he's a huge loss to the Crows' backline. And I'm not sure Butts and Murray can control Norton and Darcy if the ball's coming in the right way.
Yeah, that'd be concerned.
If they get enough, and the Bulldogs will get enough supply out of stoppage. They'll be at least 50-50 from stoppage, and particularly from centre bounce. If they win centre bounce, that's where you get to expose the biggest danger when the ball's going forward with the low numbers. That's where your time comes. Bulldogs will flood back in general play. They will have a lot of players back in the Crows forward 50. They'll choke them up. But the difference is, I think the Crows' 3 players, Fogarty, Thilthorpe and Walker, they can all set sail from outside 50.
Yep.
And they can penetrate really quickly from long distance. So it'll be a challenge. And then whether the Crows are able to squeeze it in their half. Scoreboard efficiency in this game for the Crows might be a little bit tough based on that.
Chad, Ken, thanks for having me tonight. Adam White isn't too far away. He'll be leading the call in a few moments' time and after the break. This is AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies. And for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts. It's the pre-game show for Before You Dig, Before Every Job. Search Before You Dig online every time. And if you're watching footy from home, open the SEN app and use SEN Sync to match your TV with our AFL Nation broadcast for Australian-made, made to support Australians. Right here, Adam White will be leading that broadcast. He's up next.
You're listening to AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food.
Take a break at Metro Petroleum and enjoy a Mr. Whippy ice cream cup. Try the limited edition bubblegum flavour. It's creamy, colourful and fun. Available only for a limited time. Kick off your footy season with wings. Stay recharged and grab your resealable wings with 330ml Red Bulls at 2 for $8.50. Or grab the 473ml Red Bull range at 2 for $9.50. Available now at all participating Metro Petroleum locations from March 1st through to March 31st.
Had an accident? Get your car fixed now and pay for it later. Sheen Panel Service are now offering Afterpay with 27 locations across Victoria, a range of over 600 accident replacement vehicles, a lifetime guarantee on repairs, plus Sheen can even pick up and drop off your vehicle. Fix now, pay later at Sheen Panel Service. Find your closest location at sheengroup.com.au.
T's and C's apply.
The buzzer beaters, the comebacks, the rock star players, the rivalries, the three-pointers, and all the explosive dunks. Each moment of the NBL season has led us here. Stream every game of the NBL Finals live with ESPN on Disney+. Dreams will be tested and legacies will be born. This is what champions are made for. Going into battle on the quest for NBL Championship glory on the biggest stage. The NBL Finals, streaming live with ESPN on Disney+.
Growing a business is rewarding, but cash flow pressure can be stressful. Supplier invoices, tax obligations, payroll requirements, it all adds up. Octet can power your business with smart business finance. From lines of credit to unlocking cash from unpaid invoices, Octet helps your business move forward. Plus, you can choose to earn frequent flyer points on eligible payments. So, keep cash flowing, seize growth opportunities, and be rewarded. Find out more at octet.com. That's OCTET.com. Lending criteria and conditions may apply.
Ozito brushless home and garden power tools are built to work. Tough isn't something you just claim. It's something you prove. It's about handling the hard, repetitive stuff without giving up. Testing what you're made of and what you're working with. When it comes to doing tough jobs around the home, do it yourself. Ozito brushless power tools. Do you. Only at Bunnings Warehouse.
With a motto like success through service, it's no wonder Alex Scott and staff deliver winning results. Servicing Gippsland since 1886, they're your local experts in livestock, rural property and real estate. Alex Scott and staff, Gippsland born and bred. Visit alexscott.com.au.
When you're in line for a large oat latte, turn your daily grind into your time to shine with our $40 million jackpot every 3 minutes. Keno Go. Download now. 18 plus only. T's and C's apply. Gamble responsibly.
Did you know when you purchase 6 or more bottles of wine here at Liquorland, you'll save a massive 10% off the total cost just by scanning your flybys? It's never been easier to stock up and save on our great range of wine. Scan your flybys at Liquorland and collect points to get more rewards, holidays and money off your shop with us. Whatever the reason, Liquorland will bring the drinks. Cheers. Liquorland. 18 plus only. T's and C's apply. Choose to drink wise.
Real people, real products, real fun. No matter who you are, Sexyland has something real sexy for everyone. With Australia's biggest range of sexy costumes, lingerie, couples toys and fun gifts and games for adults. Sexyland. 11 stores in Melbourne and Geelong, open till midnight 7 days a week. Or shop online for 2-hour delivery. Sexyland.com.au.
You're listening to AFL Nation for Tyre Power. Get the power with your trusted tyre experts. And for 4 and 20 pies. You can't have footy without a 4 and 20 pie.
Yes, welcome back to AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies and for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts. Adam White in the box. I feel like I'm in Port Adelaide's coaching box tonight. I've got Ken Hinkley and also Chad Corns with me to watch Adelaide and the Western Bulldogs. The Bulldogs are already out on the field and the Crows have just crashed through their banner as well. Let's get our thoughts from our experts for Power Bay, premium energy solutions for sustainable Australian homes. I'll start with you, Ken. This feels like a real, genuine top-of-the-table sort of clash. I know it's only round 3, and I know the Bulldogs missed the finals last year, but with the way the Bulldogs started and the Crows having that win against the Magpies, it just feels that whoever wins tonight does kind of get a jump on the rest of the competition.
Yeah, it certainly opens up that way, doesn't it? And Adam, with what you're looking at, and you go, well, the Bulldogs are currently sitting second and the Crows are sitting 6th on the makeshift ladder, I call it, for the next few weeks, because it's never going to be accurate with all the interruptions we've got coming. But it's got the feel and a build-up. Like, we've all got some questions, I reckon, about both clubs that we're still waiting to be answered. With the Crows last week, taking on Collingwood was a big tick for them, and the Bulldogs keeping GWS, I think it was to 53 or 63 points. I'm thinking very low score, and did what they do, and that's pound the scoreboard. So we're wondering whether against the best defensive team in the competition over the last little bit, can they still score as efficiently as they have? But there's a big prize on the line, Chad, for whoever gets the victory.
Well, firstly, Kenny, if you told us this time last year that yourself and I would be commentating a Crows game, would you have ever thought that was possible?
Well, I would have thought, to be honest, I would have thought it's possible for me. Because I already knew that I was tiptoed up the road. It was already my time to go, and it was my time to go. I was really ready for that to happen. So I probably had a little thought to what the future may or may not look like. But with you and Adam sitting up in the level 4 commentary box at Adelaide, first time drove into Adelaide Oval in 13 years, I didn't know where to go.
Yes.
I walked in and go, well, where do I go actually here? Well, I'm parking in the northern car park, which is foreign for a start.
You've never done that before. That would have hurt you.
I couldn't have believed that I had to go there. And then secondly, I'm walking through a crowd of Adelaide people at the gate, and they're all looking at me sideways. I put my head down and tried to get out of there, and then found my way to level 4. But this is going to be, look, I love nothing more than going and watching footy. So yes, I'm not in the coach's box, but I'm in the next best spot, Chad, with you and Whitey watching this game of footy, and what a cracker it'll be.
So, Chad, I'm going to ask you about this one. We're looking for unmissable moments tonight for Drinkwise. You won't miss a moment if you Drinkwise. And I know you were kind of talking about this a little bit earlier, the possibility of the two captains to go head-to-head in the middle. As a fan, we'd like to see that. But would that be in the best interests of Adelaide to let Bontempelli go?
With the form Bont's in, I think everyone would agree he's the informed player in the comp. I rate Dawson very highly, though, and I think Dawson can do damage all over the ground, but I just don't think, yes, like you said, from a viewer, from a commentator, we would love to sit back and watch two great players go head-to-head. But I think Dawson will try and take care of Bont around stoppage, and then it'll be more of a team focus, the Adelaide Crows trying to just quell a bit of the Bont's influence, because I don't think he got enough time put into him last week.
Choose to drink wise, looking for those unmissable moments tonight. So, Kenny, we're only, 10 minutes away from the opening bounce, thereabouts. If it was a coach's box, what are you looking for from your players at the moment? Anything, or your work's done and you just let them play? You're getting nervous at this point?
Yeah, you are. You're definitely nervous and you're anxious. You're sitting on the edge of your seat, and I've been for the last couple of years sitting down there on the bench. So, you're really close to the action. You get a bit of a feel for the action. You get a bit of a feel for what the crowd's even thinking, I reckon, because you go, well, the anticipation of the crowd comes through a little bit. And you're sitting there wondering how we're going to start. Have we got them prepared as well as we need to? And you won't know until the first 4 or 5 minutes of the game getting going. And look, I used to have a pretty good feel, I think, for how we were going early in the game. And if that started up okay, relax a little. Knowing that you're never going to get every minute of an AFL game on your terms. Very rare games that they happen where you're going to have to go through an opposition run on, a few things going against you, 50-metre penalty, free kick, blood rule, someone gets hurt, all those things you got going. But they happen in action. When they happen in action, it's autopilot. It's like you call them the game, I reckon. When you get into autopilot, you're just doing what you do. That's what's happening in game day. But when I'm sitting here waiting now, I'm sitting here going, what could go wrong? What might go wrong? I'm not sitting there going, I think we'll kick the first 6. Because you're always thinking in the negative now. You're thinking in the, what do I have to make sure that we're right for so we don't get ourselves in trouble? And that's always the challenge of it. Nixie will be doing the same. Bevo will be doing the same. Knowing the importance of any game of football, you've just got to add up wins, and it starts here. Both teams have almost completed their warm-up. Serene, steady, hot and strong. A shout-out to Liquorland as well. Value landed. Stock up and save with a 700ml bottle of Aperol Aperitifo. 2 for $72, ends the 31st of March. T's and C's apply. So, Chad, from your point of view as an assistant coach, can you sometimes almost read too much into things and you start looking for things and start jumping at shadows, particularly if you're down at ground level, kicking footies to the players, 5 minutes out? Is the voice intense enough? Are they moving well enough?
That's a good point. I used to have different rituals that I'd have with players pre-game, and one was with Charlie Dixon. And if he dropped the first 3 lead-up balls I kicked him, we knew we were in trouble with him. But right now, as an assistant coach, because we're always sitting up high, you're more looking at the opposition team to see if there's any different positional moves, if players are warming up in different areas than they might have otherwise. But it's a very much, you've done all you can right now, and all the trust is put over to the players, and Kenny when he was down on the bench, and you feel very helpless as an assistant up in the box at this stage.
We're getting close. We're getting close. So the final word from the coaches before the bounce for best sheds. Australian sheds at the lowest prices. Ken, if you're the Bulldogs coach tonight, Luke Beveridge, what's your final message to them?
Bevo he'd have his team going, and it'd be ringing through his players' ears now about. And I think the number one thing he'll be talking about is their defensive intent. Because they know they've worked on it all summer, and this is where they're going to get another massive test against a high-scoring, high-powered team who, if their defensive intent is down, and he won't be just talking to one player, he won't be just talking to the defenders, he'll be talking to the whole 23 players about, we know the importance of everyone in doing their job. We've got to get pressure immediately on the ball to try and push a high ball in the sky so we can get help out against the key forwards that the Crows have got. And that'll be a real challenge for the Bulldogs, but he'll be talking a lot about that. He'll be talking about opportunities to expose, and I was just looking down here on the ground and I seen Jones warming up in the defenders for the Crows as a small back. He'll be thinking, well, who's he going to go to? Riley West, and Jones has played wing all through the pre-season, and now with Bond out of the side, who's a big out for the Crows, and underestimated out, he'll be thinking, well, there's an opportunity, there's a chance to get it in there. If we can get in there quick, we might be able to get something going.
We've got the Prime Minister just down in front of us here, fellas, over for tomorrow's state election. He gets around to the sporting events, doesn't he?
He does.
He's smart, isn't he? He's trying to get himself
a few more votes.
Trying to get some
votes. Was that Adelaide Crows scarf around his neck? He's
I think they were intending to give him one. I'm not sure if he'll put it on, being a big Hawks man, but who knows?
Yes. No, I don't think he'll put it on, will he?
He couldn't.
And if he does, he's lost my vote.
He had yours, did he?
I don't know. I'm just saying he's lost my vote. If he had a chance to get my vote, he's lost it.
Well, based on what they're all saying, I don't think it really matters too much as to what scarf he wears.
Just think on the other
tonight.
side of your comments then about the Bulldogs' defence, Kenny. I think the Crows have to start with some real dare offensively. I think the first half of them last week, it was very long down the line, strong side footy, and then they really broke it open there in the third. And at their best, I think they moved the ball as good as any team in the comp. They have lost a bit of use off half back. Like Keane, for a big guy, uses it well. Hinge isn't playing. He's an important ball user. So they're going to need more than Malera off half back lighting it up. But I'd love to see them take the game on early.
Yeah, they're going to need to, for sure. And if I'm Bevo, I'm going to put some time into Malera.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm just straight away going, you go and put him to sleep as best you can. All of a sudden, you know, if it's Davison or someone like that who goes with him with the sole purpose to limit his impact on rebound, that's going to go a long way towards having the game on their terms.
The coin toss for Keno Go's $40 million jackpot. Download the app. Adelaide has won it through Dawson, and he and the Crows are going to kick to the Riverbank stand end in this opening term. Keno Go play with $2 today. That has been our pre-match show for Before You Dig. The saxophonist has finished, which means we're almost ready for the opening bounce. It's not a full house.
It will be by the time we get
close.
It'll get there.
Friday night in Adelaide, there'll be a bit of traffic. They're still streaming in. The Crows will get to 50, I reckon, close to, won't they?
They have to. Has to break 50.
Just with daylight saving still a thing, it still feels like a big bash match more than a football match with the weather that we've had here in Adelaide today. You can still see the bright blue skies with the fading sun.
I'm just watching them go out now, watching the Crows defenders go down and define their matchups, because I think we're all fascinated with who goes to who in the forward line.
We've got lob on Phil Thorpe to start with, down the other end.
And I'm looking at the Bulldogs end. Murray's going to go down to Norton.
No, Karma's still Thorpe.
Butts has gone to Darcy. And they've got Sanders on Malera, which I think is a dangerous matchup for both sides.
Lob's actually got Fogarty.
So here we go. Footy for the first time in 2026 in Adelaide, and the Bulldogs get the opening clearance through Kennedy. Up towards centre half forward. Malera's there. Handball missed the target. Bontempelli. Handballs to Darcy. To Richards. Look out. He gets crunched by Keys. And the umpire comes in and will throw it up about 60 metres out from the Bulldogs' goal in the corridor. Bit of a hospital handball there. Richards knew the contact was coming. Up they go. McAndrew got the tap down. Berry got a kick forward through the congestion. Neil Bullen crashes inside the centre square. Another stoppage.
There's definite some separation between Riley Thilthorpe and the rest of the competition up here in the ground now. He's got a lot of space between him and the last.
He's on the 50, isn't he?
Berry again gets tackled. Liberatore there. Kennedy as well. Another stoppage. Very congested centre half forward for the Bulldogs. This time English went straight to Malera. He got out to Rochelle. Spreads to the members' side.
There he is.
On the bounce.
First possession. Listen to that.
Rankin, who kicks it nicely too to Fogarty, who marks just inside the field of play. Wants to kick on quickly over the head of Neil Bullen. Karmas gets there first for the Dogs. Handballs over the top there to Jacques. In a bit of trouble are the Dogs? No, they're not. Liberatore. Handball to Karmas. Has to be quick. Is quick. Got the handball to Richards. Inside the centre square. Penetrating ball inside 50. Fraser runs onto it. Open goal. Tries to run it home, and he unsuccessfully does.
Great defence from Karmas
to the
there.
left.
At first access on Phil Thorpe. Phil Thorpe looked for it out the back, and Karmas got involved twice. First intercept possession, then he got involved again with a handball chain, set up that offensive drive.
Laird marks the kick in. The Dogs with the first score. Up towards the wing. Good mark to Thilthorpe. Defensive wing. Inboard kick to Berry. The Crows and the Dogs, in fairness, trying to move the ball quickly in the opening stages. Berry short to Jones. Jones also goes short to Keys. Keys will go back to Laird. Looks like they're going to try and switch here. Worrell in the corridor. Now a kick very wide to Murray. Right half back flank. So from the outer side to the members side. Malera, another disposal coming up after getting so many last week. Kick down the line, coming. Drop the mark he should have taken. He's first to recover. Chips it forward in the Rankin direction. Good spoil. Now at the drop, it's a Dogs football. Dale got the handball out to Liberatore. Liberatore out towards the wing. Darcy got a bad bounce. Enables Laird in from behind to run away from Darcy. Defensive handball to Worrell. Worrell goes short with a kick, and that's good to Keys. Adelaide looking good early, looking bright. Now a long kick into the 50. Phil Thorpe is there, got hands to it, couldn't mark. Sharking attempt there from Rankin. Kick got smothered. Still a chance, the Crows. No, they're not. Lob clears things for the Dogs. Clearing up towards the wing. Worrell jumped very early. Should be a free kick against him. It is.
Kenny, you spoke about during the week, but the amount of numbers Western Bulldogs are getting behind centre and even inside the Crows 50 is amazing. It's going to be so hard for the Crows to score.
Yeah, and they're going to have 4 or 5 spare defenders all night, the Crows, and they're going to, at the moment, they've taken 11 marks. It's going to give them a possession-style game.
Chad Corns and Ken Hinkley, our experts on AFL Nation for Powerbay Quality Solar Solutions, as the Crows win the ball back with Butts at left half back. Good defensive mark. Told to play on, so he's forced to kick high. Back to the wing, like Darcy here. Oh, he doesn't have to mark. He's shipping it out of it. It's marked to Williams. The free kick will be taken
so is this
by Darcy.
No,
they're going to keep the mark. They're going to keep the mark to Williams.
Very much kick-mark game early, Kenny?
Yeah, it's a skinny game. It's all on one side of the ground.
Oh, that's a terrific mark there for Murray. Coming in from the side for the Crows. Kick dangerous though. Baker nearly stole it. Got hands to it. It's loose. It's picked up by Baker. First goal of the night to the Dogs from the square. Oscar Baker. Great intercept. Didn't quite take the mark, but was able to get hands to it, knock it free, pick it up and kick the goal. The Dogs 7, the Crows yet to score. And we've had 4 minutes of play on the elders clock for Australian agriculture.
It's everything we talked about before the game with the ball use from the Crows coming out of their back half. They're going to be cute and use the ball up a little bit too much. Has Butts, has Murray, have they got the capability to kick that ball around? And the Bulldogs sweat on a front half game there, and they managed to get the ball turned over, quick goal. That's the game they're going to play. They'll be very patient, I reckon, the Dogs, with what I'm watching.
Well, the Crows are going to have to be patient too. With, like we said, the amount of numbers the Bulldogs are getting behind centre and even in the Crows 50, the Crows can't just go long bomb quickly. They're going to have to be patient and build it up by marks.
The Bulldogs 7, Adelaide yet to score on the CommBank scoreboard, banking and backing Aussie business. As we're back in the middle of Adelaide Oval, English got a handball. Back into the mess. Dawson dives on the ball. Defensive handball missed. Rankin goes at it again. Slides in. Gets a handball out to Laird. Laird's handball missed the target of Jones, but he did well on the bounce. Got it. Somehow under pressure. Got a handball away. Now the Crows in business. Peatling out towards the wing. Goes through the legs of Walker. Lob cleans up for the Dogs. Kicks out wide towards Williams. It's over his head. Out of bounds on the full. Free kick to Cook.
Like Matty Egan told us, Kenny, it looks like Lob just takes the highest Crows forward, which is a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, well, I suppose you don't want to disrupt your structure.
Oh, Cook tries to take the man on the mark on. Doesn't do so successfully. Rushes the kick. Richards dropped the mark he probably should have taken. Ball spits out. McAndrew goes off the ground inside 50 for the Crows. Karmas will get back there first for the Dogs. In fact, he left it, and that was a good option because they've got plenty of numbers here, the Dogs. Richards feeds a handball to Liberatore. Liberatore up towards the wing. Davidson couldn't mark, but was still able to get a handball away. Bontempelli got tagged. Handballs to Dale from the wing. Kicks inside 50, gets away from Fraser. West took it on the bounce, handballs to Fraser. Deep in the forward pocket, runs it towards goal for the second time. And for the second time, he misses. 1-2-8 the Dogs. Adelaide yet to score. CommBank scoreboard.
Again, Riley Philthorpe caught behind inside 50. It was an ugly kick out. His opponent, again, first access on him, kick-starting the Bulldogs offence. So I think Riley just has to be a bit more engaged with his opponent.
It sounds like Kane Corns, but it's not Kane Corns, it's Chad Corns, our expert tonight for Powerbay.
Apologies.
Quality Solar Solutions. Just a voice. Not as controversial as your brother, just a voice.
Well, they're going to try and lengthen the ground with Philthorpe, and that's what they're trying to do strong.
Yeah,
they're just trying to get him out the back too far at the moment.
You know how that used to frustrate you, though, didn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Key forwards looking for it out the back.
Ball thrown in. It's another Bulldogs footy. Richards into the 50. Darcy tries to get there late. Ball gets to the back. Trouble here for Murray. Gets a handball. Norton to the chase.
Pressure.
Oh, down, holding the ball. Free kick to the Western Bulldogs to Fraser. And a second goal coming up here. Norton with the initial tackle, and then Fraser just gobbled him up in the square, holding the ball.
Defensive efforts leading to the first two scores for the Dogs. First an intercept from Baker, and then great hunt. Great pressure when the ball hit the deck, got after him, and an easy shot on goal.
Mini Bond.
The Dogs are running hot for Ream. Installer Ream, Australia's favourite. This is going to be a fourth scoring shot inside 8 minutes. As Fraser from the top of the goal square puts it through, and the Dogs have got the perfect start on the road. 2-2-14. Adelaide yet to score on the Combank scoreboard, backing Aussie business.
Yeah, they'll be most happy with the intercepts coming in there forward 50. I mean, there's not going to be any better spot. You know you're going to hit the scoreboard straight away. Entries are only 4-2 at the moment, and they've scored 100% of the time. The Bulldogs, they've gone through. And I'm also watching the middle of the ground, and I'm watching Bontempelli now go to half back at the start of this centre bounce. But I'm seeing Bontempelli, Richards, all sitting around, Libber, Kennedy, all playing free through the middle of the ground. And I reckon that is a dangerous game if they're going to continue to play that way, if they can't get enough ball in their half.
What that does for the energy of the group, though, Kenny, 2 goals from intercepts in your forward 50. They are great team lifting goals. Bulldogs are up and about.
Away from home. Whitey, away from home, massive.
English in the middle against McAndrew. McAndrew winning it down, stays inside the circles. Richards got a quick kick forward for the Dogs. Michael Annie coming off the square, got immediately tackled. They dive on top of the football, and the umpire lets it go, and it came out the Dogs' way. Richards kicks towards forward 50. No mark taken to Croft. Fraser again, running in the wrong direction, kicks it over his shoulder wide towards Williams. Bouncing football. Cook did well, got there first, and was tackled over the line. And it will be thrown in about 60 metres out from the Dogs' goal. The Bulldogs 14, the Crows yet to score on the Combank scoreboard, backing Aussie business. Thrown up quickly. Peatling clears for the Crows. It's a rush kick back towards the wing. Philthorpe in a one-on-one with Lobb. At ground level, Philthorpe got a handball out. Keys tumbles it towards half forward. Karmas gets there first. Gets away from Rochelle. He got a handball once and then got it back. Thought about feeding a handball to Bontempelli. They might have stuffed it up here, the Dogs. No, Karmas did well. Just got a little tap cleverly to Bontempelli, to Bramble. Bramble gets it back. Lots of handballs. They still have possession. And now Dale runs away. Spearing ball. Good kick. Norton marks just forward of the wing.
Karmas, very important early. Reading the play so well.
Norton from the 2 out of logo. Runs inboard and then kicks long. He wants English. It's not going to get that far. Croft may have been held in the marking contest. No free kick. There's a free kick. It's a free kick to the Dogs. So sliding below the knees, I think, against Peatling. Boys, help me out there. Is that what you saw?
Yeah, I think that's exactly what happened. And he's taken his legs out from underneath, and that's what's going to happen. They're going to get their 5th scoring opportunity from their 6th entry. It's pretty powerful what they're doing.
Confirmation on the Harvey Norman replay screen. Betting floor stock clearance now on.
Do we agree with that one? I don't even think saw it coming.
I think that's the rule. I think it's the rule. We're playing 2 different games here. Adelaide, I'll let you call the kick.
Yeah, this is Fraser's 4th shot at goal in the opening term. He's about 30 metres out, 15 metres in from the boundary, right of centre, leans back and he threads it. Fraser, what a start. The Bulldogs 3-2-20, Adelaide yet to score. Joel Fraser has 2 goals too.
I've seen that movie a bit before when I've been playing the Bulldogs at Adelaide Oval. It's not been a great start.
The fast start?
Yeah, well, we've seen 2 different game styles here at the moment. We've seen Adelaide go 2 plus kick to handball, so 2 kicks to every 1 handball, and the Bulldogs are going less than 1 to 1. So they're throwing it round by hand, and the Crows are playing a kick mark handball game. That's not going to be, challenging enough, I don't think, for the Bulldogs defence. I said before the game that you have to get back before the Dogs get their numbers in there. And at the moment, that's been too slow. Dogs have been smart to start with. Australia made right here, doing everything right through the first 11 minutes of play. 20-0 on the Combank scoreboard. Back in the middle again, and English smashes it forward. Richards took it on the bounce. Left foot kick high inside 50, backing back. Good mark to Murray. Not for the first time. He's taken a good defensive mark. Centres it up into the defensive goal square to Butt. So they go from one side to the other. Now Worrell, short pass into Malera, still deep inside defensive 50, the Crows. Highest scoring player on the ground, said 2 goals too. It's now started at half back. Right. Fraser. Butts, 30 metres out for the Dogs' goal. Don't like the kick. Richards over the top. Couldn't mark. Sanders, though, got the little handball in. Fraser went without it. Berry for the Crows. Has a bit of a fumble. Collects inside the centre square. Kicks into the middle and Walker marks. So it's an open forward line if he goes quickly. He does. He goes wide. Rankin in front. Can't mark. Karmas was excellent with the spoil. At ground level, Rankin fights on. Can't keep it in. A throw in 20 metres out from the Crows' goal at the Riverbank stand-in of Adelaide Oval.
Lobb letting Tex get the lead up and then Lobb getting back to try and impact the deeper kick inside 50. But Karmas again, he has started so well.
felt like a big moment for Bendix Breaks with Rankin one-on-one inside 50, but Karma stood up from the throw-in. Dawson gets a hurried kick forward, ricochets out wide, and now it's O'Donnell clearing for the Dogs. Oh, good mark to Butts. Floated into the contest and gets 50. So from the wing position on the outer side of the ground, he's going to be marched well and truly inside 50. And after a good mark, we're just having a look at the replay here. Davidson just tagged him as he was backing back to take the kick.
Really? Not a lot in it. Didn't need to do it, but no, that's a ridiculous 50.
Yeah, well, that's what footy does to you these days, Strong. And the other challenge is here, it gives them their first scoring opportunity, and that's just all they need. Get a bit of taste, all the scoreboard going.
Jordan Butts, 30 metres out, straight in front, kicked it like a forward, not like a defender. And he gets the Crows on the board.
Yeah, it's a much needed goal by the Crows. There's no doubt about that. It came in a pretty soft fashion, which they'll be glad. They won't care how they got it, but it came in a pretty soft fashion. Again, the game is the way it started. 21 marks, Adelaide Crows, 1 Western Bulldogs. That's an amazing stat. A contested possession currently, Crows 14, Western Bulldogs 21. So the game's been played in chaos. It's suiting the Bulldogs handball game. The Crows are very lucky to be on the scoreboard right now. Bulldogs are dominating a fair bit of the game.
That is Jordan Butt's first goal in AFL football.
No surprise.
86 games. And I'm surprised they had a music song for him, like a bit of ABBA action.
Was it ABBA?
It was. I think we'll hear that too many more times, Kenny. Back in the middle. No one's going anywhere there, and it'll be another stoppage inside the centre square. So the Dogs 20, the Crows 6, AFL Nation for the 4 and 20 sausage roll. There's a whistle, a free kick Adelaide's way in the marking contest against Darcy. Phil Thorpe to take the free kick. What will he do? He'll fan it out wide. He wants Rochelle. Lob with the spoil over the top. Cook should get there first for the Crows. The Banker coming in the other direction. Actually did extremely well to knock it out of play just when Cook was about to pick up the ball.
They're just doing their little ringer-rosie that they do, the Bulldogs. They're starting a half-back on the wing. They're getting a midfielder at half-back, and then they're just switching as soon as play becomes live with Fraser, Bontempelli-style players.
75 metres out from Adelaide's goal. Darcy took it out of the ruck, fed a handball out towards Liberatore. Saligo right there, but Liberatore was able to get a kick away. Up towards the wing. Butts drops the mark. Jones at ground level for the Crows. Got the handball out wide to Murray. Murray's kick towards Saligo. Excellent there from Liberatore. On to Sanders, back inside 50. And the goal kicker, Butts, takes the mark. And they are away and running the Crows. Out wide towards Archie. Marks feeds a handball to Cumming. They've almost got to the wing. Interchange gate side of the ground. He's kicked. No, I don't like it. Falls in short. And an easy mark to Selwood. He centres it up for the Dogs. Now they'll go fast. Williams at defensive 50. Back into the corridor to Sanders. Settles things down, then chips it over the top to Jacques. He'll feed the handball to Selwood. Selwood, they've worked it well, the Dogs, out to the outer side, wing position. Little chipping ball into Williams. 20-6 the Dogs' way. The first 3 goals of the game. Now the long kick from Jacques. Out wide in the Liberatore direction. Couldn't mark, but was able to get a handball away to Butterick. Across now to Williams. High kick towards forward 50. Going back with the flight was Croft. Couldn't mark. Back into the corridor. Malera. Clever little tap to Neil Bullen. Out wide to Murray. Murray wide to Cumming. Cumming into the middle. Dangerous kick, but it works. Peatling. Driving ball. Walker should mark and does at the 50. He is wide, right half forward, and take his absolute best kick.
He has got that best kick, though.
He's got it in him.
He was looking at going inboard and then decides, no, I think I'm going to have to take the kick. So he's going back, pulling up the socks and taking the deliberate shot at goal. So he's outside the boundary as I speak. Now comes inside the field of play and will kick from about 51 metres. Pumps it. Absolutely pumps it. Through for a goal. A Taylor Walker special.
That's Tex at his best. He doesn't need much of a chance, and he can. And that's what I said before the game. They're probably going to have to kick their goals from a long distance. And if I give you these numbers, I'm sorry for everyone. I don't want to bore you with numbers. But the top 5 disposal winners for the Crows: Murray, Butts, Worrell, Laird, Malira. Where do they all play? Down back.
That's going to happen, isn't it, Kenny? Because of the way the Bulldogs are trying to flood Adelaide's defence. So it could be a very kick-mark game for the Crows defenders and just find the right time to accelerate.
And the scoreboard's fine to him at the moment, I think. But then you look at the Bulldogs and you go, it's Liberatore, Fraser, Ed Richards, Williams, Bontempelli, Dale. All pretty much midfielders.
The forward pressure from the Western Bulldogs forwards when the ball hits the deck in their forward 50 is elite. Created 2 goals from it, almost won just then, but the Crows have managed to get out. I'm loving the intent of the Bulldogs forwards.
There's key matchups all around the ground for Holman Plumbing, trusted quality, Aussie standards. The midfield and also at either end of the ground. From the restart, Sanders with the shark, got a handball to Liberatore, standing start kick, into the 50 go the Dogs. Norton's there, Darcy's there, Juggles can't hold on. Ball spits out, about 60 out from the Dogs' goal. Sanders goes without it, Fraser dives in for the Dogs. English cleans up, handballs to Fraser, over his head with a handball to Sanders, weaves through traffic, gets a kick wide, nice kick, stretching and marking for the Dogs is Hines. He's coming in board, he's going to Norton, he finds him on the chest. A little 20-metre bullet.
Murray very unhappy with the team defence of the Crows. No one helping him taking those leading lanes that everyone would be talking about.
That was really good composure from the Bulldogs, the way they entered the 50 there. Lowered the eyes beautifully and then looked inside to Norton. Should be an easy shot for him on his left.
30 metres out, opens the angle, snaps the post. Well, he didn't snap the post, he snapped it into the post. He missed out there. He kind of rushed it a little bit. Behind to Norton, so the Crows with a quick reload. Dogs 3-3, Adelaide 2 straight. That's on the CommBank scoreboard, backing Aussie business. Jones in the back pocket for the Crows as they come down the members' side. It'll be a high kick towards the wing. Lob and Fogarty up, so too Dawson. Gets to the back at ground level. Sanders scoops it up. Handballs to English, to Bontempelli. A fifth handball. Backwards to Dales. Kick smothered. Brilliantly there by Neil Bullen. Collects the ball. Kicks into the 50. It's wide of Pedler. Couldn't get there on the full. Somehow keeps it in play. Then handballs it straight to the opposition. They all fight for the ball, and eventually it's Karmas who, it's a free kick. Before Karmas, like a try, a rugby league player scoring a try, got it over the line. All inconsequential. The Dogs of the footy with the free kick. Up towards Norton, big fly, can't mark, at ground level. Davidson kicks straight into the shins there of Darcy. Ricochets to Bramble of the Dogs. Handballs onto Davidson, kicking down the line. He wanted Hines, but Laird read it well and took a defensive mark for the Crows. 21-12, the Dogs lead. We tick into 21 minutes in this opening term.
Laird coming off. Laird's done something. Ankle, I think.
Hopefully it's an ankle and not a soft tissue. He's come straight to the bench after that intercept mark, with Malera coming back on as the Crows in slow play have the ball out on the wing out of sight of Adelaide Oval. So that could be a big talking point. A big moment for Bendix breaks. Big moment. Bendix, the best known breaks, with Laird limping from the field.
Starting to get frustrated, missed them himself with the slow kick mark going.
Very up towards the 50. English, good mark.
So many numbers behind the footy. Crows have to be smarter. Can't be a long bomb with the amount of numbers the Bulldogs are putting behind.
English back towards the wing. He wanted Darcy. He couldn't mark. The tackles come and it'll be thrown up on the wing. So it's just a lot of congestion, gentlemen, at the moment, isn't there? Just in that midsection of the ground.
The Bulldogs are actually keeping Crows in a skinny game. They've tried to break weak side a couple of times, but they're keeping them skinny. And when they do that, they're never going to get through. They're going to take a remarkable kick from Tex or a 50-metre penalty.
So if you're in the coach's box at the moment, you're liking it if you're Luke Beveridge. It's the way he wants the game played.
Yeah, definitely. But you'd be a little, you'd still like the scoreboard gap to be a bit bigger because the Crows have maximised to 50 and a shot at goal that's about a 10% chance.
So a false start there with the free kick to the Crows with Jordan Dawson on the wing. Again, it's a wide kick into the 50. Fogarty and Karmas. Karmas with the spoil. Soligo shrugs the tackle, snaps towards goal. That's outstanding. absolutely outstanding from Saligo.
They'd be very happy. Crows would be wrapped with the scoreboard right now, I reckon, because they would be pretty much aware of what's going on in the game. Matty Nicks would be not that happy with the way the game's been played, but he'd be happy with the scoreboard. So, and we know they'll have their powerful moments. The Crows will come, and if they get on a run themselves, the Bulldogs will then have to answer that call.
That is a great goal by Saligo. A lot of talk during the week that he was going to get dropped if Toby Murray played, but Toby Murray rested with back soreness. Saligo's taking his chance. That's a great front and centre finish.
So after 3 goals from the Bulldogs, it's 3 to the Crows. And the score at the moment on the CommBank scoreboard, backing Aussie Business, sees the Crows 3 straight 18, trailing the Dogs 3-3-21.
They'd be pleased with clearance numbers, the Crows. That's what they would be pleased with. 6 all at the moment, which is the 1 wood of the Western Bulldogs. So they'll be pretty pleased with that.
Thrown up in the middle, English winning it down, wanted Richards, didn't quite get that far, soccering off the ground Dawson, only as far as Fraser for the Dogs, got the handball on, now the kick from Bontempelli into the 50, doesn't quite get to the back, Norton was lurking there, Darcy attracts a crowd, applies a tackle, locks it up, we'll have a ball up situation just inside 50.
I'd love the listeners to be able to see this halfback switch that's going on, because Fraser just got that one out of the centre bounce.
Darcy tapping it down. Kennedy out to Bramble, inboard handball, Fraser, Bontempelli, left foot snap on the outside of his boot, goes in shallow, and Butts takes the mark, last line of defence for the Crows. Around the grounds for Chemist Warehouse, save on your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse, already Hawthorn winners so far in round 2 against Sydney. Thursday night football at the MCG. We're here at the Adelaide Oval, clearing kick out towards half-back, Fraser attracts the crowd this time, 2 Crows tackling him, it'll be balled up just outside the 50, left half forward for the Dogs. McAndrew down to Dawson, gets immediately tackled, another stoppage with so much congestion around the ball.
38 handballs, Bulldogs, 17 Crows, Kenny. Just to go on your point, you've been...
Bontempelli, another handball to Fraser at the 50, scooping out a wide handball to Kennedy, into the 50 with a kick, Davidson in front, good work from Michael Annie. Then when Michael Annie collects, Davidson collects him, and we will have another ball up, this time only 20 metres out from the Dogs' goal.
I was surprised he played forward as much as he has this year, Davidson, but obviously that's what he's bringing, that forward pressure.
Darcy tapping it down, Richards immediately tackled by Berry, and now the Crows can get out of trouble. Worrell getting in a couple of times, and a nice kick, spot up kick to Walker, right half back. And it's just around about 60 metres out from the Dogs' goal. Time to hurry up. Kicks to Archie, who takes the mark. There's a little 20-metre pass. A spot-up kick. Nearly 26 played in this opening term. And the eldest clock for Australian agriculture.
Straight to English.
Yes, Lob there, English there, Karmas there. No one could mark Neil Boland off the pack. Runs it inside 50. Buderick versus Rankin. Buderick wins out. Got the handball to Lob under pressure. Kicks back down the line towards the wing. English in front. Couldn't mark. Was able to get a hand in there. Fraser handballs to Karmas. Karmas handballs to Kennedy. To Fraser again. Left foot kick. Good. To the logo to Richards. Dinks a handball over the top to Norton. To Bramble. Open space in front. Bramble takes a bounce. He wants to take them on. And from 40, Bramble shoots. And Bramble misses.
He just completely burnt one of his teammates in 20 metres of space, 30 out.
Yes, you take that choice, you've got to kick it.
That was ordinary.
It was West, he left that.
It was West. He'd be happy about that, Westy.
It was set up for the grandstand finish, and he just couldn't quite finish it off. And now the Crows kicking around with Malera, dangerous to Saligo. Baker did well to tap it out of his hands and get it out of bounds for a throw-in 60 metres around from the Bulldogs' goal. 22-18, the Dogs lead. The Crows with the last 3 goals. Adam White, Ken Hinkley and Chad Corns with you. AFL Nation for the 4 and 20 sausage roll. McAndrew down to Berry, tackled by 2 Bulldogs. Stood up in the tackle, got a handball on. Archie, he's under pressure. He's tackled by 2 Bulldogs.
It's interesting, the Crows are setting up with 7 forward of the ball here, so they've gone wing on at the stoppage. Archie's come through the stoppage to go to the attacking side.
McAndrew slaps it forward, only as far as Bramble. Got a handball out to Jacques, now to Richards. Back inside 50, the Dogs. Davidson in front, couldn't mark. Front and centre was West. couldn't find the handle on the footy. Crows have it. Valera set upon by two dogs again. Umpire put the whistle to the mouth. Didn't blow it. Now he'll come in and he will ball it up.
Do you feel like they're throwing the ball around a little bit too much at different times, Jack?
I think most of the time it's working for them, isn't it?
Yeah, well, the scoreboard's got them in front.
Nothing's happening from that stoppage, so another throw. Just, again, that density around the ball. All in a...
Has been very daring by hand.
McAndrew again for the Crows. Dawson out of the congestion. High kick, about 30 metres. Dale for the Dogs, got a hand in there, a vital hand. Bramble, handball to Jacques. His handball gets knocked down, out of bounds, a throw in. Lots of stoppages, particularly in the second half of this term.
They're just really totally opposed game styles.
Yes, really interesting watching, actually. Not long left until quarter time.
40 to 12 marks.
Gets to the back here for English. A high kick for the Dogs. Inside 50. Davidson, their only option. Mike Lanny, too good.
Super player.
Great defensive mark. I was going to say underrated, but you certainly don't underrate him, Kenny.
No, I certainly don't. He's a super player of the competition.
He's gone wide to Saligo. So the Crows just trying to get to quarter time here. And Laird's still on the bench.
Massaging the calf too, I see. Because I thought it might have been soft tissue, but I wasn't game enough to say anything.
Worrell up to Fogarty, couldn't mark. Bramble at the drop, gets a handball to Karmas. They're going inside 50 again, the Dogs. Norton in front, couldn't mark Davidson. Ricochets off his legs. Jones for the Crows, gets a handball away as the siren sounds for quarter time. Interesting first term. After 10 minutes, the Dogs led 20 to nothing. But at quarter time, the Western Bulldogs, the lead is only 4 points. 3-4-22, the Western Bulldogs. Adelaide, 3 straight 18. It's AFL Nation for the 4-20 sausage roll.
That quarter on AFL Nation was for CommBank. Backing Aussie business day in, day out. No doubt.
The all-new 2026 Kia Hybrid sale is on now, exclusively at Australia's #1 Kia dealership, Werribee Kia. Ready to upgrade? Check out these incredible deals. Kia Stonic Hybrid from $28,888, Kia Sportage Hybrid from $43,888, and Kia Sorento Hybrid and Kia Carnival Hybrid, both from $58,888. Plus, they're paying top dollar for trade-ins. There's never been a better time to step into a brand new 2026 Kia Hybrid. Upgrade and drive smarter today only at Werribee Kia. We make buying cars easy. LMCT 114.
What do you have for me, Q?
A watch, so you're punctual to get your Spectre tint installed.
Spectre, eh? The highest infrared heat rejection. Perfect.
And for backup, you'll also need Nano Ceramic Elite X paint protection. Extra shine, repels dirt, and the odd crossfire.
Very nice.
Could come in handy if you get shaken or stirred in the field.
Spectre Tint and Elite X paint protection. $200 off this month, only at Tintercar.
Bring it back in one piece, James.
This season, kick those DIY project goals with Trojan. From the garage to the garden and everywhere in between, Trojan has the tools to help you get the job done. No fuss, just a broad range of trusted tools, all at DIY prices and backed by a match-winning lifetime warranty. Whatever the task, Trojan tools are up for the job this season. Trojan, tools built tough. Available in store or online at Bunnings Warehouse.
For 185 years, Elders Real Estate has been embedded in the fabric of our country. So when it's time to buy or sell in your part of Australia, you need a trusted name. Someone who knows Australian real estate like no other, who understands that it's not just a house, it's your past, it's your focus, it's your future. Someone with a network that runs deep right across Australia. There's one name you can rely on, Elders Real Estate.
For those who demand more from every acre, there's no compromise. Deutz Fahr tractors, engineered in Germany, built with precision, driven by innovation. With a powerful tractor range from 62 to 336 horsepower, Deutz Fahr deliver premium performance, comfort and reliability season after season. This is what premium feels like in the field. Go to deutzfahr.com.au to see the latest offers and find your local dealer. The grass is greener with Deutz Fahr.
In the market for a quality Australian manufactured shed? At Best Sheds, get 25% off during their Easter Shed Hunt sale on now. They've got the best sheds in the business, including sheds of all shapes and sizes that come with a 20-year manufacturer's warranty. Choose from the standard range or customise the shed of your dreams. That's 25% off during Best Sheds Easter Shed Hunt Sale. On now. Visit bestsheds.com.au.
Darren's days of digging blind are over. Ever since he blindly dug into that internet cable and took out an entire neighbourhood. Ever since his insurance declined to cover the repair costs. And ever since he saw that he was millimetres away from also striking a high voltage electricity cable. Don't be like Darren. Always search before you dig online before every job to avoid striking buried pipes and cables. Search before you dig online every time. And never dig blind.
Pie, 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 pie. Pie, 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 pie. Pie, 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 pie. Pie, 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 pie. Pie, 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 pie. Pie, 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 pie. Pie, 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 pie. Pie, 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 pie. Pie, 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 pie. And sauce.
The wait is over. 4 and 20 season is back.
You're listening to AFL Nation for Tyre Power. Get the power with your trusted tyre experts. And for 4 and 20 pies. You can't have footy without a 4 and 20 pie.
Picked up by Baker. First goal of the night to the Dogs from the square. Oscar Baker gets a handball. North to the chase. Down, holding the ball. Free kick to the Western Bulldogs to Fraser. And a second goal coming up here. Jordan Batts, 30 metres out, straight in front. Kicked it like a forward, not like a defender. Pumps it. Absolutely pumps it. Through for a goal. And Taylor Walker special. Saligo shrugs the tackle, snaps towards goal. That's outstanding. Absolutely outstanding from Saligo.
Maccas, I'm loving it moments. Never miss a moment of footy with McDelivery.
Lots of action in that first term for AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies. It is the Western Bulldogs 3-4-22, leading Adelaide 3 straight 18. Adam White, Ken Hinkley and Chad Corns with you. I'm getting a masterclass during that ad break with all the statistical information that Ken's got in front of him. Exactly, Kenny, what you would have in a box that you're sort of trying. You've only got, 5 or 6 minutes to get it all, to try and understand it before you actually get your message to your players.
Yeah, you've got to get hold of the story, and the story is pretty clear on the game styles at the moment. And at the moment, even though the scoreboard's pretty close, Bulldogs are having the better of the game, but the Crows are close enough on the scoreboard. So Nixie, as I said, would talk to his group about, hey, let's just stay calm. It's not quite working perfectly. We can't play this long, slow game. We've got to be able to move the ball a bit quicker, open up our forwards a few more times, because it won't happen. Bulldogs will flood back. So it'll be a real challenge for them. So now it'll be just slight adjustments. We'll look and see whether the Crows switch it a little bit more. They had 4 switches in the quarter, which is not a lot when they played straight line footy.
AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies, our experts tonight for Power Bay Quality Solar Solutions. Ken Hinkley and also Chad Corns as we start the second term, and it's another set of clearance to the Dogs. Kennedy rushes a kick forward towards the top of the 50, crashing through Rochelle at ground level, wins the ball. Jones has a fumble, was able to butter up, get a handball. They're mucking around here, the Crows, and in the end Darcy, a big tackle, gets a stoppage. The good news is that Laird is back out on the ground. Ball up 30 metres out from the Dogs' goal. Kennedy has one go at the handball, has a second go. Darcy handballs over his head. Bontempelli scoops it up. Handballs to Liberatore. Standing start kick will fall short. And a defensive mark to Butts. Again on the last line of defence. Oh, dangerous kick. Laird on the bounce to Jones. Under pressure, Jones clears it. Not good. Williams marks for the Dogs. 60 out. Goes back inside. Darcy stretching. Not holding on. Knocked out of his hands, a throw in 25 out from the Dogs' goal as they kick to the Riverbank stand end. Complaining about the chop of the arms. Not hard to chop his arms. He's 6'10", so he's pretty hard to reach. That's right. Left forward pocket for the Dogs. McAndrew took it out of the ruck against Darcy and then just kicks it straight out of bounds on the full. He did get 30 metres distance, but out on the full.
Fraser, best player on the ground, and just completely mixes up where he starts. Every couple of minutes he's in a different starting position, Kenny. Started deep forward.
So the Dogs go back inside 50 with a high kick. It clears everybody. Jones is there, last line of defence. Handball straight to Bontempelli, has a fumble. Richards' kick, his kick was smothered. Williams shrugs the tackle. Deep in the pocket, gets tackled to ground, holding the ball.
Tried to get last week's goal, whether it was round 1 goal.
Yes,
opening
that's
round.
right, up in Brisbane. There were 3 different Adelaide players that tackled Williams then. As the free kick sees the ball up towards the wing. Karmas fists it away. Straight to Rochelle. Under pressure, Rochelle will kick it out of bounds. And it'll be a lasso free kick to the Dogs.
What is really pleasing, I'd imagine, to Bevo is their pressure immediately on the ball.
So good, isn't it?
Yeah, they're just straight in the face as well as keep shape.
Goes in short to Liberatore, not 15. Didn't mark it anyway. So he's under pressure here. He soccers it over the boundary. So again, a free kick to Rankin this time.
The only part of the rule I don't like is when the player sits there and sweats for the roll over the ground.
Rankin taking his time here. Doesn't really know what to do. In the end, he just dumps it down the line. Not a great kick. He's kicked it out of bounds on the full.
That's the frustration of playing slow straight line footy. Isaac Rankin doesn't miss kicks.
Yes. Short kick into Butterick for the Dogs. Long ball down the line. Wants Darcy. Butts him well there. Yep. Edged him under the ball. Took the mark. Kicked his first goal in AFL football in the first term, and he's playing well in defence as well. Butts again back towards the wing. Up towards Walker. Drop the mark. Rankin scoops it up at ground level. Kicks into the 50. Over Fogarty's head. Phil Thorpe took it on the bounce. Gets a handball away. Miss Neil Bullen. In there just disrupting the play initially was Bontempelli. Now the Dogs threaded some handballs together. Liberatore had a little bit of a fumble. Rushed the kick towards the middle. Darcy overruns the ball. Jones picks up for the Crows. Gives the handball to Dawson. Dawson's great kick finds Fogarty inside 50.
Yeah, good.
That was so good. 50-metre kick that never went any more than 4 metres off the ground.
And hit him lace out, didn't it?
On the chest.
And here's another beautiful kick. You know, they get a simple, a rare opportunity to shoot a goal. They've just got to now convert at a really high level, which they are doing, 3-0.
It was just that little fumble from Liberatore that saw the play break down when it looked like the Dogs are going forward, and now Fogarty has the shot from about 48 metres left of centre to the Cathedral end, out to the right, and it's not coming back. I almost wrote that one in my footy record.
Yeah, you and me together. I think we back his kick.
So the first score of the second half goes to the Crows, are behind to Fogarty. After 4.5 minutes on the Elders clock, as the Dogs go quickly. Already up towards the wing. Darcy couldn't mark from behind. Mopping up his Cook, who goes backwards to Laird. So Laird's moving okay, so that's good news for the Crows. Laird goes back inside defensive 50 to Jones. Now they're going to affect the switch here, and it will work. They've got many numbers out here on the far side of the ground. Worrell's one of them. Malera's the next in the chain. We didn't see him initially. Instead he goes laterally to Dawson. Right half back for the Crows. The Dogs by 3 points. 5 minutes played second term. AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies as the Crows kick it around in defence. Now Murray. Again, he goes back to the outer side. Keys marks in a bit of space. He can chip it on to Laird, and he does. Reaches the wing. Forward handball to Peatling. He's got a bit of space. Winds up. Kicks into the 50. Phil Thorpe, clears him, and O'Donnell spikes it towards the boundary, and he finds the sanctuary of that line, 30 metres out from the Crows' goal.
The Bulldogs defending the ground really well, Kenny. It's very much chip, slow around for the Crows. Do you want them to try and take it on a bit more, or is that just what the Bulldogs are forcing them into?
Well, the scoreboard's close. They'll be okay. I think, they have to get a bit of risk in their game, though, I think.
English palms it down from the stoppage. Dale missed the target. Keys shrugs one tackle, gets onto his left, kicks it poorly, straight to Butterick for the Dogs.
They kick the next goal, Chad. They're in front by 3 points. So, the frustrations that you're having are real, but the reality is the scoreboard's okay.
Oh, Butterick don't like the kick. Neil Bullen got a hand in there, disrupted the play. Millerer got the handball back to Neil Bullen. Pumps the handball over the top to Walker. Confronted on his left. Centering ball to the goal square. Phil Thorpe!
And they're about to be in front.
For Walker, Fogarty, Phil Thorpe, they've had a good 5 minutes, both of them. Tex contested mark a few minutes ago. Fog a shot on goal. 2 minutes ago missed, but now Riley lining up for a goal that he'll definitely kick, and the Crows somehow are going to hit the lead.
Yeah, that's what I said, that you'd be okay even though the game's not looking great. You'd be okay with the scoreboard.
Riley Thilthorpe, his first meaningful moment in the match, from the top of the goal square, puts Adelaide in front.
We've got the game of patience, haven't we, for the Crows? They're playing very patient footy. They're going to have to be that. You know, they've just hit the lead, so, you know, they'll deal with the scoreboard and be happy enough. They'll understand that there's room for improvement. The Bulldogs, on the other hand, were going, gee, we've had a fair bit of this play on our terms. We're behind. You know, what are we doing ourselves? So now the question goes back to Bevo and his team and go, well, are we happy with the over-possession? Probably. We're happy with our team defence? Yes. But the reality is we're losing on the scoreboard. So, you know, our high-scoring game is not what we want to lose at the expense of our team defence.
55 marks, Adelaide, 15 Bulldogs.
It's a big difference, isn't it?
Completely.
I know the styles are different, but it's still
Do you think
amazing.
they need to possess a bit more, Kenny?
No, I don't think they do.
No?
But they need
Take
to be
a few more marks
a bit
on that.
sharper going forward.
25-22 on the Host Plus, That's a Plus scoreboard. In the middle we go again. That's where the Dogs have been good tonight. This time it does go Adelaide's way, just with a couple of little knock-ons. Now McAndrew with a handball into the 50. Dawson gets a handball. It's a bit messy. They're still surging it forward, the Crows, but in the end the Dogs win out through numbers, through handballs. And the clearing kick finds Richards in some space. Outer side of the ground. Takes 2 bounces, Richards. Now a third. He's reached halfway. He's still got space if he wants to keep going. He decides to kick. West from behind. Can't mark. Ball into the pocket. Stays in play for Hines initially. And then goes out for a throw in. 25 out from the Dogs' goals. They moved it quickly once they got out of congestion.
Yeah, that's the play I want to see a little bit more from the Dogs and vice versa from the Crows, probably. Laird back on the bench, getting more treatment.
Ken Hinkley for Power Bay Quality Solar Solutions. As the ball gets thrown into play, English in the front position, knocks it to the front. Bontempelli, handball's out. Now Butterick, high kick to the top of the square. Croft got hands to it, couldn't hold on. English is down there as well. Big tackle, just locks things up for a throw-up about 15 metres out from the Dogs' goal.
I think that's the first time I've heard you call Croft.
Yes. Thrown up. McAndrew. And now Rochelle kicks a high ball. They say no 15, so Cook, who was underneath it, got immediately tackled and the ball goes out of play for a throw-in. Dogs haven't kicked the goal since the 10-minute mark of the opening term on the Host Plus, That's a Plus scoreboard. The Crows, the lead is only 3 points. Nearly 9 played now in the second term on the Elders clock. Andrew again tapping it down with that height. Richards feeds out a handball to Liberatore, went to Bontempelli. Dawson got a hand in there. Rochelle got the ricochet. Kick though not good. Williams will load up again for the Dogs. Back into the 50 they go. Off hands. Gets to the back. English keeps it in play. Gets a handball. Bontempelli. Here we go. Here's another one.
For 3.
Fraser has got the goal. It was tight. He had to snap it over his shoulder from pretty much the behind line. He slapped the turf. I wasn't sure whether it was frustration or it was a celebration. It was the latter. And the Dogs are back in front. 4-4-28. Adelaide 4-1-25. 10 played second term. And that's on the Host Plus, That's a Plus scoreboard.
All come from the pressure exit. That's what had happened from the pressure exit. Went straight out to the Bulldogs player. Brought back in, under pressure, high ball, contest even. Ball hits the floor and the Bulldogs have got a lot of numbers there to put some very good players to work like Bontempelli. And I mentioned Croft there before. He only played 37% of the first quarter and 35% of this quarter so far. So he's that younger player that I reckon they're using a little bit less with the 5 on the bench.
And he missed last week, so
yeah, just managing him through.
Fraser, 13 possessions, 3 goals, 2, 7 score involvements.
And no one has any idea where he's playing. Just everywhere. From the restart, Dawson gets a handball. Here's Isaac Rankin from midfield into the 50. Walker there, O'Donnell over the top. Karmas in support at ground level. Got a handball to Williams, goes back to Karmas. Karmas was calm. He got a handball. And now Butterick. Loopy handball over the top to Kennedy, to Sanders, now to English. They've almost reached midfield. 2-metre kick to Fraser. Defensive handball to Dale. Dale a wide sweeping ball. Good handball to Lobb. They've got a loose player out on the wing. It's just forward of the wing by the time that Hines takes the mark. In fact, it's Jacques who takes the mark. He looks up, Bontempelli's short. Jacques wants to go further into English. Gee, that was a good kick. And English takes the mark. Pretty much the same spot where Taylor Walker was in the first quarter, out near the boundary, right half forward. He's not going to muck around. He's going to kick to the square. He wants and finds Croft. Big leap, a double grabber, but he holds on just outside the goal square. Great kick from English to see that he had an unimpeded run, and Croft jumped up and took the mark.
It's a strong contested mark from a young player. Great to see.
I want to see Cummings' effort again.
Didn't like it?
Well, I just want to see it one more time. I haven't seen on the replay. So
Croft finishes off his work and kicks it high into the Riverbank stand. And those 2 goals to the Bulldogs just give themselves a little bit of a buffer again. 5-4-34. Adelaide 4-1-25. And that is Jordan Croft's first goal of the night.
Yeah, not a great spoiling attempt from Cummings. Misjudged it, ran under the footy.
I was harsh on him. I think the ball just went a bit high for him. I think it just got a bit too big on him, unfortunately, but I just didn't know whether I seen what I seen.
No, he definitely didn't pull out or anything. He just mistimed his jump.
It's a fascinating game. I keep banging on about this game style stuff, but it's so opposite. 50 uncontested marks to 17. 151 disposals. It's 75 kicks to 75 handballs versus 134 to about 80 to 50.
It's great. They're great matchups for Holman Plumbing. Trusted quality Aussie standards. The Crows, out they come, out the front of the stoppage. Berry inside 50. But he couldn't take the mark. Karmas came over late, spotted out of bounds.
I'm loving Karmas' game, the way he's intercepting, outnumbering in D50. I think he's been outstanding.
Couldn't agree more. He's just leaving his man to get there.
He looks a new player this year.
He's not that different, but he's playing very much different.
Yeah, that's right. Darcy winning the tap down, gets it to defensive 50. Scoop up handball there from West, was waved it on. Then Richards under pressure. Oh, that works too. Baker marks. Not sure how he did, but he did on his chest with numbers around him. Out near the boundary, 70 out from the Crows' goal. Members side of Adelaide Oval, which looks an absolute picture on a Friday night. Up towards Bontempelli, doesn't get that far in the end because Thilthorpe came in from the side, sends it up into midfield. The mark completed in the end by Keys, could have handballed on to Laird, decides instead to kick it wider to Butts. So they have got runners here, the Crows. They're short options. Butts didn't like the short option, wanted to go long instead. Karmas and Pedler in a one-on-one. Pedler gets a free kick against Karmas. Bit of holding on.
Clear free.
So Pedler, 2 good kicks out from goal. Goes on an arc, and his trusty left foot penetrating ball. Thilthorpe at the back, straight through his hands.
He had a good look, didn't he?
He did. I thought he was going to take it. He didn't, and it went through for a behind as a result. He did all the hard work against Darcy.
Just need to stick it straight through his hands.
He had everything he wanted, bar close his hands.
There's a great replay there for Harvey Norman. Betting floor stock clearance on now. Mattresses, adjustable bases, bedroom furniture and more. Limited time while stocks last. The Dogs, almost to midfield. Wide kick from Bontempelli. That works. And Hines takes the mark right half forward. He's going to kick deep.
Bad option.
Yeah, all Adelaide. It was a 4-on-1.
Very rushed, no composure.
Young player, he'll learn.
Murray took the mark. Dangerous kick, works to Laird in the end with Williams coming late as they spread out to the outer side with Rankin. All Rankin's ball really has been defensive side of centre. We haven't seen him too much dangerous around goals. He's gone short to Cumming. Now short to Berry. All little sort of 20-metre passes by foot. And now Pedler with the bright yellow boots out on the wing, outer side of the ground in front of the Max Bashir stand. And he's going to go backwards now to Laird. So they're going to switch back to the members' side. To Murray and now to Worrell. Will this work? They're crisscrossing. Worrell to the logo. Butts marks. So they're just forward of halfway. Now the high kick inside 50. One for the high flyers. Archie up, couldn't hold on. Front of the pack at ground level, Sanders. Handballs to Jacques. Jacques handball to Liberatore. Liberatore puts team under all sorts of pressure. Ball spits out Adelaide's way. Neil Bullen is lurking. So is Bramble. Knocks it out of play for a throw-in. AFL Nation.
See, their appetite to just throw that ball, the Bulldogs, every angle. They don't care whether it's in the D50 or not. They just throw it around by hand. And so far it's working out pretty well for them. But I think it's a high-risk play in the back 50.
Ken Hinkley for Power Bay. Quality solar solutions. Alongside Chad Corns in our expert chairs tonight. Phil Thorpe palms it down straight to Liberatore. High kick. They'll pay the mark. Went about 25 metres. No one does take the mark. Neil Bullen with possession of the football. Back inside 50. Good defensive ball from Jacques. Keys onto the loose ball. Somehow it came to Archie. Handball to Rankin. Tackle without it. Umpire says no, play on. Well, the Crows fans don't like that at all.
Well, they should.
The Dogs can clear. Selwood now. His long ball out towards half back. It clears everybody. Worrell came late once it hit the turf. Oh, here we go. Baker, handball to Davidson. Green grass ahead. 2 bounces Davidson. 3 bounces Davidson. Inside 50. Goes at goal and he misses. It was a good call, Kenny. He did say goal when they had the ball halfway.
It should have been. Here at half back, it should have been a goal.
He could have kept running.
Still had space too.
I think his lungs blew up on him.
I think so. Cooks dropped the mark at defensive 50. Had time to get the handball away. They're in trouble here, Murray. Tackle from Darcy. Umpire said he got a handball away, so they can get out of trouble here. Worrell back out now. It's still very messy. The mark was dropped by Soligo. So Bramble kicks inside 50. Juggling mark taken by Williams. 40 out straight in front. That was messy.
I get the Crows' anger to the fans. They're a little bit angry about that last bit of play, but I think the equal thing happened just in front of that, where they had a chance to Bulldogs to win a free kick. So look, the pressure's up. It feels like the pressure's going up a little bit. The pressure rating's not that high for a game. 1-8's not super high. It's okay, but it's not off the top.
Big moment here for Bendix breaks. Bendix, the best known breaks. A chance for 3 in a row here to the Dogs. Bailey Williams just inside 50, pretty much straight in front, jumps into it. It is 3 in a row. And the Dogs steal a break. 6-5-41, the Western Bulldogs to Adelaide 4-2-26. And we've played 18 minutes in this second term on the elders' clock for Australian agriculture. Ken Hinkley and Chad Corns.
Yeah, the game, for all those out there who know what expected score is, the game expected score says 45-19 in front of me right now. So it should be perhaps a bit bigger margin than it currently is, which is the way it's felt. Bulldogs kicking the last 3 have just got that margin back to somewhere near where it should be, I reckon, by the way the game's felt to me. You know, I keep going on about the game, but the reality is intercept score, Bulldogs have kicked 6 goals 4 from intercept score. So 6 goals out of 6 goals 5 have come from intercept. So they've sweated on turnover, team defence winning. Crows have only kicked the 3 goals too, which is not terrible, but it's not the same.
Ball thrown up in the middle. English and McAndrew. McAndrew won it down, but it was sharp by Sanders initially. Thrown to ground was Kennedy as he got his kick away. And as a result, Adelaide have the football, but they've kicked it out of bounds, so there'll be a lasso.
No, it's down the ground.
Down the ground push. That would have been against Cook, but because he was dumped, the free kick instead will go to Fogarty in front of the interchange gate. It would have been to O'Donnell. Fogarty inside 50. Walker jumps, but can't mark. And the play goes.
Yeah, this for a random stat, fellas. Butts, 10 marks, 10 kicks. It describes the Crows' game style, really, doesn't it? Yeah. Defenders chipping it round, building the ball up slowly, waiting for an opportunity to light it up through the middle.
McAndrew, clever tap down, but there is a whistle. Soligo kicks it inside 50. There is an Adelaide free kick, but because it was paid by the non-controlling umpire, it can't be advantage. So it's coming back to McAndrew, who was held in that ruck contest, according to the umpire. And looking at the Harvey Norman replay, that was in fact correct. A good call. The jumper was grabbed. So McAndrew, the big tall ruckman, inside 50. Gee, up goes Pedler, can't mark. At the drop, it's a Western Bulldogs ball. Bailey Williams, handball back to Karmas. It's a high kick, doesn't clear. Defensive 50. Jones was up high for the Crows. Rochelle gets his kick smothered by Baker. That was a good smother, and it's ricocheted out of play for a throw-in. 45 out from Adelaide's goal. It's a 15-point lead to the Dogs. AFL Nation for 4-20 points.
The players the Crows need a little bit more from. Soligo, Pedler only had 2 and 3 touches. Fogarty's only had the 3, but they're all in their forward half, those players, so they don't get enough open ball. And, you know, they've got to get a little bit more out of those players if they can.
Sharking here is Saligo. Handball to Rochelle. Changes direction. Retreats. Handballs to Berry. Scrubs a kick in towards McAndrew. Went through his hands. English got a handball for the Dogs. Rochelle with a big tackle. Gets it to ground and it will be thrown up again.
Going to Rochelle's 6, Kenny.
Yeah, let's just
try and get him up around the footy a bit more.
Yeah, well, you've got to do something different.
McAndrew and Lob in the ruck contest. The ball spits out of play. We'll have another stoppage.
To be honest, this will be their best opportunity to score forward 50 stoppages because the Bulldogs have some shape in front of the ball to kick the ball out to if they can win it. This is where Crows might, if you can get Pedler, you can get Rankin, you can get Rochelle to work.
On the move.
Let's see what happens here. Lob and McAndrew. McAndrew wins it down. Keys was the man on the run. Here he is, Keys. Deep in the pocket. Handballs to Berry. Gets tackled. Handballs to Rochelle. There's a whistle. And it's out of bounds when Rochelle got the handball. Host Plus named Best Super Fun by Money Magazine, Finder and Mozo. That's a plus issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and tmd@hostplus.com.au. A scoreboard partner in the second term on AFL Nation. McAndrew taps it down. Rochelle, another go here. And again, he's tackled, throws it out. Has to be holding the ball. Is.
Great pressure. Dogs have just got the pressure stuff going around the ball too.
It's manic almost, isn't it, the way they're doing it, the Dogs?
And it's all in, everyone. It's not just the smalls, it's everyone in their team.
It's a bit of tooth and nail.
Yeah, that's right. The kick's been marked by Darcy on the logo.
Oh,
this is a good kick to Bramble. If he marks, he's in business. Oh, terrific work from Archie just to come in late with the pressure. Bramble would have been running in towards goal. Archie did extremely well. Then with support from Pedler, the Crows can just slow it down with a short kick into Fogarty. Not 15, the short kick to Peatling. Peatling's... Oh, what a dive there from Pedler. It was like he was in the gully, full stretch, parallel to the ground. He dropped it, though, and it's out of play for a throw-in.
And he's out. He's out. He dropped it and he's out.
That's right.
Almost a certain goal for the Bulldogs if Archie didn't
There was a great effort. Great effort by Kelly.
Just gets it fixed in.
AFL Nation for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts as the ball gets thrown in. McAndrew on the wing, tapped it straight down to Fraser. The handballs to Kennedy, to English, standing start with the kick for the wing, in front West, couldn't mark, fist goes into the centre square, and it's an Adelaide ball to Cumming. Handball to Butts.
Kick number
Butts,
11.
yes, not a mark though, but just a kick. It's a good one to Rochelle. Kick got just tapped there by Fraser, who was on the man on the mark. Fortunately went to Jones, who goes back to Rochelle by hand. Rochelle chips it back by foot to Laird.
Crows' highest rated player, Butsy.
Please.
Laird to the wing. Wants Thilthorpe. English over the top, double fister. Knocks it away. Rochelle gets knocked out of his hands. Kennedy for the Dogs. Handballs to Richards. Wide handball to English. They're going inside 50 again here, the Dogs. In they go. Going back. Backing back courageously was Croft. Couldn't hold on to the mark. They fight for it at ground level. It comes out Adelaide's way. Laird to Butts. Handballs on to Cook. Now to Jones, running the boundary. Jones back to the wing. Rankin had 2 to beat, couldn't do so. Ball knocked in the corridor. Liberatore for the Dogs. To Bramble inside 50. They're drowned with choices. Fraser handballs on. Baker into the square. Dodges 1, dodges 2, kicks the goal. His second. And the Dogs go further in front.
Almost ran too far then, didn't he? Dodge that many Crows, boys.
Righto, it's now time.
Time for what?
It's now time for something different to happen from the Crows' point of view. They can't let this keep going. As I said before, expected scores now 58-19. You're getting flogged.
What's your move, Kenny? You up in the coach's box?
Well, you're actually going to make this game a bit fast, and you're going to make this game a bit more risky, I think, and that's what you've got to do. Well, you've got to risk to win.
So take them.
If you don't risk to win, you're not going to... The current game continues on. They lose by...
Less kick mark, slow build up.
Get some handball, get some run from behind, get some link runners going, get them playing, put someone different behind the ball that can run and carry the ball.
Yep.
You might have to put Rochelle and Rankin back a little bit and say, let's give them the ball and let them run with the ball. Take some chances that the Bulldogs' flooded numbers are going to be there no matter what. You just got to get there quicker.
4 goals in a row to the Dogs, and they go forward again. English out of the middle. Fraser was grabbed by the arm. You get a free kick here. He's just outside the 50. He's going to chip it on. He wants Darcy. Goes over his head. Front and centre. Richards can't break the tackle. Got a handball away. Still with the Bulldogs. Sanders. High kick to the goal square. It goes away. And panicking Laird, who could have marked it, has knocked it out of play deep in the forward pocket.
This is what I'm actually seeing as far as the contest in the forward 50. Bulldogs are back-feeding handball away from their goal, and the Crows are sitting on the goal line saving it. So I just think it's going to be, they're trying to save too much. They've got to win the game.
So the ball to be thrown in deep in the left forward pocket for the Dogs at the Riverbank stand end. Thrown in. McAndrew wins it to the front. Cumming is there. He gets away from Bontempelli. Clearing ball is a good ball, and Walker marks. He looks up and there's just no obvious option.
This gives the time for the Bulldogs players to flood the defence once again.
Oh, Fogarty up very high and early. Couldn't hold on, and the ball goes out for a throw-in. Our most flexible player for Cooper's Flexalt. Flip it with Flexalt. The flexible oral sheep lice treatment has to be Fraser with 3 goals, 2 in this first half.
There's 2 minutes to go before this game goes into half time. Why don't you just have a crack at something here now, the Crows? Just see if you can take 1 or 2 risks.
McAndrew and English. Shark there by Rankin, but gave it straight up to Bontempelli. Fraser again into the 50. Darcy going back with a flight. Gets it to ground level. That's where Adelaide have the numbers. Butts gets a handball out to Malera. Touches the ball on the ground. He's wanting to go short. He does go short to Dawson. Between wing and half-back. Member side of the ground. Short kick into Malera. Again, they can go short, but that's conservative.
The Bulldogs are just giving them the boundary.
It's too late now. They've got to play patient from here.
Dawson goes in short to Cook.
I'd love to know what their silly sign they've got up is.
Runs inboard Cook and then penetrates a ball to the back, and that works. Phil Thorpe's got it. There was about 8 in that contest, and it got to the furthest player, which was Phil Thorpe.
He's one of the absolute best players in the comp, but you're asking him to do a lot of crazy good stuff to win games like that.
Wasn't Lobby's best defensive effort either, Kenny.
So let's paint the picture here. Riley Philthorpe is about 35 metres out from goal. He's just inside the boundary, left half forward, as he starts his approach. We're right behind the kick, into that famous old scoreboard.
Goal.
Kick on its way, never ever missing.
A very, very handy goal.
Philthorpe's second. It was a very important goal in the shadows of half-time. That breaks a run of 4 unanswered goals from the Dogs.
Great contested mark, but Rory Lobb pushed out far too easily.
You know, but they now look at the scoreboard and they go 32-47.
We're still in it.
We've got every opportunity to win this game, and we've all sat here and watched the whole half, and clearly we feel like the Bulldogs have been dominant, but the scoreboard doesn't actually say dominant, Whitey. So that's the challenge for the Dogs now, is to keep their hunger right and keep the Crows slow. But if the Crows get another one, you'd want to go in now half-time with the commanding lead that the Dogs have earned.
But like you said, Kenny, the only way they're scoring is from a strong contested mark and shots from outside 50.
I think they sort of probably expected that, but it's just too much.
In the middle again. And Dawson will get there for the Crows. Pumps out a handball. Coming a high kick into the 50. Philthorpe splits the pack at the drop. Oh, that was a terrific smother. Crows got a chance here. Cook one way, then the other. Handball's out to Rankin. Rankin from 50. Dodges, weaves, gets away from Liberatore. Centres it up. Brilliant kick, Rochelle. As the siren sounds,
didn't pay the mark.
Rochelle's mark has not been paid. Such was the noise, no one heard the siren.
Including us.
But the umpires did.
Yeah, I got to say, I love watching players like Rankin. I mean, he's such an exciting player. The way he did that then, he just mesmerised his oppo. He didn't know where he was going to go, and 2 seconds away from causing an unbelievable opportunity.
So the Dogs just dodging a late bullet there before half-time, and the lead is 15 points. 7-5-47 the Bulldogs. Adelaide 5-2-32. Fraser has kicked 3 goals for the Dogs, 2 to Baker, singles to Croft and Williams. And for the Crows, it is 2 to Philthorpe, 1 to Walker, and also Saligo and Butts. Just in a word, boys, or not a word, a sentence each before we take a break. We'll come back with our halftime show. What have we seen in the first half?
I'm just staggered by this mark tally. I know we've spoken about it a bit, but I've never seen anything like it. Adelaide, 78 marks to the Western Bulldogs, 26. I've never seen a stat like that at halftime.
Game style, that's all it is. It's just game style, and there's a real challenge going on with both teams. Clearly the Dogs are winning that challenge right now, but it's not to say they'll continue to win it. They've got to play another 60 minutes, so it's going to be an interesting second half. Crows get chance to tinker and adjust. What they'll actually do, I'm not quite sure, but that's the game. It's just two completely different game styles.
All right, we'll come back with our halftime show after the break. It is AFL Nation for Tyre Power. The Bulldogs 7-5-47, leading Adelaide 5-2-32. Live AFL Nation action from Adelaide Oval.
That quarter on AFL Nation was for Host Plus, named Best Super Fund by Money Magazine, Finder and Mozo. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
For ultimate braking performance on your off-road adventures, fit Bendix Ultimate 4-wheel drive brake pads. Their high-tech ceramic formulation provides low dust and noise while delivering high-temperature stability and exceptional fade resistance. They also feature our mechanical retention system backing plate for improved pad attachment strength. Bendix Ultimate 4-wheel drive brake pads. Bendix. Put your foot down with confidence.
Installerine, Installerine, Installerine.
For the hottest of hot butter you've ever seen. Ream comes on steady, hot and strong. It just keeps on and on.
Get the best in heat pump and solar hot water and government rebates.
Installerine, Installerine, Installerine.
Accept nothing less than Australia's best.
From everyday essentials to big name brands, their savings are on right now at Chemist Warehouse. Get Microgenics Iron plus Vitamin C 1 a day 30 capsules, only $7.79. Nutrilife High Strength Vitamin C 1200 milligram 150 tablets is $23.99. Allergies on your mind? Pick up Zyrtec 10 milligram 100 tablets exclusive size $39.99. Or get Dymista Allergy Nasal Spray 120 dose for $32.99. Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
Ready for fresh excitement? The peak of racing has begun. Feel the adrenaline as the action heats up on harness racing tracks every week in Victoria. Witness the thrill as drivers and horses push their limits, chasing glory in every heart-stopping moment. Get trackside and experience the harness racing action. Or, if you can't make it to the track, you can watch every race live and free on Sky Racing and Trots Vision. For tips, visit Goodform at thetrots.com.au.
According to the latest government data, Australian mining paid $74 billion in taxes and royalties in 1 year. That's more tax than any other industry. It's enough to fund Medicare, helping fund the services Australians rely on. That's the difference Australian mining makes. To find out more, go to thatsmining.com.au. Authorised by T Constable Canberra. Sourced from ATO 2223 and EY 25 data.
When you're serious about getting the job done, you need equipment that delivers day after day. The Coyote range is built tough in South Korea with reliable diesel power, smooth transmission, serious lift capacity, and all-day comfort across 25 to 140 horsepower tractors. Plus, check out the Coyote zero-turn mowers and skid steers ready to tackle any job. Backed by local dealer support. Explore the full Coyote range in the new catalogue out now at your local dealer. Coyote, we've got you covered.
OMF is going all out with March Madness store-wide savings. Buy one item at full price and get up to 60% off the rest. That's up to 60% off mattresses, up to 25% off bed frames, bases and storage, up to 10% off bedding and rugs, and much more. Plus, get up to 50 months interest-free. These store-wide deals won't last long. End Sunday at OMF, the home of mattress, bedroom, bedding and furniture.
So, have you had anything to drink?
Yeah, but only a couple. And I ate a big meal.
Okay, breathe into the device, please. One long continuous breath.
I also drank plenty of water. And I'm a pretty big guy as well.
Okay, you've blown over 0.05, so I'm going to need you to step out of the car.
I'm not going to lose my license, am I? I didn't drink that much.
Stop kidding yourself. If you drink, don't drive. A message from the TAC.
You're listening to AFL Nation for Tyre Power. Get the power with your trusted tyre experts. And for 4 and 20 pies. You can't have footy without a 4 and 20 pie.
From the top of the goal square, puts Adelaide in front. Here we go, here's another one.
To 3.
Fraser has got the goal. He slapped the turf. I wasn't sure whether it was frustration or it was a celebration. It was the latter. Gets away from Liberatore, centres it up. Brilliant kick, Rochelle. As the siren sounds,
didn't pay the mark.
Rochelle, its mark has not been paid. It was a shame it didn't get paid, but it is half-time here as we get into our Choices Flooring half-time floor show at AFL Nation.
The halftime floor show for Choices Flooring. Style, comfort, quality, helping you choose with confidence.
Yes, Choices Flooring helping you make the right choice. It is our halftime show. Adam White, Ken Hinkley and Chad Corns with you. Before we go into our categories, just gentlemen, that it wasn't a goal on half-time because Rochelle still had to go back and kick the goal, but they were just building a little bit of momentum to get 2 goals. How more important would have that extra goal been, Chad, for the two teams at half-time?
To kick that on the siren, imagine the noise, the vibe in the crowd. What would it have made it? 39 to 47, and they're right in it, going with great momentum at half-time. But they did lift there in that last 5 minutes. The ascendancy swung slightly in the Crows' favour. But like we said, it's just 2 completely different game styles. I'm not sure where it ends up. I don't think that it's going to work for the Crows if they just keep chipping it around in defence, building the ball up really slow and then long bomb inside 50. I'm not sure that will kick them a winning score. So I'd like them to see take the game on a bit more, try and bite one off in the middle and get some run and carry off that and get some low-density entries into their forward 50.
All right, let's get into that a little bit further for Australian-made, smart play for Australian-made, made to support Australians right here. Just about the coaching tactical battle at the moment, Kenny, between the two of them. We were sort of thinking that at one point there, maybe Matthew Nicks had to go to plan B, but then they got that late goal and they got that field position in the last 3 or 4 minutes. So does he hold off now, or do you still think he needs to change something looking at the numbers?
No, he's got to change. He's got to change something right now, and if he doesn't change it now, they'll probably lose the game. And even if he does change, they may still end up, their thing in their favour right now is where they're playing. They're playing Adelaide Oval at home in front of 50,000 Crows fans. They need to get them in the game as much as anything, I reckon. And they're not going to do that if it's slow and boring. You hear the crowd, when you're at football and you're involved in coaching, you hear the crowd carry on about your uncontested marks if they're going nowhere. And I hear that a little bit now from the Adelaide faithful. So they're sitting there going, oh, not that. No, don't go sideways. Don't go there. They're saying just take the game on. So Nixie needs the crowd in the game. He needs his boys to start believing in the way they're going to play, because at the moment they're going to be in there going, oh, do you reckon this is working, coach? We've taken a heap of marks, 78 marks we've taken to 27, but the scoreboard has us 15 points down. So they're the questions they're going to internally be asking themselves. So coach has got to get in there, calm them down, settle them down and say, hey, listen, this has not quite worked the way we wanted it to work. We're just going to tinker a little bit here. We're not going to throw everything. We're just going to get ourselves back in this game a bit differently. And these are the things, A, B and C, that we're going to do differently to help you do that. Stick at it, stay calm, we'll be okay. Bulldogs, on the other hand, are going to go, hey, boys, it's just a little bit of polish. If we can just polish off at the end, because, as I said before, the expected score margin is 61-23. That's almost game over. It's a 38-point margin. But we know that I keep saying you don't get 4 points from expected score, but that's the gap in the game, in the current game styles. If Nixie ignores that, that will be really detrimental, I would imagine. If he witnesses and recognises that and says, well, that's not going to cut it, we have to make the changes, I feel like there's still an opportunity at only 15 points down.
So is the game being played the way both coaches had planned it, or is it that particularly Adelaide, they're reacting to the way the Dogs have come and played tonight?
It looks like it's the way the Bulldogs want it to be played from my point of view, and especially the way they're defending. Like we've said, getting their numbers back. The Bulldogs boys are just giving the Crows the little chip, like along the boundary, and letting them go slow backwards and around, but they're not really taking the ball anyway. they're just taking a lot of marks without taking any aggressive territory. So I reckon the Bulldogs have got it exactly where they want it, just a bit more polished by hand, as Kenny said, a bit more cleaner finish on goal. And I think it could get ugly for the Crows if the Crows play that same game style.
All right, Australian made right here. An unmissable moment for Drinkwise. You won't miss a moment if you Drinkwise. There was one that you liked, wasn't it?
The unmissable moment was definitely Tex's goal from outside 50. Right on the junction, right in front of the crowd. Great noise, and he's just one of the best finishers on goal you've ever seen.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. Tackler of the game for Bar Crusher Boats. Tackle your next fishing adventure in a bar crusher.
Won't surprise us. The leading tackler on the ground is Libba.
Yep.
It's not going to be a surprise to anyone out there, but, you know, the Bulldogs team as a whole have won the tackle count 36. Wait for it. 16.
Right.
So
their pressure has been outstanding.
That's what I'm saying. Their pressure's better, but the Crows' pressure on their handball game, they haven't been able to tackle them. It's 16 handballs with how live that ball, how chaotic that ball's been. If your intent to defend is on, to get straight at the first possession, you should have more than 16. There have been a lot of opportunities. There's either broken tackles or whatever's happened in the game. I think that's it. But Libba's a leading tackler on the ground, which for the, about the 28th year in a row, Libba's in and under.
That's right. Our travel partner is Signet. Stay powered 24/7 with Signet AFL Club Power Banks. Now, if you are at the ground today, open the SEN app and enjoy our live SEN Stadium AFL Nation broadcast for Australian made to support Australians right here. And Choices Flooring are giving away the ultimate VIP Grand Final experience. You and a mate could experience all the hype of Grand Final week firsthand. Then go to the big match itself, the 2026 Toyota AFL Grand Final. All you have to do is head to SEN Win to enter now. This has been the halftime floor show for Choices Flooring. Style, comfort, quality, helping you choose with confidence. We'll be back with the second half after this. AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies and for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts.
You're listening to AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
So, have you had anything to drink?
Yeah, but only a couple. And I ate a big meal.
Okay, breathe into the device, please. One long continuous breath.
I also drank plenty of water. And I'm a pretty big guy as well.
Okay, you've blown over 0.05, so I'm going to need you to step out of the car.
I'm not going to lose my licence, am I? I didn't drink that much.
Stop kidding yourself. If you drink, don't drive. A message from the TAC.
That's the sound of a cricket bat being shaped. Concrete mixing. Socks being stitched. Made right here in Australia. And when you look for products certified with the green and gold kangaroo, you can be confident you're buying an Australian-made product. You're backing local businesses, jobs, and our economy. Look for Australian-made and buy Australian.
Still installing last decade solar panels? Mate, that's like frying an egg in its shell. Powerbay's bifacial solar panels, batteries and inverters change the game. Their dual-sided design captures sunlight front and back. Plus, N-type cells generate up to 5% more energy for even lower energy bills. Be the tradie ahead of the game. Switch to Powerbay's solar panels. Available in selected Bunnings Warehouse stores only. For full store details, view Powerbay on the Bunnings Warehouse website.
Rebates available to eligible customers. T's and C's apply.
For those who demand more from every acre, there's no compromise. Deutz Fahr tractors, engineered in Germany, built with precision, driven by innovation. With a powerful tractor range from 62 to 336 horsepower, Deutz Fahr deliver premium performance, comfort and reliability season after season. This is what premium feels like in the field. Go to deutzfahr.com.au to see the latest offers and find your local dealer. The grass is greener with Deutz Fahr.
Visit the E&S clearance outlet in Clayton now and get premium home appliances at the lowest prices. We have a huge range of factory seconds, scratch and dent, X-Display and run-out models. You can save up to an incredible 70% off the biggest kitchen, bathroom and laundry brands like Bosch, AEG, Fisher & Paykel, LG and Siemens. Our consultants are home appliance experts and we won't be beaten on price. So visit the E&S clearance outlet in Clayton and get value the E&S way.
Ugh.
When your internet gives you lemons, get Tangerine. Switch to Tangerine and get 10% off your monthly plan fee for every SIM-only mobile or mobile broadband plan you bundle with an active Tangerine NBN service.
Oh.
With easy setup, short hold times, no confusion, Tangerine offers great value internet with no lock-in contracts and high-speed plans available that keep up with your everyday. When your internet gives you lemons, get Tangerine. Visit tangerine.com.au to sign up today.
Top midfielders run over 15 kilometres a game. That's sustained performance. Just like Host Plus, who have sustained strong long-term returns over 20 years. A top-performing super fund, that's a plus.
Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance. Consider the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding.
Search Compare Host Plus today.
This season, kick those DIY project goals with Trojan. From the garage to the garden and everywhere in between, Trojan has the tools to help you get the job done. No fuss, just a broad range of trusted tools, all at DIY prices and backed by a match-winning lifetime warranty. Whatever the task, Trojan tools are up for the job this season. Trojan, tools built tough. Available in store or online at Bunnings Warehouse.
You're listening to AFL Nation for Tyre Power. Get the power with your trusted tyre experts. And for 4 and 20 pies. You can't have footy without a 4 and 20 pie.
Both teams are back out on the field here at Adelaide Oval for the second half, where the Bulldogs lead 7-5-47 to Adelaide 5-2-32. The Dogs kicked 4 in a row before a late goal there for Adelaide before half-time to make the difference, 15 points. You're with Adam White, you're with Ken Hinkley, you're with Chad Corns, AFL Nation for the 4 and 20 Traveller. We've got Neil Diamond singing at the moment, boys, so we've still got a few minutes left before the third quarter gets underway.
You want us to listen to Neil? Is that what you want us to do?
Not really.
Okay.
He's all right, but we hear that song a lot.
I do like Neil.
Yeah, we do hear a lot.
He's everywhere now, isn't he?
Yeah, it's almost becoming a bit of overkill.
Absolutely.
We've talked about what has happened. What do you think will happen now? That's a bit of a harder question.
Well, what I will say is I will know early, I reckon, with the structure and stuff and how it sets up, because in the first half, pros were setting up 7 players forward to the ball from stoppages. There have been 48 stoppages, so there's plenty of opportunities to get a look at that. So if we get a good look at that, we'll see whether the Crows are going to get a bit more aggressive, because they're playing into the hands of filling up their own forward 50 with that, and that's one of the challenges that they've got. So we've got to see a bit more handball from the Crows, less marks, so we can recognise those things from here. And then from the Bulldogs, it'll be status quo. It'll be just more of the same, just a bit better finish is what they'll be hoping for.
What do you think, Chad?
Yeah, so you reckon Bevo would be happy half-time?
Yeah, he'd be doing cartwheels by the scoreboard.
Yeah.
He's playing away from home.
So his instruction is to be tidy up some of the handballs, or just keep going for it?
I don't think it'll be that. I think it'll be this is working. We're happy with that. You know, we keep this rate up. We go 94-62. Great result.
And just pump up the pressure. How good their pressure has been when the balls hit the deck. How quickly they're getting at the Crows when they take possession.
You know,
I think that's been a highlight.
The theme of the week will be something coming out around pressure. It'll be something coming around our travelling world, us against them. And, Bevo's great at doing all that sort of stuff. Tooth and nail, which he's got going. And he'll just keep promoting the things that he needs to promote, which have been really influential in this game so far. As the players now start to make their way out to their positions, I'm just having a quick look to see if there's any positional changes that I can pick up quickly. But status quo, I think, down back. Same players going down there for the Crows. Up the other end of the ground, it looks like for the Bulldogs, very similar. You got, is it Liver now off half back, is it? I'm trying to see from here. For the Bullies. Yeah, look at Liver at half back, standing there on half back. So that means the winger on this side will probably just go back and help him out, which is Jacks. Jacks will go back and release, Liver will go on ball, and a midfielder will spit forward.
And the other good thing from a Western Bulldogs point of view is they lead with Bontempelli only having 3 kicks.
And Norton hasn't kicked a goal, West hasn't kicked a goal, and Darcy hasn't kicked a goal.
Yeah, so there's upside for them.
All right, second half, we are officially underway in the middle of the ground. English winning the tap down. Richards lurking, applying a big tackle on Rochelle. The ball comes out the Dogs' way. Here is Marcus Bontempelli inside 50 with a kick to a nest of players. No one can take the mark. The tackles are applied and the ball is under a number of players' bodies and will be thrown up 35 metres out from the Dogs' goal. 47-32, the Dogs leading as we start the second half. AFL Nation for the 4 and 20 Traveller. Darcy, a big tackle. Cumming can't go anywhere there, and will be thrown up again.
You've got Tim English taking Isaac Rankin out here. It's an amazing matchup, isn't it?
Leaves Darcy in the ruck. Down to Fraser through his hands. McAndrew got a handball to Cumming. Clear and kick on the bounce to Rankin, who got the handball out to Neil Bullen, who kicks to open territory. But like a goalkeeper, Karmas was just waiting for it. Took it on the bounce. Handballs to Butterick, who goes very wide with the kick to Baker. Out on the outer wing for the Dogs. Chipping ball into Williams. So he's just defensive side of centre here, Williams, with no player behind him outside of Lobb. So Williams will have to kick to a contest. Darcy up, got hands to it, couldn't mark. Richards front and centre. Shoots something forward. Liberatore, handball to Kennedy. Now it's with Norton. No one tackled Norton, so he gave him a chance to shoot a goal. They all just watched. He wanted to give the handball, but no one was going to tackle, so he thought, I might as well take the kick. Well, he's kicked the goal.
That was because the Crows weren't there either. So they were all worried about the handball receivers and didn't worry about the person with the ball. As we watch it on the screen now in front of us, he almost just stood still and turned around and said, well, there's the goal. I'm having a shot.
It's a real difference in the way both teams are getting at each other. If that was the Crows having a shot on goal, the Bulldogs would be swarming, applying great heat, great tackling pressure, and Norton had a couple of seconds to line him up and put it through with absolutely no one anywhere near him.
I'm just going to keep watching this centre bounce rotation that the Dogs do.
So it's 53-32. Aaron Norton with his first goal of the night on the Deutsche Tractors scoreboard. As the umpire throws it up in the middle again. English winning the tap down. Here's Rachele for the Crows. Wide kick in the direction of Walker. Took it on the bounce. Gets tackled to the ground. Got a handball away. Overrunning the football was Rankin. Jacques didn't. Walker's in a fight in the backfield. Now it's Sanders. Handball straight to Rankin. Handball's back towards Walker, who got to his feet. O'Donnell knocked it out of his grasp, out of bounds for a throw-in, and Walker bumped into O'Donnell, and he's gone to ground, not feeling overly well at the moment. He gets back to his feet and chases after Walker with the ball to be thrown in. 50 metres around from the Adelaide goal, right half forward in front of the Riverbank stand here at Adelaide Oval. Cumming, handballs to Dawson, forced to soccer off the ground. Keys, quick handball to Fogarty, has a fumble, collects, kicks, goals! 20 metres out in the corridor. Adelaide get the answer and stay in touch in the early stage of the third term. AFL Nation for the 4-20 traveller. It is the Crows, 38 to the Dogs 53. Sorry, Chad.
Sorry, mate. Important there. You only had the 4 possessions prior to that shot on goal. He doesn't need too many possessions to have a big impact on the game, but that was very important for him. Barely unsighted pretty much until that shot on goal.
Their goals are coming from hard work, though, aren't they? And it's good. They needed that goal because the Dogs got a great start to the quarter. Last thing you would have wanted was them to get the first goal. So scoreboard's back to par for the first half, for the second half. So that's a good starting point for them.
Shane Corns and Ken Hinkley for Power Bay Quality Solar Solutions. A goal apiece after just 3.5 minutes.
Centre bounce for as a ruck rover.
Yes, that's right. Andrew's still in the ruck. Palms it down straight to Richards. Goes out of his grasp. McAndrew got a handball to Berry. Inside 50, they go again. Walker slides in and marks at the 50. Gets to his feet. Lines up. Goes whack. Nails it. That is Taylor Walker at his best.
Hear that noise? That's the noise that the Crows needed to hear. And they'll grow with that. I mean, Tex is capable of that every time. As soon as he got it, I'm thinking, arc around, he's having a long shot at goal. It's such a beautiful finish. I marvel at how good he's still playing, considering how long he's been in our game. So, he's still really, really important to the Crows team.
Just hits them so flush, doesn't he?
Such a good kick.
2 goals from outside 50, and they never look like missing.
It's another big moment for Bendix Breaks.
And we're at a 9-point game, which seems remarkable, really.
Bendix, the best known breaks. Taylor Walker with 2 absolute specials. Sliding in, taking the chest mark, getting to his feet, wheeling around on his right from the 50 and kicking it into the crowd. In the middle again, Crows lifting. There's a free kick here, a holding free kick to the Crows. No, it's going the other way. Rochelle thought it was his. It's Richards for the Dogs in the middle of Adelaide Oval. He's going to kick it long. He wants Norton, gets separation from his opponent, can't mark. Off the ground, the Crows clear comfortably. That was well done by Michael Annie to Rochelle. Tries to chisel a kick down the line. He was wanting Fogarty. It's off hands, out of bounds for a throw-in.
So the first change we've seen structurally. Fogarty's up high, Dawson's out the back now with Buku Kamas, and Tex is the deepest forward. So it's a slight adjustment. I like it. Thorpe's been on ball. At least there's something different.
I like Dawson forward.
Empire had to retrieve the ball from the fence. And he throws it in with McAndrew in front. Gets Croft in the ruck. Wins it down. Kennedy overruns the football. Goes back out of bounds. 53-44. The Dogs in front. Early stages of the third term. AFL Nation for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts.
Still got 7 in front of the ball, the Crows.
McAndrew in the ruck. Again, pitted against Croft. Bontempelli scooped out a handball off the ground by Richards. That will spin inside play in the end. And Bontempelli, who ran 30 metres to beat the next contest, was able to knock it out of play for a throw-in. So now 65, 70 metres around for the Dogs' goal. Dogs by 9 points. They've been in front all night. Thrown in. McAndrew reaches over the top, wins it. Liberatore, though, at ground level, handballs to Kennedy. Kick smothered by Thorpe, back to Liberatore, into the 50, Darcy in front. Spoil comes, whistle! Whistle, free kick, Bulldogs. Free kick to Darcy.
Purely size. Just absolutely too big.
He's only 25 metres out from goal, left of centre.
He's going to snap.
Yeah, just a slight hold of the arm.
Drop punt now.
He thought he's gone from one to the other, back to the other.
He remembered the one he missed last week, I reckon.
You had a look at the replay for Harvey Norman, Chad, yes or no?
Slight hold of the arm. He's going to get so many of those free kicks across the year just because of the sheer size of him. Not much a defender can do.
Darcy for his first goal of the night. Hits the post. Right at the top.
It's got that feel about an expected score loss.
The crowd are getting into it. It just feels like there's been a shift.
So Worrell meanders into the field of play and goes short with the kick to Jones. Worrell wants it back. He gets it back from defensive 50. Kicks to the wing. Phil Thorpe gets separation, takes the mark on the loader, wants to go quickly into the 50. Rankin's there, can't mark. Karmas, he couldn't pick it up. Little toe poke from Rochelle once and then tried again. Then picks up the football after he had a fresh air shot, dives on the ball, holding the ball. Good umpiring, Ken.
Yeah, I used to get it right sometimes, most often not. Especially when it was my team.
They're under pressure here, the Dogs. Lob kicks it to Liberatore, a little lateral ball. Inside defensive 50. This is a brave kick, but it works with Selwood backing back, taking the mark. Handball releases the run of Richards. Inboard handball to Bontempelli at the logo. Searing ball. Gets away from Darcy. Scooping it up was Norton. Handballs to Darcy. Handballs over the top to Hines. Paddles in front of himself. Then gets overwhelmed by the numbers. Had to get a handball away. McAndrew did. Oh, it's come back the Dogs' way. And it's a miss. Flying shot from Hines. Missing to the right. He had options. He went for it and missed. Quick reload from the Crows. Not sure on that. Kennedy had 2 to beat. Did so. Handballs to Fraser. Bontempelli in the square marks and goals. They turned it over from the kick-in, and Kennedy. The Dogs get the goal.
It was Kennedy on the outer side, I think.
He had to beat 2.
Tough by Kennedy.
An outstanding pick-up for the Dogs. Come across from Carlton, who you look at and go, how could he not be playing at that in Carlton's team at the moment? But gee, he's done well since he's come to the Dogs. He fills a role. He plays his role really well. Desperate defensive player. Gets it done.
Against the flight, then Fraser, some composure in the game, lowers the eyes to Bontempelli in the goal square instead of blazing away as they have at the last couple of shots on goal. Yep. Fraser has been outstanding this game.
He has. There's no doubt about that. But how does Bontempelli get on his own in the goal square?
Well, I think it comes down to their rotations and the way they move things around. And when you haven't got someone just who's locked in on him particularly from a kick-in, you get offside because you're all in structure. And then bonk, the turnover comes unexpectedly. He gets found in the right spot.
In the middle we go again. Dogs are going to get the clearance, and it's that man again. Fraser wheels onto his right. Inside 50 with a kick. Crows with the flyers. There's a whistle, a hold. A free kick to Adelaide, to Worrell. That was Bontempelli who was holding. I think there's a couple of plays it could have gone to. It's not going to go to Worrell. It's going to Michael Annie, who kicks it out wide to Neil Bullen. Kicks down the line to Berry. Nearly at halfway, the Crows, who trail by 17 points on the Deutz Far Tractor scoreboard. Berry short into Malera. Barely travelled 15 metres. Umpire said that was okay. Another short pass to Peatling. So they've reached halfway, the Crows. Feeds a handball to Michael Annie, cruising down from defence.
Yep.
Oh, that one's gone out of bounds on the full. No, it stays in the field of play. Archie caught out of position. Dogs with the footy. Selwood runs a kick out towards half-back, goes through the legs of Peatling, and then a handball from Michael Annie missed Peatling, and that's last touch. Now, that could almost be 50 because Peatling kicked the ball away off the ground after it crossed the line, but the umpire didn't see that. It's just a normal free kick to the Dogs. Williams to Dale to Sanders. Sanders went back to Dale, who went without it. He's still got time to recover. Kick into the centre square to Bontempelli. Bontempelli spots a couple of players out on the wing. One of them's Hines. He'll get there on the bounce. He's got Davidson running in support. Hines decides to kick instead. Up towards Norton, has 2 to beat. At least created a contact, but off the ricochet, a mark has been paid there to Murray. He kind of got the fist in there and then was able to get his own crumb, so the mark was paid. In the back pocket, crosses to the other side of the ground with a kick to Michael Annie, who'll go in short to Neil Bullen. The game's just opening up a little bit here at the moment. A bit more space for the Crows to work in. Short kick, back to Michael Annie. Told to play on, back to Neil Bullen. Right half-back flank for the Crows, who trail by 17 points. AFL Nation for the 4 and 20 traveller. Short one into Cumming. Cumming's going to go out to the far side. Oh, they've got numbers here. This is going to work. Murray marks down to Jones. Now can keep going to Cook if he sees him. He doesn't see him. Instead goes to Rankin, who's cruising. Late came Lobb with a spoil. Richards there, slides in. Croft in support. Gave the handball out to Butterick. Across to Dale. The Dogs under pressure, but they still got the footy. Richards, though, has a fumble. Rankin dives in on top of Richards. Ball comes out. Archie. Handballs to Berry from the 50. Likes it. Goes for it. Misses to the left. Only a behind.
You're right, Whitey. There's a bit of fatigue starting to get into both sides now, so there's a few more mistakes, a few more opportunities. Scoring might open up a little bit, which suits the Crows, I reckon, if they can get a bit of scoring opening.
Down the middle goes Dale. Nice kick to centre half back to Richards. He'll kick into the middle. Wants Darcy. Barry with a spoil. But at the drop is Fraser. That man Fraser. He gallops away, Fraser. 2 bounces. Forward of the wing. Kicking into the 50. It's a poor kick, and Butt zoning back takes the mark for the Crows.
First mistake of the game.
Butt settles things down with a kick to Michael Annie. It's a bit of keepings off at the moment. Michael Annie in the back pocket, told to play on. Norton comes at him, so he's forced to kick to a contest. Pedler over the top. Bontempelli in the middle. Couldn't mark. Archie with the crumbs. Handball gets knocked down. Bontempelli here. Goes through his legs. Still with Bontempelli. Handball somehow into the field of play to Sanders. Defensive handball to Williams. Williams squeezes a kick. Berry got taken high in the marking contest. He'll take a free kick. One of the real growth players for Nutrient Water, your irrigation pump and filtration specialist, Berry, is starting to get more of a chance late last year. He's looking like a proper midfielder tonight for the Crows. Down to the wing, Phil Thorpe in the middle of the pack, couldn't mark. Lobb got hands to it, he couldn't mark it either. Diving in on the ball is Richards, got a handball away under pressure. Lots of congestion on the wing. Adelaide come up with it, and then they cough it up. Oh, Butterick weaving through the traffic for the Dogs was excellent. Handballs on to Bramble, draws a player, handballs on. Here comes Jacques, inside 50 for the Dogs. Norton there has 3 to beat. Bontempelli in support, taps it on to Davidson. Davidson's in the square. It's a whistle that's coming back to the Dogs.
Yeah. It was a free kick in the marking contest, which was really, really clear. Umpire let the play on advantage happen. How good's Butterick been for the Dogs? Like, as a pickup from the Gold Coast Suns, he's really fitted in well and played with great composure.
The way that he was able to weave through traffic on the wing, so many Adelaide players around him.
Yeah, he's had 15 for the night at 93% of disposal efficiency. That's outrageously good.
So Norton was outnumbered in that marking contest 3-1, but at least created a contest.
This is not a lock.
He's 20 metres out left of centre to the cathedral end. Kick on its way. Never missing. Never, ever missing.
The reverse mocker, it always gets you. Even as a coach, it used to get you, Chad.
A second goal to Aaron Norton in this term. And the Dogs back out to a healthy 22-point lead. 10-7-67 Bulldogs. Crows 7-3-45 on the Deutz Tractors scoreboard. Jack Gawns for Power Bay. Quality Solar Solutions.
Butts just didn't need to do it, did he? He already had the support there with the outnumber of the Crows, and just a bit sloppy the way he pushed Norton out of that contest. Norton played for it a bit, I think, too, Kenny, but just didn't need to do it. Support was already there.
Pressure, get you. That's what happens when the ball's coming at you like that. You do panic a little bit. You're playing on a high-quality opponent, so you do get yourself a bit nervous, and that's understandable.
2-goal swing, too, with a Mr. Berry at one end and then the goal to the Dogs at the other.
And Norton, 2 important goals in this quarter.
Kennedy gets the clearance for the Dogs. A high ball that will drop just outside 50. Hines could have pushed. No free kick coming for the Crows. Kicks towards the wing. Creating good contest with Sell, but still an Adelaide footy at the front. Berry, handballs on. Rochelle into the 50. Oh, like Archie here. Juggling, no! Karmas did very well.
Unbelievable.
Very well when he looked totally beaten. And he got a tap in there, a hand in there, it's out of play.
How quickly he closed that gap. Had 5 metres on him, Archie.
Don't you love watching a player with confidence grow? That's what I do. I just love these young players who haven't had their chances, get a bit of confidence and they can do anything.
And desperation. That was brilliant.
Stillthorpe took it out of the ruck. Crashing in hard was Keys. No free kick. Spits out Fogarty! He's done it again!
Forward 50 goal.
2 running goals to Fogarty in this term. And they won't go away, the Crows. The Dogs can't put them to sleep.
That's really accurate. I reckon that's really, really accurate, that they won't put them away. And by not putting them away, the longer the game goes, they get their chance. And, when that margin closes up at Adelaide Oval and, it's in the last quarter, that's when they're going to get asked the biggest questions, the Dogs. If the Crows can stay hanging around and forcing their way into scrounging goals, that's what I would call them. They're scrounging goals more than creating goals. So, that's all they need to do. But the game plan and the game style, 17 marks, 9 again, start of this third quarter, doesn't look like it's changed much from a possession style of football. So we'll wait to see how it unfolds.
Saligo's handball, Chad, there was excellent. Looking at
Saligo's handball, but just before that, Keys contest when he took out Lob, brilliant.
I'll tell you what the bigger problem was Dale's effort not to spoil.
Yeah.
In the middle again we go. High tackle here, free kick to the Crows. Against Kennedy, going to Peatling. The Crows surge numbers forward. Peatling looks up, kicks it as far as he can. Archie's down there, so is Fogarty. Karmas with the spoil. Finds the boundary 25 metres around from the Crows' goal, right forward pocket.
Here we are again in the forward 50 for another stoppage opportunity for the Crows. They'll be pretty happy to get stoppage chances now.
The crowd really starting to be a factor now. They're really behind the Crows.
Michelle.
Ball gets thrown in. McAndrew taps it down, bobbling around. Liberatore scrounges the kick outside 50, then off the ground by Baker. This will work. It's like a kick and chase. He's after it again, Baker. He'll get there first against Keys. Handball though, missed Sanders, so the Crows get the ball back. Great tackle from Sanders. Keys though, got a handball out now, coming on his left. Finds Pedler just in the field of play. 60 metres out for a goal left half forward. Kind of feel like the Crows here need 2 in a row. They've got 1. Can they get a second? Into the pocket. Archie, Fogarty, still in the field of play. Lob picks up the ball for the Dogs. Clears as quickly as he can. Wants Baker. Got a spoil in there. There's a whistle and Adelaide free kick against Baker.
I don't know whether it was there or not, but it looked lucky.
It's a hold. So a free kick to coming into the 50. Wanted Saligo. Couldn't mark. Not another goal here, is it? A Richelli? No. Quick snap, he just picked it up and kicked it.
Should have been
to the left.
It was an opportunity, wasn't it?
He had more time.
Real opportunity. Yeah, that pressure again. You feel the pressure.
So the Dogs under enormous pressure here. The Crows surging. The Dogs lead is 15 points on the Deutz Fahr Tractor scoreboard. Wide kick to Karmas. He's got some space at left half back. Runs the boundary. Long kick towards the wing. Wants Darcy. He knocked his opponent out of the way illegally, said the umpire. Butts with the free kick. Darcy's just thrown it away. Free kick, 50 metres now. And he's thrown him to the ground. This will be double 50.
Ridiculous.
Sam Darcy has lost his head.
What about the more important stat? Bucks to kick his second goal. What odds did you say that was?
No, it wasn't available.
Oh, that is just...
So Darcy took the mark but gave away a free kick in the contest.
It's double.
He then threw the ball away and then he threw an opponent away. And it's a 100-metre penalty for Jordan Butts to be taken to the goal square.
Now, here's a moment for a coach. With Big Sam Darcy, you're sitting there as the coach going, I love everything about you, but did you really have to do that?
Jordan Butts, until tonight, had never kicked a goal. He's lining up for his second AFL goal. In he comes. Oh, he's missed. He's missed from 15 metres out directly in front. This time he did kick it like a defender.
Oh, dear.
Will that be a Bendix Breaks big moment in this match? Mark it down, the 21-minute mark of the third term.
They are coming, the
Dogs
Crows.
get it to the wing. Now Adelaide win it back. Laird a handball to Neil Bullen. To Saligo. Kicks to the 50. And the mark's been completed by Fogarty. Wheels onto his left. Kicks up to full forward. Archie's got two to beat. He can't do so. It gets knocked into the post. Behind.
He had Peatling just over the top of Lob too, who was free in the forward pocket.
Luke Beveridge comes to the bench. Marches to the bench with still a good 6 or 7 minutes before three-quarter time. Oh, Jacques juggles the ball in the boundary and doesn't hold on, and it's gone out of play.
What would you do with Darcy, Kenny, if you're in Bevo's situation?
There's not much you can do right now. You can't get him. I mean, you don't want to take him off the ground. So the first thing you don't want to do is take him off the ground, make a big deal of it. But there'll be a moment in time when his rotation is due. You just have a quiet word around his composure. That's what you're talking about.
60 metres out from the Crows' goal from the boundary throw-in. Berry bounces off a tackle. Berry still with Berry. Wide kick, too wide for Pedler. Bounces out of play. Inside 50, so it'll be a throw-in.
They've owned the territory battle for the last 6 or 7 minutes. Even though the Crows have been really up their end of the ground for a good period of time. This is there where they get a chance to make their move. One more goal will be really, really important for them.
40 metres around from the Adelaide goal as this ball gets thrown in. Left forward pocket. English in front. Knocks it outside 50. Baker will get there first for the Dogs. He gets escorted over the line by Dawson. A throw in again. 13 points the lead for the Dogs. AFL Nation for the 4 and 20 Traveller, and also for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts. Live Friday night football on AFL Nation from Adelaide Oval. Ball thrown in. McAndrew wins it down, but there's a mess of players around this. It's not going anywhere. Liberatore with the tackle again.
Bevo's moving the magnets around out on the board. It's a bit early, 6 minutes to go still in this quarter.
I think he was just trying to get the rotations right for the last quarter.
Whistle, a ruck infringement, a Dogs free kick to English.
Or how do I get Sam Darcy off quicker?
Get his best players on at the right time, I think.
English at right half back. Plays just slowed over the last 3 or 4 minutes. Up towards Darcy through his hands. Butts another disposal. Handball to Worrell. Kick down the line is a good one. And McAndrew marks for the Crows, the big tall ruckman. He had some time and space. He could have played on if he wanted to. Decided not to. Now he kicks up towards Pedler. Poor kick. And a good mark to Selwood for the Dogs.
Great grab.
Spreads it wide to Williams between the juncture of the 50-metre line and the boundary. Dogs still lead by 13 points. On the Deutz Fahr Tractor scoreboard, Deutz Fahr Tractor Warrior Range, it's Deutz Fahr Evolved. Up towards the wing with the kick, and McAndrew again. Gee, he looks a likely type.
He's been a good pickup, hasn't he? It's going to make it hard for a big Riley O'Brien.
He's on the wing, outer side of the ground. Flat kick, English destroys the pack, but couldn't take the mark. There is a push. Free kick. It's going the Dogs' way to Dale. That was off the initial contest. They're holding up at the moment, the Dogs. Crows are coming, but they're not putting it on the scoreboard.
They certainly need to. They've been asked to defend for a fair bit.
Out wide to Jacques. He'll go inboard to Bontempelli. Bontempelli into the middle. Kennedy. Where does he go next, Kennedy? He's wanting to give the handball on, a forward handball, but he instead kicks it short. Sanders wearing the bright yellow boots.
Good work rate of Kennedy.
Yeah, a wide kick to Kennedy on the wing. Outer side of Adelaide Oval. So it's all slow. Now he'll have to kick to a contest. He goes very wide. He wants Darcy. Can't quite get there. Gets to the back. There's another whistle, though, as Baker's about to pick up the ball.
Darcy's free.
It's coming back to Darcy. Crow fans don't like that one, Kenny.
What if he goes back and kicks this one after Butts missing his?
Yes, that's right.
Bevo's a bit happier then.
That's right. Might put the magnets down. We're going to have a look at the replay for Harvey Norman. What do we think here, gentlemen?
It's hard to tell from that angle. I think it was the other angle.
It's a contest. It
didn't look like there was a lot in it.
Wouldn't feel super happy.
He draws free kicks, this guy.
Okay, so we've reached the 26-minute mark of the third term with this kick from Darcy. There's a blood rule as well, so Butts is coming from the field. So we've got to wait for that to all take place before Darcy can take his kick. We've had a look at the Harvey Norman replay. Bedding floor stock clearance on now. Mattresses, adjustable bases, bedroom furniture and more, limited time while stocks last. We're happy enough with the free kick being given. Probably Chad more so than Ken.
Nothing definitive in it, I didn't think.
I'm not sure about it.
Okay.
Couldn't tell from the angle we saw on the replay.
Crowd doesn't seem to like it.
No, I don't think so. All right, all eyes now on Sam Darcy at right half forward. He'll have to kick it 50 metres. Maybe 48 metres. Got close to the man on the mark and he has kicked the goal. He did what Jordan Butts couldn't do at the other end from a much further out position.
Can I say I'm happy I'm in this box today?
Yes.
After that bit of play, that's what gets you as a coach. You get the double 50, you miss one in front of the goals. The same bloke who gives it away from a really hard and difficult shot goes back and kicks a goal, and it never looked like missing this kick.
And good on him, Kenny. Imagine what he was feeling after that double 50. To have the composure to go back and kick that from outside 50, like you said. Good on him.
He's a beast, Chad. I hear a lot about him and the way he goes about it. He's a fiercely competitive player who's 6'10". If you think about Hornet and people like that who play Harley Reid, those blokes who play with that venom, they are risky, but by gee, when they stand up big, they're pretty important.
At the 27-minute mark of the third term, that on the elders clock for Australian Agriculture, that goal was kicked in the middle. Bontempelli scoops a handball forward. Miller came off the back of the square, created a really good contest. Dawson hacked it off the ground into the 50 for the Crows. Oh, Selwood dropped the mark, bounced off his chest. Karmas at the back though. Again, calming things down, giving the handball out to Lobb, who's kicked it out of the full. So the Crows kicked 3 points before that goal from the Dogs.
And dominated field position.
Yeah, that's right. So that little phase might come back to haunt the Crows. Kick the ball here, inside 50, Fogarty up, Lob with the spoil, back over the boundary, we'll have a throw in. 45 metres around from Adelaide's goal with the Dogs leading by 19 points.
It's not an unfamiliar moment for Darcy, is it? He's got a bit of a history, with that, with Maynard against Collingwood, I reckon, not that long ago. Give him a free kick, ended up being the villain with the Collingwood fans, but ends up, I think he might have kicked the winner.
Kicked 3 goals in the last quarter.
He kicked the winner for him to win, so Bevo will be happy if that's the outcome.
Yeah, that's right. Maybe we should give away more 100-metre penalties.
No, I don't think so.
Nothing's happening from the throw-in. It'll be another stoppage, though, just outside the 50 for the Crows at left half forward. About 60 metres out as the ball is thrown into the air. English down to Sanders, immediately tackled by Rochelle and Berry. So another throw-up.
I've enjoyed Sanders' growth this year too. He's had 17 tonight. He's been working pretty hard. He's been pretty tough in the contest.
Into the 50 go the Crows. Rush kick. And as a result, Chalmers takes the mark on his chest. He's been excellent.
Solid. Reads the play so well.
Spreads it wide out to Jacques. And just his third game. Handball is down to Lobb. Had a bit of a fumble. Boot to ball.
Great pass.
Accidental, but Norton dropped it. Absolute sitter. Worrell scooped out the handball. Now Dawson to the open side for the Crows. Coming. Doesn't go quickly. Shoots a handball back to Dawson, who kept running on his left. Long kick wide towards Phil Thorpe. No, not quite. Again, that man Karmas.
Yeah, but I'm going to go back to the play. The kick from Dawson to just cross the ground, switch the ball. Not trying to think who he kicked it to. but he had to be the player who kicked it to run over to get the next handball. That ball has to be continuous if you're going to get the game going.
Ball thrown in. Same spot again. Left half forward for the Crows. Berry overruns the ball. Kennedy trying to hack it off the ground. Selwood, his kick is out on the full.
Free kick
it's coming back. So it is
free kick to the Crows.
An Adelaide free kick. We'll need to see the replay on this one. Kicking in danger. Yep, the Harvey Norman replay confirming that against Kennedy.
Fair enough.
Yeah, so Archie will get the free kick.
Quiet night, Archie.
Yeah, he's got
only
an opportunity.
the 5 disposals.
They got him here for these sort of moments, though.
30-minute mark of the third term. Callum Archie out on the boundary in the left forward pocket, will kick from 35 metres. Drop punt. Goes across the face, and it is a behind only.
This is the problem for them. They've had 18 entries to 11 for the quarter, and the margin is still somewhere around exactly where it was almost at half-time.
Short kick into Fraser from Dale. Dale gets it back. Wide kick towards the wing. It's going to go out of bounds, and it's going to be a lasso free kick to the Crows.
Coming back in.
Dawson wants it short.
9 forward half intercepts for the quarter of the Crows.
Still plenty of time for the Crows here. Coming with a free kick. Whacks it. A long ball into the 50. Walker up. Philthorpe got hands to it. Front and centre. It's a Dogs ball. Patrick's though handball missed the target. Still in there hard with Selwood for the Dogs. He farmed out a handball. Back into congestion. Rochelle goes at it. He's tackled off the football. They dive on top. And the umpire will call for it 30 metres out from the Adelaide Crows goal.
It was a big boy's ball.
It was. That's right.
It'd be a big boy to win in there.
Thrown up quickly. Philthorpe down to Kennedy of the Dogs. He's tackled by Berry. Another stoppage. Just a little bit closer to Adelaide's goal. So many players around this football as it's thrown up. Philthorpe straight down to Fraser. He clears for the Dogs. Oh, and it's fortunate. Sliding into it is Norton.
Fascinating that you can be starting back shoulder with a spare behind you.
Norton's gone out wide. Now they get to the wing. He was hit after taking the mark there. It might be 50.
Very lucky.
West isn't given 50.
Well, West stayed on his feet, that's why.
Late contact from Laird. West from the wing. Up towards half forward with a kick. Norton in front. Couldn't mark. Darcy was also in that contest. At ground level, Darcy farms out some sort of handball. Kennedy, handball. Bontempelli, standing start. Kick messy into the 50. Miller couldn't control it on the bounce. Ball still loose. Davidson overruns the ball. Walker, what's he doing in defence? Handballs it towards Archie. Missed him. Dale coming in the other direction. Created a contest. Archie grabs him. It'll be thrown up. Left half forward for the Dogs.
Text down there. I thought he must have been lost. To be fair, he's been working hard for the last couple of years to get back. 25 seconds remaining until three-quarter time. The Dogs by 18 points on the Deutz Far Tractor scoreboard. Liberatore, he gets tackled. McAndrew gets tackled. We'll have it again. Another throw-up. I'll be happy with that. The Dogs just to hold it up. Bevo on the bench getting a little bit animated.
18 seconds now. 73 to 55. AFL Nation for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts. McAndrew taps it, hold free kick. And that will be it for three-quarter time, you would think.
Did you love Libba? He says to the umpire, whose ball is it? It's a ruck free kick. There is only one of them for the oppo.
McAndrew spins the footy around in his hands. Kicks down the line towards the wing, and we've got three-quarter time at Adelaide Oval. And it shapes as an absolute beauty of a last term ahead of us. At three-quarter time, the Bulldogs 11-7-73. They've led all night. Adelaide 8-7-55. So it's the Dogs by 18 points at the last change. AFL Nation for the 4-20 traveller.
That quarter on AFL Nation was for the Deutz Far Warrior range. It's Deutz Far Evolved.
Build big with Bunnings Trade and you could win a Toyota Hilux SR5. Register online and get an entry for every $200 spent and a single transaction with PowerPass. Ends April 28. T's and C's apply. Build big and win with Bunnings Trade in partnership with Toyota.
Get 4 items for just $6.95 with Macca's McSmart Meal. Get a cheeseburger, small fries and soft drink, plus choose your favourite side. Available every day. From 10:30am to midnight at participating restaurants. Excludes McDelivery.
OMF is going all out with March Madness store-wide savings. Buy one item at full price and get up to 60% off the rest. That's up to 60% off mattresses, up to 25% off bed frames, bases and storage, up to 10% off bedding and rugs, and much more. Plus, get up to 50 months interest-free. These store-wide deals won't last long. End Sunday at OMF, the home of mattress, bedroom, bedding and furniture.
According to the latest government data, Australian mining paid $74 billion in taxes and royalties in 1 year. That's more tax than any other industry. It's enough to fund Medicare, helping fund the services Australians rely on. That's the difference Australian mining makes. To find out more, go to thatsmining.com.au. Authorised by T Constable Canberra. Sourced from ATO 2223 and EY 25 data.
Take a break at Metro Petroleum and enjoy a Mr. Whippy ice cream cup. Try the limited edition bubblegum flavour. It's creamy, colourful and fun. Available only for a limited time. Kick off your footy season with wings. Stay recharged and grab your resealable wings with 330ml Red Bulls at 2 for $8.50. Or grab the 473ml Red Bull range at 2 for $9.50. Available now at all participating Metro Petroleum locations from March 1st through to March 31st.
Each moment has led us here.
This is always going up.
Stream every game of the NBL Finals live with ESPN on Disney+. Dreams will be tested and legacies will be born.
This is terrific.
This is what champions are made for.
That is spectacular.
The biggest stage in the NBL roars louder than ever.
Time for something remarkable.
The NBL Finals, streaming live with ESPN on Disney+.
2026 is the year to upgrade to your ultimate fishing weapon. And Bar Crusher, Australia's leading fishing boat builder, has the perfect weapon for you. Come see for yourself and check out the most advanced plate aluminium fishing boats on the market with industry-leading design excellence and quality. Find Bar Crusher boats at Bar Crusher Melbourne on Quality Drive, Dandenong. Or build your dream boat online at barcrusher.com.au.
DuraFit by Blunston is the newest safety range for day in, day out wear, with features that cushion and protect from the ground up, like impact-resistant composite toe caps, slip-resistant soles, and responsive cushioning where you need it most. Topped off with water-resistant leather for durability and protection from the elements. Each pair is backed by Blunston's legendary quality and craftsmanship, and engineered for endurance. DuraFit by Blunston. For day in, day out, hard work.
Real people, real products, real fun. No matter who you are, Sexyland has something real sexy for everyone. With Australia's biggest range of sexy costumes, lingerie, couples toys and fun gifts and games for adults. Sexyland. 11 stores in Melbourne and Geelong, open till midnight 7 days a week. Or shop online for 2-hour delivery. Sexyland.com.au.
You're listening to AFL Nation for Tyre Power. Get the power with your trusted tyre experts. And for 4 and 20 pies. You can't have footy without a 4 and 20 pie.
No one tackled Norton, so he gave him a chance to shoot a goal. They all just watched. Quick handball to Fogarty, has a fumble, collects, kicks, goals. Inside 50, they go again. Walker slides in and marks at the 50, gets to his feet, lines up, goes whack, nails it. That is Taylor Walker at his best. Handballs to Fraser, Bontempelli in the square, marks and goals. Spits out Fogarty. He's done it again. 2 running goals to Fogarty. Butts with the free kick. Darcy's just thrown it away. Free kick, 50 metres now. He's thrown him for the ground. This will be double 50.
Ridiculous.
Sam Darcy has lost his head. In he comes. Oh, he's missed. He's missed from 15 metres out directly in front. This time he did kick it like a defender.
Maccas, I'm loving it moments. Never miss a moment of footy with McDelivery.
Lots happening in that third term. When we look at the scoreboard, the Adelaide Crows kicked 3 goals, 5, and the Bulldogs kicked 4-2. So they've gone just that little bit further in front, the Western Bulldogs, even though it felt like the Crows controlled a lot of that term. Adam White, Ken Hinkley, Chad Corns, it's AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, and also for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts.
Yeah,
half an hour to go.
Yeah, they evened up the inside 50 counts, now 42 all after that third quarter at 19-12, but they just didn't close the margin. So, you start 3 goals back against a high-scoring team, probably says you're going to have to kick 6 to win.
Yeah.
Maybe 7, and they've kicked 8 for the night. So there's a real challenge in front of them.
I reckon they've got a couple of guys that can really light up, though, Kenny. Rankin and Rochelle.
Well, the Crows get the first clearance. A kick into the 50. O'Donnell. It was a good defensive mark for the Dogs. Juggling attempts. Just inside defensive 50. Lateral ball to Karmas. Can go wider to Lob. Kick down the line.
There's a change too for the Dogs. They actually took more marks in that third quarter, 25 to 22.
It looks like a message, doesn't it, from Bello?
Well, to me, it'd be deny them the ball now. Yep. Deny them the ball, stop them from having their opportunities to score by possessing the ball.
Kill the clock.
So Selwood kicked it to Williams, and Archie was able to knock it away in a slow play. So it's out of play for a throw in on the wing.
2, 3, 4. Extra at the stoppage. Extra at the stoppage, both teams.
McAndrew taps it down. Straight to Bontempelli, who rushes it forward for the Dogs. 30-metre ball into congestion. Kennedy's there for the Dogs. He gets tackled to the ground. The umpire took a while to call for it, but he's going to toss it up again. Just forward of centre for the Dogs. And now we've got a blood rule. And it's McAndrew that's going to come off.
You can see the stoppage structure here. The people at home can't see, but you've got Archie standing attacking side of the stoppage for the Crows. And then you've got another 6 forwards behind him on the attacking side of the ground. So there's 7 on 7. They're so fearful of the stoppage, power of the Bulldogs that they're actually clogging themselves up a little bit too much.
Ken Hinkley, along with Chad Corns, our experts for Power Bay quality sources.
So look at the 2 ends. Look at the 2 ends. So many numbers, so few numbers.
Yes, trying to stretch the ground. Dogs here with Liberatore, so he got back underway. Handballs back to Williams. Kick into the 50. Darcy's not there. Butts is, though. What a great matchup this has been for Holman Plumbing. Trusted quality Aussie standards. Butts from the back pocket for the Crows. Back towards the wing position. O'Donnell spalls away from Walker. O'Donnell goes again, trying to knock it to the line. Doing so successfully. The ball to be thrown in.
Just fascinated in this battle of space, who's going to win the battle of space. And it looks like at the moment it's favouring the Bulldogs when it's in their attacking half versus the Crows when it's at the other end of the ground.
AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies. The ball gets thrown in. Gets to the front. Dawson has a fumble. He's under pressure. Has some support from Laird. Now Saligo has the footy. Inboard handball to Thilthorpe.
Play on.
Confronted by English, who has to chip it further down towards Walker. Again, O'Donnell there with the spoil. Away from Walker and back out of bounds for a throw-in. So 2.5 minutes have been played in this final term on the Mac Internet and Mobile scoreboard. It is the Bulldogs by 18 points, 73 to 55. Umpire took a while, the boundary umpire, to throw it in. English winning it to the front. Saligo there, immediately tackled by Liberatore. And again, we'll have another stoppage.
The tackle master.
It's all a bit calm at the moment. Maybe it's the calm before the storm. Laird got a handball out there, but it's a free kick, a hold. So it's a Dogs free kick to Kennedy against Archie.
Definite change by the Dogs.
Chips it wide to Butterick. Wants to take Keys on and does so successfully. Then a driving ball to the 50. Gets to the back. Davidson tries to soccer off the ground. Butts collects. Tackle, dropped it against Norton. Has to be holding the ball. Is holding the ball.
That's that space I was talking about, Whitey. You talk about the space. When it gets into a low number situation like that, the pressure builds so quickly, and the intent and the attack on the opponent by the Dogs has been first class all night. Free kick.
I was going to say, Kenny, you've pointed it out, but when the Dogs go forward quickly there, they're going into a 3v3 compared if the Crows went to go forward, they're almost going into a 9v9.
Yeah, it's ridiculous numbers that the Crows are faced with.
Can't score like that.
25 metres out, Aaron Norton, but he is in the left forward pocket, 10 metres in from the boundary. A tricky kick. It's a good kick.
It's a big goal.
It's a third goal, and the Dogs have a game-high 24-point lead.
Yeah, it's just the game, and they've got the game played their way at the moment. And you know, the scoreboard's flattering. If I'm being really honest, the scoreboard's actually flattering to the Crows, because I said before, the expected score I think currently is it's about 91 to 46, so it should be a much bigger margin. Crows have been lucky enough to be close enough, and I kept thinking most of the night they're close enough if they can just put their 10 minutes of power into this game. It just doesn't seem like it's going to happen at the moment. So you know, the gap now, what'd you say it was, 24, so it's 4 goal beneath. That means they've got to kick 6, at least 7, and we've been going, I'm not quite sure, been going 5 minutes.
That was a really good kick from Aaron Norton. Not on his great side, but he was able to put through his third. As we go back into the middle again, English taps it down and then knocked over it. A Crow and almost ran onto the loose ball. Couldn't
I've
quite.
seen Libba fumble. I've never seen it. It was half a fumble from Libba.
Yeah. English again, down to Liberatore, gets immediately tackled. Ball jars free. Sanders with a big tackle. Umpire will call for it again inside the centre square. So mate, internet and mobile scoreboard. The Dogs by 24 points here. Early stages of the final term. Phil Thorpe tries to kick it out of congestion. Selwood knocks it back into congestion. Ball spits out Adelaide's way. Archie, great pickup. Really good pickup. Handballs onto Soligo. Rushes a kick towards half forward. Wanted Fogarty against O'Donnell. Again, O'Donnell stood up under pressure. Fogarty couldn't take the mark. At ground level, the Dogs have the footy. The tackle goes and takes Selwood over the line for another throw-in.
I am impartial. I'm not sure what the crowd's going off about here.
I think it was Fogarty the tackle on O'Donnell, looking at the Harvey Norman replay.
I agree with the crowd then.
Well, the stop look from stoppage.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Line half forward, the Crows.
Still seven attacking side.
Phil Thorpe down to Dawson. Tackle without it. The umpire said no, he wasn't. The fans thought it was. Now a whistle and a free kick to the Dogs. That won't make the Adelaide fans happy.
They're matching him at what we used to call post strong, so it's the attacking side of the stoppage. That's Archie coming around. Looks like a wing-on type role to me.
Liberatore got the free kick, chipped it short to Williams. And he chips it short to Fraser. Fraser on the wing. Outer side of the ground.
Darcy.
Kicks towards half forward. Darcy got separation and took the mark just outside the 50. It's an open forward line. He's looking.
Take his time.
He's taking his time. Is he going to take the shot? It would be a big hit.
Nothing would surprise me with him.
So the man on the mark is at 51, 52 metres.
60 at least, isn't it?
This is all just playing smart. It's just it's icing time when you can.
Top of the
It looks like he's taking the shot. He is taking the shot. It's off the side of the boot. It falls short. It gets knocked through for a behind, but it does make the margin 25.
5 goals.
The Maintenet mobile scoreboard. Still early stages of this final term. 7 minutes on the elders clock for all your crop protection,
Got to
seed
start
and
taking
fertiliser.
some risk now, don't they? If there any chance.
Valera out towards Thilthorpe. Couldn't mark. Crumming was Pedler. Shrugged the tackle. Kicks to the wing. Through the hands of Rankin, who does look rusty. Liberatore mops up. Handballs to Karmas. Karmas with the kick as he was tackled by Rankin. It does affect the kick. And Miller takes the intercept mark. Goes into the corridor. Butts takes it on the bounce. Handballs onto Archie. What does Archie do? He looks up. He's got Fogarty further down the field. Goes in his direction. Marks. He can go again to Rochelle or go deeper to Walker. Walker has to beat 2. Can't do so. Split the pack. Off the ground. Firing goal.
He's a soccer player.
Rochelle.
That is a fair finish.
Keeps the Crows in it. Taylor Walker had 2 to beat in the air. He was able to split the pack. Ball got to the back. Rochelle put it in the back of the net.
I thought Karmas had done enough. Again, third man in. But just didn't get quite enough on it. Oh, Tex, actually really good effort, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Well, nice little soft drop from Rochelle.
What was the difference?
Fast speed on ball.
Fogarty wheeled and went. He just took off. He took off and put it in there. Yeah, it was 2-on-1. But you need a competitive big forward. He'd done his job. And some clever smalls on the ground.
Jeez, that's a good finish.
Don't forget, he did grow up playing soccer. He was an elite junior soccer player, Rochelle. So he's got that in his tricks.
The celebration was a bit subdued too.
Scoreboard's still close.
It is. They're in touching distance. Back in the middle, Fraser gets tackled. Ball jars free. Adelaide's way. Berry bounces off a tackle. Will kick wide. Like the kick. Walker will mark it. Wheels close to the boundary. Goes deep. Crows have got numbers here. Dawson couldn't mark. Keys at the top of the square. Nearly went off the ground. It's in the goal square. It's shoveled through by Dale. The umpire says that is okay.
You're under pressure in the goal square. You're allowed to.
Gee, Dawson got up
go
high.
The other way though, Kenny. I've seen them go the other way.
It doesn't look good on the replay screen for Harvey Norman.
I'm telling you what the umpires here will say.
Oh, juggling attempt. Hines couldn't hold on. Adelaide, Jones, handball to Pedler. Saligo, whistle. Coming back to the Dogs.
I thought it was the evener-upper because of the rushed point. The umpires missed a clear free kick to the Dogs.
So Hines gets the free kick. Dangerous! Archie smashes it away in the marking contest. Saligo to fall forward. Dawson.
That could change the game.
They all go to Archie at a busy intersection at centre-half forward for the Crows. Created the contest, knocked it away from the Bulldogs, and now in the hands of the skipper.
It's one of the biggest hits you'll see these days. Fair, tough. What an effort.
Jacques is the one that's down. He back, stood underneath a high ball and got absolutely smashed by Archie.
The kind of act that can turn a game. That was brilliant.
Yeah, I said exactly what I thought. Is that crowd was waiting for something, and now they've got their something. Now, Crows, finish.
Dawson, he puts this through, no doubt. Listen to the roar.
Jacques is going to stay on the field.
We know he won't miss.
So now we have Jordan Dawson. So many times in big moments, the Adelaide skipper delivers. Straight in front, 25 metres out from goal to the Cathedral end. Jordan Dawson, the captain. Jordan Dawson, the goal kicker. It's back to 12 points. 2 in a row to the Crows in the final term. And at the 11-minute mark of the final quarter, the Western Bulldogs lead by just 12 points, 80-68 on the Mate Internet and Mobile scoreboard. If you want a big moment, a Bendix Breaks big moment, you give the ball to Jordan Dawson.
I tell you, there's nothing more you sweat on if you're a player and you're sweating on the switch into the corridor and you sit it up a little bit. You are just, any team worth their salt is waiting on that ball to come. And Archie, Cal, never missed his moment, did he? He took it.
It was outstanding from him. And I love the response from the Crows boys. Pretty much everyone on the ground got to Archie and just let him know how important that was. Could be a game changer.
Dawson, the highest ranked Crows player on the ground now. He doesn't seem like he's had a massive day, but he's ended up with 20 now and 5 entries and kicked his goal and kept his team in the game.
Atmosphere is electric here at Adelaide Oval. McAndrew trying to get out of the ruck. Tumbles the football towards centre-half forward. Jacques is taking the ball for the Dogs and under pressure finds his teammate in Williams out wide. Williams plays on, kicks long towards centre-half forward.
Archie's done his hamstring.
Big spoil there.
Stretch then, didn't he?
Big spoil, so Archie's back behind play in trouble in the middle of the ground. Here are the Dogs. Jacques took a bounce, handballs it on inside 50. Richards, left foot kick, screws it back, not far enough. And the defensive mark's been taken by Murray.
Archie coming off.
Murray, he's kicked that off the side of his boot out of bounds on the full.
That's a bad hamstring.
Either way.
Bad hamstring over here with Cal Archie at half forward for the Crows.
He went for the intercept again, Kenny, just overstretched.
Off the soft tissue in the pre-season.
So they're one down at the moment, the Crows. Bramble with a free kick. Pops it up to the top of the square for the high flyers. Butts with the spoil. Gets to the back. Keys is there. Tackled by Bontempelli. They rush it through for a behind the Crows. 13 points there. Lead to the Dogs.
Tie up too.
Yeah, he grabbed it high.
Tie up on the right leg.
So Kalachi behind plays limping to the bench. Play goes on. Dogs 81. The Crows on 68. Laird in the back pocket. Centering ball to Michael Annie. He's taking his time here, Archie.
Lay down and call for the stretcher.
Wow.
He's better off because he's not coming back on.
He's only in the middle of the ground at the moment. Michael Annie out towards Walker. Spoil comes away from his hands. Adelaide got numbers at ground level though. Key's got the handball to Neil Bullen. kicking up towards half forward in front. Juggling attempt by Dawson, doesn't hold on. Karmas did well defensively, won the football. Handballs to O'Donnell. O'Donnell kicks down the line. Bontempelli against Miller. A Bontempelli pushed. Umpire said play on. The ball goes out of bounds for a throw in. Archie's got to the bench so they can make that change. It's back to 18 on 18.
Big crowd, 49,000.
Solid.
First AFL game in Adelaide for 2026. Ball thrown in. McAndrew won it down. Saligo got tackled by Sanders. The umpire will call for it. 13 points the Dogs lead. They've led pretty much all night after kicking the first 3 goals of the game. Thrown up quickly. Sanders fights hard for it against probably 3 Adelaide players to at least neutralise it.
Pedler is the deepest forward here on Karmas.
Yeah, something different. I don't mind something different.
Berry. Saligo has a go at it. Tumbles it about 10 metres forward. Williams is there for the Dogs to disrupt the play. Sanders has a go, fumbles, suckers off the ground, goes Adelaide's way. Rochelle. Handball to Rankin, has a fumble. Got a handball out to Neil Bullen. Chips it further forward to Keys. Here they're out. Keys to Rochelle. Running back with a flight, takes it. 40 metres out from goal, pretty much straight in front. He's already kicked one in this term.
Crazy game footy, isn't it? Like, this is get it with nearly within 1 kick. And it hasn't looked like it all night. And now that power that I talked about, that 10-minute surge of Crows is right here.
He's a moment player, isn't he?
Yeah, he
haven't seen a lot of him in the first 3 quarters, but if he kicks this...
All eyes on Josh Rochelle to the cathedral end of Adelaide Oval. From 45 metres out, leans back on it and gets the Crows within 7. Oval. 16 minutes on the clock. The oldest clock in this final term, and Adelaide's been as close as it's been for some time. They have kicked 3 in a row, Ken.
Yeah, that's what that little 10-minute power that they needed. He's kicked 2 goals from 16 disposals now. Rochelle, the first one early in the quarter, the soccer, and that one there, they finally got some space breaking back into their forward 50. Their last 2 goals have come from fast play. They've been able to get the ball in transition quite quickly, and that's their way to win, clearly. And now they're lucky enough that they're halfway through the quarter with plenty of time and only 7 points down with a home crowd at their back.
Bulldogs only 6 players that have got more than 1 possession this quarter. Just can't get their hands on the footy.
AFL Nation for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts. In the middle we go again. Berry shrugs the tackle on his left, kicks to centre half forward. Spoils come from Selwood for the Dogs. Ricochets out the Bulldogs' way. Bontempelli handballs on to Richards. Back to Bontempelli, goes without the footy. Goes back, retrieves it. Handballs to Davidson. Davidson on his left, swings it inside 50. Norton in front, couldn't mark. Defensive work was excellent collectively by the Crows. Butts gets a handball to Berry for Adelaide. Out wide to Cook. Cook's searing ball towards the wing is excellent. Thilthorpe on the outer wing.
And their intensity.
Kicks it as long as he can. He wants Walker, has 2 to beat. Lob and Karma spoil each other. Here is a chance for the Crows. Striking a tackle. Walker's going to get it. He's got it. He has got it. And they're within a point. Walker's left foot snap. They look vulnerable in defence there, the Dogs, as the Crows surge down the outer side of Adelaide Oval. And it was the Texan that finished the job. It's 81 to 80, 4 in a row to Adelaide.
I don't want to say, but speed. They've put speed on the game, and it looks like they're handling it a bit better than their opponents.
Pedler's handball to Walker was excellent. Walker had to beat 2 in the air, created a contest. Pedler broke the tackle, got the handball, and Walker finished it.
Tex good again, like you said, 2v1, but that spoiling attempt by Lobb, who was so good last week, he's been very, very shaky tonight. Nowhere near strong enough in the contest. That ball had to be killed.
Inside 50 scoring this quarter, 72% the Crows from only 7 entries. Complete difference.
3 to Walker, back in the middle. Bontempelli with an important clearance. Kicks it as long as he can into the 50. Good spoil from the Crows. Murray into the direction of Jones, who collects. Gives a defensive handball. Now they'll do well here with Worrell. Out towards Rankin. One-handed mark against Butterick. Best thing he's done all night. Rankin moves it quickly. Up to Dawson. Forward the wing. Plays on. Beats the tackle from Kennedy. Jacques comes late. He was able to get a kick into the 50. On the bounce to Kennedy. Still towards Keys. Keys knocks it on. Here's a chance for Pedler. No, it's coming back. It's coming back.
Definitely a free kick.
It's coming back to the Dogs.
I don't understand why it's not 50 then.
Contact below the knees.
Pedler hears the whistle, plays on, kicks the goal. That is 50 any other part of the ground.
The Crows aren't in front. Selwood with a free kick. Up towards the wing. Norton up, couldn't mark, gets to the back. Michael Annie for the Crows, handballs back into the congestion, and it will be thrown up.
Feel a bit of pressure in the game?
Well, it was so much was happening. The noise. There's mistakes being made. There's excellent play. It's got everything at the moment. From the throw up. Dogs football. Williams straight to Miller. Miller for the Crows will centre up. They want to get to the open side. It's been working for them. Worrell marks. He wants Jones on the wing. Davidson comes late. Jones takes the mark. He's got to play all alone. Pedler at half forward. But Jones didn't see him. Jones cuts inboard. Then kicks into the 50. Fogarty! Fogarty marks. A couple of metres inside the boundary. In the right forward pocket, 35-40 metres out from goal.
I've sung Karmas's praises all night, but that was very lazy defending. Let Fogarty take an easy lead-up mark.
Just gave up on the chase, didn't he?
The Crows could be in front after this kick from Fogarty. It's going across the face. It won't quite make the distance. It bounces into the post.
Big McAndrew, wasn't it?
A head or a hand or maybe both. And it locks up the scores at 81 apiece on the Mate Internet Mobile scoreboard. Dogs kick it in. Oh, nearly an interception to Worrell. He's able to knock it down. Feed a handball to Fogarty, and he'll go to Rankin with a 15-metre pass. Not 15. Told to play on Rankin. Rankin goes for it, and he creates a magical Adelaide Oval moment.
Goal of the day, or the night. What an unbelievable game this is that we watched. We sit here all night, we watch a dominant Bulldogs display for 3.5 quarters to only see the Crows change gears for 10 minutes. And all their good players. Rochelle off the ground, Rankin from an impossible spot. What a turnaround in the whole game, and it all came with game style change a little bit. And
game style change, speed on the ball, but I reckon it starts, Kenny, with that Archie effort.
Yeah,
that's when the game turned.
Even though he's going to miss a long time, it will get shown up big time if they get over this.
So to explain exactly what happened, it was a short chipping ball to Rankin at the 50. It was told it wasn't 15, so he had to play on, confronted by Bontempelli, deep in the pocket, drop punt, left to right slider. The rest is history.
For all my friends listening at home, the expected score is a 29-point margin to the Dogs.
But it's a 6-point lead to the Crows. Richards from the middle for the Dogs. High kick, still inside the centre square. English camped underneath it, couldn't mark. At the back of the contest, it's an Adelaide football. They're playing inspired footy at the moment, the Crows. A long kick towards half forward. Walker in front against O'Donnell. Couldn't mark. At the drop, Butterick got a handball to Richards across to Liberatore. Kicks it wide out towards the outer side of the ground. Worrell with a spoil against West. At ground level, Davidson there. Worrell did very well again. Beat two of them. At least able to neutralise the contest. No free kick to West. They jumped on top of him. It's a throw-up instead.
Outstanding by Worrell. Great spoil, great follow-up on the ground.
English gouges a kick forward for the Dogs. Front part of the square. Sanders couldn't mark. Spoil comes away from him. Kennedy there for the Dogs. He has a fumble. West goes in. Farms out a handball to Liberatore. Kicks into the 50. Bouncing football that gets away from Miller. It's still inside the field of play. Under some pressure here is Murray. Got a handball out to Miller. Miller still inside the field of play. Clears for the Crows. Selwood with a spoil. Now two Dogs tackle one Crow. It's locked up and it will be thrown up at left half forward for the Dogs. We've reached 24 minutes on the elders clock for Australian agriculture. Adelaide with the last 5 goals, lead by 6 points. Liberatore with a clearance for the Dogs. Gets the ball inside 50. It'll tumble. It'll go out of bounds for a throw in. 20 metres around from the Dogs' goal at the Riverbank stand end of the ground. They need a goal. They haven't scored a goal, the Dogs, since the 4-minute mark of this last quarter.
Pressure time.
Fever pitch.
Pressure time. Forward 50 stoppage for the Dogs. No mistakes.
It gets thrown in. McAndrew knocks it back to the boundary. Stays in the field of play, at least momentarily. It's still in the play for Sanders. Inboard handball to Jacques. Gets tackled strongly by Rochelle. It's too high. No, it's a high fend-off.
No, he pointed the wrong way.
Oh, he pointed the wrong way. So it is a free kick to Jacques.
He must be tough, this little fella, Jacques.
He almost,
The umpire 50 metres away paid it.
English couldn't mark with a kick inside 50, 30 metres out from the Dogs' goal. It's desperate footy. They all dive on top of the yellow Sharon, and the umpire will call for it 30 metres out from the Dogs' goal. Adelaide by 6. Umpire throws it up. McAndrew taps it down. Richards gets some sort of handball away. West got tackled as he got his kick away. Murray there. So many players around the ball. You see the players looking at the umpire, wanting free kicks.
No one wants to make a mistake. That's why.
Throw up again. English gets it down. Saligo. Little clever kick to Rochelle. Good handball out to Keys. Keys a bit sloppy with the handball to Berry. Has to go back to Keys. Keeps it in the field of play. Takes it off the turf. Kicks towards the wing. It's a good kick, but a good spoil from O'Donnell. Knocks it back to the boundary and out of bounds on the wing.
Great spoil, O'Donnell.
Out of sight of the ground.
Now you've got all the space up the other end of the ground. Dogs are struggling to get back, and quick as they were in the early first 3 quarters.
It's going to be a long quarter, even though we've got to the 26-minute mark on the elders clock.
There's still 5 minutes.
Plenty of time. McAndrew slaps it down straight to Richards, got tackled, then forced to tackle himself to get another stoppage. 6 points, Adelaide's lead. Adelaide now with the football. Malera got tackled, got a handball away, socket off the ground by Dawson. Keys can't get there, so it'll be a lasso free kick to the Bulldogs out on the outer wing.
Keys telling the crowd not to give it back to them. Got to be a rule against that.
So the Dogs from halfway up towards Darcy and also Norton. Neither could take the mark. Norton with a tie tackle. Free kick Adelaide. Chase Jones with the free kick for Adelaide at defensive 50 right out back. Adelaide by 6 points with 4 to play. AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies. Back to the wing goes the kick. English with the spoil back to the boundary. O'Donnell can't keep it in play. The ball to be thrown in again. There's been so many stoppages. That's why this is going to be a long quarter.
Just feels like the whole game has swung to Adelaide. Looks the most dangerous with all the speed, and the Dogs look a bit tired, fatigued. Crows coming off a less day's rest too, so there's a bit of a myth in short breaks.
Crows running hot for Ream. Install a Ream, Australia's favourite. From the throw-in, again, not really much is happening, although there's a free kick. It's going to the Dogs. To Davidson against Jones. Wants to play on, does so with a handball to Liberatore, with a bit of space on the wing. Kicks up towards Norton. That was a great kick, sliding though. Norton can't hold on, bounced off his chest. It's gone out of play, 60 around from goal.
You can feel the panic in the Dogs now. They look at the scoreboard out there on the ground and they're seeing how much time, 28 minutes. They think there's probably only a minute to go. So they're a bit panicky. They need a bit more composure.
Still plenty of time. 3.5 minutes on the elders clock remaining. As the ball gets thrown in, English wins it. Sharp by Bontempelli. Handball to Kennedy. Has a fumble. Then forced to tackle to get another stoppage. 70 metres out from goal. McAndrew grabs it out of the ruck and then handballs it straight to Bontempelli. Ball goes straight up in the air. It's coming back the Dogs' way because Davidson collects. Inside 50 with the kick. West is down there. There's some holding. No free kick. Onto the loose ball. Bontempelli to Williams. Williams levels it up.
Finish.
Williams has levelled it up with a right foot snap from 30 metres. And it is now officially anybody's game.
Oh dear. What a great game now that it's come to life, scoring at 87 all. special plays everywhere, a bit of panic. I think it's a moment for the coaches to go to work because you're not allowed on the ground inside the last 3 minutes with a runner, so you need to get that message out there now to make sure that the players know there's still quite a bit of time to go, so just stay calm.
Good plays involved there. Darcy, strong contest ball to ground, and then Bond, outstanding front and centre, then clean hands. And what a finish.
The noise here, it's hard to think, let alone speak. And we're up high in the stands with 50,000 people for the first game at Adelaide Oval for the season, and it is 87 apiece with 3 minutes to go. In the middle, English taps it down. Kennedy soccers off the ground towards the wing. Davidson has a fresh air shot. Kennedy goes again. Handball to Richards. Front part of the square.
Darcy.
Goes long. Darcy through his hands in the square and through for a behind to put the Dogs in front by a point.
Another lead change. What's numbers that?
Lots.
2 minutes 50 left.
Worrell goes into the field of play, takes a bounce. To the member side he goes. Rochelle up. Got a spoil in there. Selwood handballed it straight to Neil Bullen. Kick got smothered by O'Donnell to Bontempelli. Back inside 50. Norton is there. Darcy is there. Falls to Darcy. Handballs to Baker. Baker! Baker with the miracle goal to put the Dogs 7 points in front. From deep in the right forward pocket. You've never seen anything like it.
And he's gone the shh to the crowd. He's given him the shush.
Oh, he's gone early.
He has gone early.
Oscar Baker.
We thought the Williams snap was good. Baker, that is outstanding.
We thought the Rankin goal was good. Rochelle's goal was good.
Oscar Baker, 25 metres out from goal, hugging the boundary, snapping it from the right forward pocket. They're not meant to go through.
Best moment of his career by a long way.
The Dogs by 7 with the last 2 scoring shots, silencing the crowd. 2.5 minutes to go.
Some Crows fans leaving. Don't go yet. Don't go yet.
Anything in this game.
From the restart, Adelaide football, although Dawson bounced it, didn't go back to him, picked it up and then rushed to kick through the legs of Cumming. Dogs football. Williams a handball to Bramble. Bramble on the wing, interchange gate side of the ground. Kicking up towards half forward. Darcy going back.
Brilliant.
Got a hand in there when he had 2 to beat in the air. Got it to the boundary. Throw in 40 out from the Dogs goal.
Nothing better than a big key forward out of position. Just desperate spoil to get it to ground. Instead of an intercept mark, they've got a forward stoppage.
40 metres out. Similar spot to where Baker kicked the Dogs goal to put them 7 points in front. Over 2 minutes to play. Darcy wins the ruck down towards Kennedy. Goes without the football. Picking it up is Rankin. His handball, though, missed Rochelle. Has support with Fogarty. Under pressure, handball missed the target of Peatling. Richards with a handball. Now it comes out to Bramble. Confronted. Left foot kick into the 50. Norton in front, couldn't mark. Worrell under pressure, did well. Got a handball to Laird. He's confronted. Handballs it out. Now a clearing kick and a free kick tackled after or as he kicked it.
Minute 40.
It's down the ground or is it coming back?
I think he's called it back.
It'll go back, yep.
I'm not sure why, to be honest.
It's going to come back to Murray. Inside defensive 50. The Crows wanted the free kick at halfway.
So he's saying he's paid the free kick in the act of kicking, which I think it may have been.
Looking at the Harvey Norman replay. Yep, as he kicked it. It's either a push in the back or a high. It could have been either. Short to Worrell. Worrell also goes short under pressure to Peatling, back left corner of the square. Crows are going to go fast here. They can't muck around. The kick to Malera. He's got it in the corridor. Thought about handballing onto Peatling. Decides instead to kick. He's gone right down the middle. Walker couldn't get there. Front and centre, Saligo. There's a free kick for a push against Adelaide.
It's going to be hard now.
It's going to be very hard now.
Minute 1:08.
Selwood, the youngster, with the ball at centre-half back.
Crows have to man up.
Take 4 marks and she's done.
Oh, Butterick dropped the mark, going back with a flight. Davidson got tackled, lost control of the football, goes again, dives on it, spits out Adelaide's way. Neil Bullen, handball to Saligo, into the pocket. Walker! He's got to do this very quickly, but he's also got to make sure he kicks the goal.
If anyone can, we know Tex can.
Deep right forward pocket.
40
35
seconds.
metres out from goal. He's going with a drop punt. It's close. It's close. It is missing.
One goal from a draw.
Handy point.
It is missing. It's shaved the posts.
You would suspect only a draw for the Crows and a win for the Bulldogs, clearly from here.
There is 24 seconds remaining. Bailey Dale in the defensive goal square.
Wide, get it out of bounds. Oh,
great kick.
Oh, that.
Steering ball to
that.
Selwood.
What a kick.
Selwood's marked at defensive 50. Not long left. 34 minutes on the clock. Selwood down the line. Wants Norton, wants English, wants Darcy. They're all up flying at the front of the pack. It was Rankin. He couldn't keep it in play. Out of bounds.
Should be enough, shouldn't it? 6 or 7 seconds, I'd imagine.
7 seconds.
We've seen some miracles tonight.
It could happen.
We can't say it can't happen. 75 metres around from Adelaide's goal. Ball thrown in. English wins it. Peatling got tackled. That's it. That's it. The Dogs looked like they were gone. And somehow they got off the canvas and they stay unbeaten in 2026. The Dogs are barking. Who led by 24 points at the 4-minute mark of the final term, saw Adelaide kick the next 5 goals to get in front before the last 2 scores were to the Western Bulldogs. First a point, a rush behind, and then a miracle goal from the unlikely type, Oscar Baker. The final score here at Adelaide Oval, it was the Western Bulldogs 14-10-94 to Adelaide 13-10-88.
Well, that was...
Red, white and blue. We come out snarling. Bulldogs through and through. Bulldogs fight and Bulldogs roar. We give our very best. 'Cause you can't beat the boys of the Bulldog breed. We're the team of the mighty West. 'Cause you can't beat the boys of the Bulldog breed. The team of the mighty West.
So the Western Bulldogs by 6 points in front of a crowd of 49,185. And our experts tonight on AFL Nation, Ken Hinkley and Chad Cornsford, Power Bay Quality Solar Solutions. We've just seen something pretty special, gentlemen.
What a game of football. That had absolutely everything, Kenny.
Yeah, I'm glad I sit up. I'm glad I'm sitting up here. I mean, honestly, that's the emotional roller coaster that a coach goes through when you sit through that night. When you think of both coaches, you go, well, look at that. Look at what happens. You know, Bevo's sitting there all night reasonably comfortable. Nixie's there sitting going, oh, God, we've got to do something crazy here to get into this game. And then it swings totally. 180 degrees, it just swings, and the Crows look like they're going to win. Bulldogs have to pull, rabbit out of the hat, and they manage to do it with a Baker goal that no one could ever predict.
What a finish.
And you go, well, if you're the coach, you've got to go home tonight with some sort of problem in your mind. You've got a headache, Bulldogs will be ecstatic because that is a massive, massive win to go 3-0. Crows will be, they'll be disappointed, but I reckon they will also get some reality about what they can't play like.
Absolutely.
And I think that's what they'll get, the reality about what they can't play like and survive like, and that is slow possession style footy.
It's similar to last week, isn't it? The first half against Collingwood, where it was very slow, very strong side. And then they lit it up in the second half, and it was similar to the last quarter then. They took the game on, they played with speed, they got some great looks inside 50. That's the way they've got to play. I know that the Bulldogs defended really well in the first half and made it hard for the Crows, but the Crows, when they play with speed, they look very good.
Yeah, they do. But this is the question they're going to get asked now. It's their third game in a row, Adelaide Oval, against a great competition at home, everything in their favour, what they wanted to be, and they've failed. They haven't been able to get the win that they needed to get. So, I'm not trying to build any of the pressure because I've been in that spot. I know how that feels. So all I'm saying is that self-fulfills a little bit. So you go, well, a good side at home, big crowd. We didn't handle the moment as well. Nixie last week said they handled the moment well. Well, they didn't handle the moment as well tonight, and they end up with a result where they lose, a game against high-quality opposition, which just reinforces the back end of last year a little bit for them. So great learning moments. Bulldogs, I think if I'm thinking about Bevo, 88 points against, bar the last quarter, held them to pretty much 50 points. He's going to be pretty happy with his pre-season work on team defence to get to there, but he'll be disappointed with the last bit.
It took till the very end for the game-silly moment for Loctite Adhesives Beyond the Bond. That final score on the Mate Internet and Mobile scoreboard. Incidentally, 25% off for 6 months with Mate Internet. Use promo code BINGE25 at checkout. Oscar Baker's last goal giving the Dogs a 6-point lead, and Jake Corns is still
He liked it, didn't he?
He did.
I couldn't believe the finish. Like I said, I thought the Williams goal was important a few minutes before that. That was a great snap in itself, but that Baker goal right on the boundary in that moment to hit it that cleanly.
Because they're the ones that are meant to go across the face with the snap.
Shush the crowd. That takes real courage to do with a couple of minutes left.
Or stupidity.
Or stupidity. I know you're a big fan of that, Kenny, but you look forward now for the Crows, and that loss, then they go to Geelong in Geelong next Thursday night and play Fremantle at home the week after. So
big couple.
We spoke about how hard their draw is, and the difference in, stupid thing to say probably, the difference in winning this game to losing it makes it tough now.
I think the interesting thing you said, Ken, was about, excuse me, got a bit of emotion.
You're a Crows man, Matthew.
Yeah, that's right. No.
That's the way it goes. It sometimes happens like that. I know how that feels. I actually hadn't figured out where the cough button was for a little while. So
yes.
It took me a while. Have we got you back yet?
I'm back, at least for the moment. But what's just going to say, sorry about that. You mentioned about the Adelaide Crows and about how what we saw at the end of last year is kind of a bit of what we saw tonight. Whereas the Western Bulldogs are promising that they're different this year and that they're doing things differently. Did you see enough of that tonight that you saw in the first 2 weeks to be confident that we're far enough in the season to say they're different, or is it still too early?
Yeah, no, I have. Because I was wanting to see tonight team defence. I want to see it stack up against a really dangerous offensive team with three-pronged big three up front, and then that work rate to get back and support. No wonder they run out a bit of energy in the last bit because of how hard they have to work for those to play defensive footy like that. But they're getting results. I feel like they're getting what they absolutely need and require. And there's a bit of improvement in them still to come. I think there's some young players that they'll be very, very happy with. Young Jacks has got crunched, from in free. Our boy Minnie Bont, Josh Frazier, he played well. Riley Sanders, I thought, had a pretty good game, and their big two had impact. Norton ended up with 3-1, but Darcy didn't have a massive impact. Bont was bloody solid, but by the end of the night he was pretty solid still and got his stuff done. He was, I think, the second highest rated player for the Dogs on the ground. I think Luke Beveridge is going to be sleeping pretty comfortable at the moment.
Is that game style sustainable against the best teams? Because it did look like they were really gassed there in the last.
Yeah, well, they've been asked that question away from home. It's a pretty hard task to come to Adelaide Oval and win, and it did hold them in good stead. Even though the Crows had the dominance on the scoreboard in the last quarter, I don't think they had too many dominant other parts of the game where they had the game on everything on their terms. Because I think in the last quarter it was 16 entries to 10 Bulldogs' way. Crows were just incredibly efficient. Why were they efficient? They moved the ball quicker. They went forward quicker, so they allowed their Rankins and Rochellis and Tex and so on to make the play in open field play. They are a highly efficient team when you give them that look, and that's what made the difference. The Bulldogs weren't quite as efficient.
All right, we're going into the room shortly for the Bulldogs, celebrating for Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives every day of the year. The Western Bulldogs 14-10-94 over Adelaide 13-10-88. The Dogs kicking the last 2 goals of the game after they did lead by 24 points in that final quarter before Adelaide kicked 5 in a row. We had a moment that we'll all remember with Isaac Rankin that felt destiny that it was going to be a Crows win, with so many magical moments in that last quarter with the crowd getting behind them. But the Dogs went, no, we're not done with yet. And they kicked the last 2 goals. And we're about to hear from the Dogs in the room. As I said, Riley Sanders will join us shortly. We've still got a few things we need to do ourselves to wrap things up here from the Adelaide Oval. And I think we're going to go to the song very, very shortly when they start singing. Let's here we go, down to the Western Bulldogs rooms.
So there it is.
The game-sealing moment for Loctite. Loctite, fast, strong and reliable adhesives that go beyond the bond. We talked about this before, Chad. It has to be the Oscar Baker goal.
It has to be the Oscar Baker goal. I'm just looking at the vision here. We've got vision of down in the Crows rooms. Times have changed.
Oh, you're going to sound like your brother here, I think.
After a loss like that, Mark Williams coaching, we would be straight in the meeting room, probably getting sprayed. And I'm looking at the Crows boys are all smiling and hanging out with their families. And it looks more like they've won just looking at this still on the TV here. And I understand times have changed, and it is great for the families to be down in the rooms with the boys post-game. But, yeah, it just hit me then how much, or maybe how old I am, and how out of touch with the new age I am.
No, I looked at that too and thought that does look a little bit strange. Before we go to Riley Sanders, we'll just go through who ran the most kilometres tonight. OMF, better sleep for better recovery at the home of mattress, bedroom, bedding and furniture. It almost is every time. Alex Neil-Bullen with 15.4 kilometres. But that's not the thing that matters the most. The thing that matters the most is the Western Bulldogs won, and Riley Sanders is down in the Western Bulldogs rooms. Riley, congratulations. What an amazing victory. No, Riley's not.
We got you, Riley.
With it yet. No, we'll come back to Riley. We've got some.
Yeah.
Oh, you there, Riley?
Yeah.
Yes, yeah. Riley. It's Adam White, Chad Corns, and Ken Hinkley upstairs. Congratulations on what was an amazing victory.
Yeah, no, it was awesome. Great win. The Adelaide fans packed it out. When they hit those 2 goals in a row there, geez, it was loud. It was awesome, though. Great win from the boys. I was super.
Riley, we were marvelling at Oscar Baker's goal there late in the game. Has he ever had a better moment in his footy career than that one?
It's so funny this year. He's a bit of a cult hero among the boys this year. We call him Raw through his orange hair, and he's just marvelling at the moment on and off the field. He's a larrikin off the field, and all the boys love him. He's a real culture builder within our team. But then, on the field, he's been super this year. Like, playing a bit more forward tonight. His speed and power is just unbelievable. And, I was on the bench for that goal, and I literally couldn't believe it. I was, shocked. I, didn't know what to do to celebrate. I'm like, did he kick that? And, it's unbelievable. It's such skill, and, they're the goals you practice when you're a young kid. So I'm so glad he's able to kick it, because he's had a long journey to get through 50 games, but he's always persevered. He's just an amazing teammate.
And then Darcy giving away that double 50 late in the third. I thought he recovered really well from that. Obviously went back, kicked a goal shortly after that, and had a couple of big moments in the last quarter where he was out of position and got the ball to ground. Shows great character from a young player to play like that.
Yeah, absolutely. Darcy's one of the better fellas and characters you'd meet, that I've met in footy. He's from an amazing family, and they're such good fellas. Him and his younger brother Will, they're just such humble kids. But he's obviously a superstar of the competition, but the way that he was able to move on from something like that and continue to contribute to the team was amazing. So super stoked for him.
Riley, it's Ken Hinkley, mate. I'm just wondering what Bevo's message was at three-quarter time, because you played in a really attacking and aggressive handball mode for most of the first 3 quarters. It looked like you might have went a little bit more kick mark in the last quarter.
Yeah, it wasn't on purpose. I feel like, obviously, all you guys know, when the game gets tight, you can probably go into your shell a little bit, and that's what I thought we did. Obviously, the reason why we're up by, three goals throughout the game was probably because we played the way that we wanted to, but obviously Adelaide probably got on top around the ball a bit, and they were able to control the territory, so we just probably thought that we weren't able to, use those hands, and it was actually quite slippery in the last quarter, so that probably was a big reason too why we were unable to kind of use our handball game through the middle of the ground there.
And a couple of your defenders, one Budrick, who has only just joined the club, and Buku, the way he played tonight. Your thoughts on those two boys?
Yeah, they've been amazing. Butters has come over from the Suns, obviously a really strong team, and the way he's just slotted in as a little quarterback down back with Lockie Jakes and Bailey Dale has just been amazing. Super tough, just a great small forward that can play on, the Isaac Rankins. Probably something that we're kind of craving for. So he's been amazing. And then Buku's just similar to Oscar Baker, just persevered, played a lot of VFL, but just always shows up. Like Oscar, he's one of the, real culture builders of the team. Great fella. Everyone loves him. So you almost, you're really proud of those boys that are starting to play really, really good AFL footy. It's just amazing to see, and hopefully they can continue to go to new levels.
And young Selwood, who we spoke about before the game with Ego, he again, another one of them unsung heroes down back.
Yeah, absolutely. Our backline's pretty much completely changed. We've got, 4 new players in there from the Freo game last year, and it's awesome for them, and it's amazing how much confidence the coaches are put in there, because, I know what it's like when you play your first few AFL games. You can definitely go into your shell a bit, but the way the coaches have just backed them in to play their roles, and as you said, unsung heroes, but they're really internally valued, and it's just amazing to see, the way that they're continuing to progress, for a fella that only got drafted mid-season last year.
And after you go into the bye, I think now, is that right?
Yeah, we've got about 16 days off, so a bit of time off, which is good. And then we
is it good? Is it good with the momentum you've started the season with? Do you think is it with 16 days off? You're a pretty confident group.
Yeah. You probably would want to play next week, but I guess obviously I didn't play, but it was good to have an opening round this year. It kind of breaks the season up nicely, but yeah, hopefully we can have a good couple of weeks on the track and then get into Essendon in a couple of weeks' time.
So do you think opening round's an advantage to you?
Yeah, I probably do. I feel like, especially after the Dogs, we do a heap of match sims, so you're actually raring to go. You're ready to go, mid-February. So we obviously played the Hawks in that intra-club at Whitten Oval, and that was pretty much a full dress rehearsal for us. So we had really good momentum coming towards Brisbane. But yeah, I definitely do think it is. I even noticed my first game last week of the season how much better I felt tonight just from getting that extra game in. But yeah, it probably is. I think ideally everyone plays in the opening round, because I know we did it last year, and whether it's an advantage or not, I don't know, but I think it is.
Great honest answer, mate. I really love your honesty around that answer. The other one, I just want to finish with one more. There's a great friend of ours, Brendan Lade, down there. Is he the mastermind behind everything that's going on?
Mate, I love Lade. He's one of the better.
Is he still laughing at his own stupid jokes?
Yeah. I'm from Tassie and he's from Kangaroo Island, so we're on a similar kind of wavelength.
You're basically cousins.
Basically.
Tell him we said hello. We miss the big man. We all love him. Tell him we said g'day.
He's one of the all-time greats, big friendly giant, but he's obviously a star player, as all you guys know, and he's been super for me. He's so good at giving the honest feedback, but then also pumping you up. I've definitely had time, especially my first year, while I was struggling a bit, and the way he just builds you up as a player and backs you in is just super. So definitely love, kind of learning off him, over the last couple of years and into the future,
Riley, really enjoyed the chat. Congratulations on tonight's win. As you said, a great start to the season, 3-0 going into the bye, and then Essendon after that. You can really set up your season if you haven't already. So congratulations on behalf of everyone here on AFL Nation.
Yeah, no worries, boys. Thanks for chatting.
Thank
you.
Riley Sanders joining us tonight. So, again, it seems like he's another one that's improved. 19 disposals tonight, different sort of role. He's not playing, straight midfield. I don't think any Bulldogs player plays in the same position for any more than 5 minutes, it seems.
No, he certainly loves to move the magnets around, Bevo, which is great. I love coaches who are adventurous. I mean, hopefully that was something that I was like a little bit myself. But, Riley Sanders is one of those players that if you're going to get to the next level, you've got to be able to get there. You've got to get there quick. When you think about him and where he come from, I'll be really, really quick. He's a high draft pick, number 6. So it's no surprise he's got some talent.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, we'll take a break and then we'll come back and wrap things up here from Adelaide Oval. It is AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food, and Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts. The final score tonight here at Adelaide Oval. The Bulldogs 14-10-94 over Adelaide 13-10-88 in a cracker.
That quarter on AFL Nation was for Mate Internet and Mobile. $25 off for 6 months with Mate Internet. Use promo BINGE25 at checkout.
Installerine.
For the hottest hot party you've ever seen. Rain comes on steady, hot and strong. It just keeps on and on.
Want the
the assurance of an Aussie family-sized electric water heater with a 12-year cylinder warranty?
Install a ring. Install a ring. Install a ring.
Then accept nothing less than Australia's best.
Real people, real products, real fun. No matter who you are, Sexyland has something real sexy for everyone. With Australia's biggest range of sexy costumes, lingerie, couples toys and fun gifts and games for adults. Sexyland. 11 stores in Melbourne and Geelong, open till midnight 7 days a week. Or shop online for 2-hour delivery. Sexyland.com.au.
In the footy, we often hear in commentary, this is a big 5 minutes coming up. Well, at Tyre Power, your 5 minutes is here too. Drive in for their free 5-minute tyre safety check. They'll check your tyre condition, tyre wear and air pressure. The safety of you and your family on the roads is not a game. So visit your Aussie-owned local independent Tyre Power dealer today.
The Footy's back sale is on now. You can buy 3, get 1 free on Pirelli Cinturato tyres. Exclusive and only at Tyre Power.
Go Harvey Norman bedding floor stock clearance on now. Huge range of selected mattresses and adjustable bases priced to clear, including big brands Sealy Posturepedic, King Coil by AH Beard, Sleepmaker, Beauty Rest and Temper. Prices slashed on beds, bedroom furniture, kids furniture and bunks. Plus pillows, quilt covers, cushions and throws. All priced to clear. Don't miss more huge floor stock savings in store while stocks last. Best brands, best range, best prices. Harvey Norman bedding floor stock clearance on now. Conditions apply.
Financial fanatics, not your usual bookkeepers.
Financial Fanatics, we're definitely not your usual bookkeepers. With over 100 bookkeepers, we're ready to service your business today. We're responsive, fast, create accurate reporting, all with a smile. That's unusual, right? Financial Fanatics, we're not your usual bookkeepers because we do all this from just $199 per month fixed fee.
Financial fanatics, not your usual bookkeepers.
FinancialFanatics.com.
Need plants for your next project? Plantmark is the trusted wholesale plant nursery for landscapers and tradies. With a big range, trade prices and delivery you can count on, they've got what you need. Open 6 days across 4 Melbourne locations. Visit plantmark.com.au.
It's how everyone sees you, how your customers find you, and they keep working long after everyone else goes home. Signs are incredibly effective marketing tools. Be loud, proud, and noticed with Sign Group, where signage meets purpose, bringing over 25 years of experience in helping businesses thrive. Sign Group design, print, build, and install all your signage. Factories, offices, vehicles, window graphics, 3D, and illuminated signs. Check the Sign Group socials and signgroup.australia.com.au. Signage made easy.
Brett Phillips here. The First Serve is your home of tennis each Monday night on SEN in our 18th year.
I really decided to weave together Rafa's career and Rafa's character with this surface of clay and with this tournament, Roland Garros, because I really think, if we're having this conversation, you and me, 20 years from now in Melbourne or Paris, first thing we're going to remember is 14.
Thanks to GLG Greenlight Group, keeping your sports grounds in peak condition at glgcorp.com. The First Serve every Monday night, 8 p.m. on 1116 SEN and the SEN app.
Ozito brushless power tools, tested by Grit and built to work. When it comes to doing tough jobs, do it yourself. Ozito, home and garden brushless power tools. Do you. Only at Bunnings Warehouse.
You're listening to AFL Nation for Tyre Power. Get the power with your trusted tyre experts. And for 4 and 20 pies. You can't have footy without a 4 and 20 pie.
The Western Bulldogs 14-10-94 have defeated Adelaide 13-10-88 here. Friday night football from Adelaide Oval in a gripping contest. The Crows kicking 5 goals in a row in the final term to go from 24 points down to get themselves in front by 6 points before the Bulldogs kicked the last 2 goals of the game. And Oscar Baker, the goal that won the match for them, was something quite extraordinary from deep in the right forward pocket on the run, running away from goal, swinging it on his right boot that usually go across the face, but somehow it went straight through the middle. It was never missing, and it was certainly a very special moment. So the Western Bulldogs now, through 3 games, have defeated the reigning champs, Brisbane in Brisbane, and have also defeated Adelaide, who were the home and away champions. Yep. On the road, and then in between that a win against the Giants, who also finished in the final. So when you looked at the fixture, that looked really tough, really tough for the Dogs. and they go into their first bye with a 3-0 start. It's the first time they've ever beaten Adelaide at the Adelaide Oval. They've beaten Port Adelaide.
All right, enough said.
I wasn't going to say that, but they have beaten Port Adelaide. And they've also won here in Gather Round as well, but it's the first time they've beaten the Crows. Let's go through some categories before we say goodnight here at Adelaide Oval. There's so many that we could go for the unmissable moment for Drinkwise. You won't miss a moment for your Drinkwise. It's probably Baker, but the Rankin moment was pretty special, considering he hadn't really done anything, Chad, throughout the course of the night, but brought 50,000 fans to their feet.
Those two were huge, but for me it was still the Archie.
Okay, yep.
The Archie spoil that got the Crows back in it. I thought it completely turned the game for him. Unfortunately, did his hammy a minute or so after that, but I thought that the desperation to that spoil, it was fair, it was tough, the desperation, and then to create a goal from that, I thought that was going to be the goal that got the Crows the win, but Baker, in the end, is probably the moment, isn't it?
You won't miss a moment if you drink wise. What about a growth play for Nutrient Water, your irrigation pump and filtration specialist? Because we've talked a lot about some of the Bulldogs players particularly.
Yeah, there's a lot of players out there that had great growth. And, we talked to Baker for a start the way he did. We talked about the Bulldogs' defence, though, a lot tonight. Butterick, who was very good. Buku Karmas. I think
he was great.
11 or 12 intercepts, second most on the ground behind Butts, who had, Crows playing a different game style, was certainly one of them. I thought the Crows had a sneaky ruckman that was pretty good as a young fella. He had a pretty good day. The big McAndrew, he was good for them too. So it was great to see some young players doing what young players do, and that is improve if you give them some confidence.
All right, tackler of the game for Bar Crusher Boats, Australia's ultimate fishing weapon.
Well, it's got to go the little man in the middle.
Libba with 9.
Libba had 9. He's got to be the man. He's just always on the bottom of a pack, and he scratches and fights and does whatever he needs to. I was going to say bites, but he doesn't bite.
Just plays the same way every week.
Every year of every week.
Yep. The flexible player for Cooper's Flexalt. Flip it with Flexalt, the flexible oral sheep lice treatment.
Well, Kenny was onto it early, but the amount of rotation and flips they do in the midfield forward, I thought Fraser, he just found himself in so many different positions, and every position he was in, he was outstanding in. 3 goals too, I think he ended up with. Had a huge first half. Clearly best on ground in the first half. I thought he was really important for them.
We're going to go to Finey shortly because he's taking over after us to take all the calls, 1300 736 736. But Kenny, are you doing the votes, or is it going to be Chad? Going to show some leadership?
Well, I will do them if Chad doesn't want to do them, but I wanted Chad to go first and give me his thoughts. Who would you thought were the best couple of players on the ground? You said Fraser just then?
Fraser he'd be in the top 3.
Yeah, I've given him 3. I've given Fraser 3 based on the fact that he put the gap in the game that probably made it just a bit too difficult for the Crows to come home.
Okay.
And then I went, look, it was a Bulldogs midfield masterclass,
wasn't it?
in lots of ways. Because if you just bear with me for a sec while I gather my thoughts.
Bont had 30, Richards had 29, Libba 28, Kennedy 27,
Fraser 24 and kicked 3. And then Williams on a wing has 23 as well. So it was all dominant. Sanders, who we spoke to, Riley Sanders has 19. So it looked like they won clearance by enough, but not by a heap. The Dogs, but Bont kicks a goal.
30.
He gets that ball inside 50. I think that maybe Baker kicks the goal off, I think.
Clean hands.
And he
cracks the goal.
Just turns up. Again, he's like Libba. That's why they've been, a side that everyone's talked about, that Bontempelli he is the most loved player in the competition, bar none. And he's got 2 votes again tonight. And I took some time over the third one, and I thought Richards, I thought Kennedy. In the end, I just went for the old fella who I just love watching him play, Libba, with his work rate to keep it dirty and tight and keep them in their style of football. And I went with Libba to give him 1. He wasn't a clear third best player on the ground for mine, but sometimes your affection for players and the way you like them, that's Bont and Libba for me. Because there could have been a number of players, because the Crows, Dawson was probably their best player over the course of the night, but I just ended up with Libba.
All right, so Ken Hinkley's given 3 votes to Fraser, 2 to Bontempelli, 1 to Liberatore. The Bulldogs 14-10-94 over Adelaide 13-10-88. As I said, Finey's going to take over from us. He joins us in our Melbourne studios. Finey, we've had a Friday night classic.
Ripping game of football, and wow. I mean, the question I've got to ask is, and obviously if Ken, the way Adelaide played in the last quarter was very different to their first half and even most of their third quarter. Are they capable of playing that dynamic football for 4 quarters, or do they feel that they've only got a half or a quarter of burst football in them? Because they certainly looked a lot better when they were playing direct football.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think they have. I mean, they played all last year as a number one attacking side pretty much in the competition, pretty close. They've got that game style. That's the way they play. The reality is for them, their preparation was probably a bit too much. We heard people talk this week about Port Adelaide not giving enough respect to North. Maybe the Crows got lost a little bit in what the Bulldogs have done in the first couple of rounds with their flood-back defence mentality. Maybe they just thought we'll deny them and try and draw them out and then go in, which just didn't work for them until last quarter when they kicked 5 goals, 3 for the quarter, their best scoring quarter for the game.
Yeah, fantastic. And look, there's a lot to talk about tonight. Obviously, it's a great start for the Bulldogs. They stuttered their way through last season. Amazing. Last year they only beat 2 teams in the top 8 and they've beaten 3 finalists already. So they have absolutely shanghaied themselves into the season, haven't they?
Yeah, and they go into a bye and then they come back into a game against Essendon, I reckon it is. Yeah, Essendon they play. And then they come over for gather round against, just scrolling through us, against the Hawks, which is another great game. Imagine if they get through gather round without a loss.
Wow.
And right now, you're tipping them to beat the Hawks, I think, on what I've seen. And I've seen Hawthorn 3 times. The Dogs played them in a trial game in the pre-season, which I was at live for Fox, and they'd done a number on them in that game. So there's a real chance they're heading out after the gather round at, a amazing 5-zip start, and that makes you top 4 qualified almost with their talent.
16 days off now.
Yeah, I hate that idea.
It's just ridiculous, isn't it?
Now I've got one last one for Kenny.
Yeah.
Did you ever play against Phil Malin?
Phil Malin, no, I didn't. Why?
Because he kicked the first and last goal tonight for the Bulldogs.
He definitely did. I know Phil Malin, so I shouldn't say, if you ask the question, did I think he was out on the ground tonight? Yes, I did.
Oh.
Oscar Baker looks like Phil Malin, so he tell me.
That is a fantastic look.
Yeah, look, isn't it such a... For the modern footballer to go back to my vintage.
Yeah,
and that's a worry for Oscar, I reckon.
He's going to be a cult hero, though. He's got that look about him.
It's really, my daughter,
after that goal.
My daughter's 18 years old. She was watching the football, and she goes, "Oh, I reckon if I ran into him in the street, I wouldn't believe he was a footballer."
That's a fair call. That's absolutely a fair call.
Oh, he's a ripper.
And his teammates love him either. When we had Riley on after the game, Riley Sanders, and he talked about him in glowing terms, didn't he? And
he did.
Called him stuff. What did he call him? Do you remember what he called him? Smooch or something?
Yeah,
like
something. I didn't quite catch it. It was something like that. Hey, finally, what's the number if you want to? If they want to, our listeners want to ring up and have a chat.
1300 736 736. I take the winners, the Bulldog supporters, and I'll take all the chat from the Adelaide supporters, and I'm going to save them a little bit of time. That free kick that went against them in the last quarter was a goal, I think, to Pedler. She was a free kick against Ben Keys. It's hard yards, but they're the rules. So
that was a free kick, 100% free kick.
100% free kick. It's sad. It's sad that a player desperately going for the ball can be penalised, but that's the rules, and we don't want players getting their legs or ankles broken. So I'll short circuit that one before we start, but take all other calls.
Yeah, it was frenetic. It was the noise of the crowd was amazing. It was hard to concentrate out on the field, even up here in the commentary box. Thanks, Finey. We'll speak to you soon.
Brilliant. Thanks, guys. Great call.
Mark Fine joining us there. So 1300 736 736, the number if you want to have a chat to Finey. Do you enjoy that?
Yeah, I did enjoy that, Adam. It was a good night. It was first time with you and for Chad and me together as commentators. It was a different environment.
Were you a bit nervous with your former boss just sort of sitting there?
No, I've got used to it. I was really nervous early days sitting next to Kenny. That's why I was so glad when he went down on ground. It was very peaceful up in the box, but no, that was good. Thanks for having me. And great game.
Your brother's going to be insufferable now with his Bulldogs.
Oh, isn't he? He's just going to keep going harder.
He's just setting it up.
Premierships
we all know what he's
There's
about.
the lose.
That's a perfect storm for him, for Kane, the volcano or whatever he wants to call himself. What's that show? He's on Fireball. As I said this morning, it was like ice ball. It was that cold.
I didn't mind it.
Well, you know that the Bulldogs and the Hawks gather around these two teams. So.
He's got some work to do, Kane. I reckon he's got some improvement, surely.
All right. Thanks, guys. It's been awesome fun.
Thank you.
Great fun. The Dogs are winning tonight here over the Crows by 6 points. We hope you enjoyed the coverage. Stick around for Mark Fine and for AFL Nation right throughout the course of the weekend. Round 2, we're underway.